And we're up and running.
Are we live?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to a glorious Shearsby Valley Fisheries.
Yep. Morning.
Morning.
Sean and Steve and myself.
Sean's back here working his notice.
Thank you.
So,
Oh, thank you.
what have we got for you today? We've got Luke Bamford versus Mike Elliot. Should be a good one. Lake stocked full of fish.
Looks lovely. I really fancy it.
Everyone's raring to go.
I might have to come and have a go since it's only 35-40 minutes from my doorstep. Again, I haven't been for a while.
That's what I said to you, 15 minutes off the A14. It's not really a trouble for anybody, is it?
No, it's well located.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not a million miles away from the M6, mate. To be fair.
And there's the man himself, just as we've gone live. Not that you wanted to.
Trying to hide away from the camera.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah.
There you go.
Here we are. We have come and have a quick word with us, Dan.
Literally just gone live. We were just introducing.
You're only on the audio. There's no cameras. There's no cameras on you.
Just
So
pretend you're talking to us.
Tell us a little bit about your fishery before we've only got 4 minutes before we get all in. So unless you've got something urgent you want to do and you want to come back.
Oh yeah, I can run off.
How long have you been here, Dan?
I think this is the 7th year now.
Is it 7 years, really? 7 years?
Yeah.
And how many lakes have we got here?
There's 4 small ones now.
4 small lakes.
Olders used to be one big lake with an island down the middle. We split that into 2 to make everything more manageable.
And then you have opens here.
Most weekends, depending on
Any
what's-
midweeks?
Thursdays.
You have a Thursday open and a
a
weekend
budget
open.
match on a Thursday.
Yeah.
And then opens depending what's going on with clubs.
You mean there's a few mugs might turn up on the Thursday, right? I'll see you next
Yeah,
Thursday.
you'll be alright.
Yeah, exactly
You might catch
right.
some.
Yeah, that's right. No, I'm not worried about catching. It's the ones around me catching more that I'm worried about.
They've probably got to happen as well.
Yeah. I used to enjoy it up here. I can't believe how different it looks. I just cannot believe I'm in the same place as I used to be. You know what I mean?
No, it's gone through its changes.
I can't believe it's more than 7 years ago since that happened as well. That's incredible.
It's a super smart fishery, that's for sure.
Took a lot of work.
And
Okay.
You got MIDI on the boards? Are you still sponsored by MIDI?
Myself?
Yeah. Or either?
I'm not. I just took a back seat from sponsorship with the fishery, business and everything. And then MIDI sponsored the fishery with used to have all their academy day and everything.
Yeah. Well, that's all changing now, isn't it? Like I said, that's all very much up in there because
I don't really know what's happening with
it's been bought out.
Is it?
Yeah, by Craig and Mike from Woodlands.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's why I asked. That's why I'm intrigued by it.
No, I don't know. Apart from being an account holder, I don't know anything what's going on.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Yeah. Well, we'll probably be able to keep you more informed. I think as of September the 1st, I don't think this is top secret. Well,
You hope
it ain't
not.
now. As of September the 1st, I don't pretty much take over the. But I was interested to see it and all of that. Yeah, see what's going on.
Yeah.
But no, it's. I really like it. I think it looks lovely. I think it's going to be a good match.
Should have seen it when we first done it.
Battle of the Somme at the start. I bet it was mucky, weren't it? Yes.
Horrendous first 2 years of it. With trying to get all the grass going, all the weeds going, everything.
It looks lovely now.
Excavation job, getting it all sorted.
All the platforms are lovely, it all looks lovely.
I'm not going to say it didn't look nice before because I like when what's his name. I like to come in here then.
It was lovely before. It was just unmanageable.
Unmanageable, right? Yeah, and it's
so hard to manage, hard to keep.
I'm going to have to cut you there because at 10 o'clock you need to do the all in, don't you?
Yeah.
So come back and speak to us shortly. But
yeah. And anybody comes there and wants to come and join us for a chat and what have you.
And we've got a pellet waggler. Is that what
5G.
that is?
5G. Yeah, I'm telling you now, this will be a really lovely looking bit of kit.
Can I enter the competition this week?
No.
Oh.
I got shown some of these by Mike and them up at Bit, and if it's the same one, I think they got the graphics on these just right for the range. I think they're nice looking rod.
The good rods.
Yeah, same as.
Right, so we're getting the all
have a look at that.
The prize in the Guess the Weight competition today is a MIDI 5G pellet waggler rod.
Bowling!
There we go.
That is a nice rod.
It's a lovely looking rod, isn't it? I say Mike showed us the feeder rods. They rate about 100 quid, do they sell for, something like that, is it?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but those ones.
It's nice.
in the low
Just-
hundreds, yeah.
Just whilst we got you then, we'll top up on the fishery rules. Is it nets in at the all-in then?
Nets in on
Just
the all in,
noticed,
just
yeah.
because of like cage-free. The longer the nets are out on the bank,
The better.
yeah, the better.
Well, as
Yeah,
long as they're all doing it at the same time.
Yeah,
it
it's all
don't
the
matter,
same
does it?
time. So,
Well, I tend to forget when it's quarter of an hour before anyway, and then you start, and then it's like,
Oh yeah, you
caught your
got
first fish and you got no nets in.
And,
You can't get it wrong this way, can you?
we've got some net limits today, Dan.
it used to be 3 nets split fish, but because we've been getting some big weights the last couple of years, it's just a £65 limit now.
There we go, 65. Is that the only one we need to watch out for today then? No other rules?
What happens if they weigh 66?
You
Not-
just get 65.
Five.
Anything over 65, you get 65.
65.
That's
Yeah.
straightforward enough, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
up to you then, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, people have been quite sensible since that rule came in. So
Yeah, no, that sounds.
you're only penalising yourself if you put too many nets fish in your net.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but it gives you 65's a good. Well, that certainly played a big factor last
You
week.
get a little
down
bit
at
tricky with
Codber.
the F1s because they're £1 and a bit to £3, and you can be out on them without actually meaning to.
It gets tricky when you're meandering along, not really in it, not really got, and then suddenly it's game on. It's like,
Yeah.
what have I caught?
Yeah.
That's what it's like for me. It's like, well, let's say £50 then, and then, yeah. No, it sounds very.
So
Who do you think's
Mike's already into a fish.
yeah, peg wise? I mean, the impression I'm getting speaking to Michael and Luke, who think when Michael's probably got a better peg. Luke reckons he's.
It's hard to tell because of conditions. Because it's flat calm, I think the end pegs will start off strong. Later on, the middle pegs will kick in.
kick in.
Small fish there. What?
So it's
Couple
not all.
pound.
It's certainly by no means all over.
It's
I've-
quite a fair venue, so because of the way
and
the
there seems
lake
to be
is,
fish all over the lake.
Yeah,
I've got to
they're
say.
constantly moving up and down. If there was a strong wind going into one of the corners, I'd fancy the corner more, but it's flat, pretty still today.
And then
Yeah, it's no,
I think the
yeah.
fish will be in the corners and then they'll start moving into the middle of the lake as they get caught and spooked out.
The impression I get looking at it, I don't look at it thinking that's an obvious flyer, that's an obvious flyer. It looks to me as though they could rock up anywhere depending on what the person.
Usually it's down to the angler who catches
Yeah.
the bigger weight.
Yeah, and Luke's just being a bit of a negative nearly like and throwing it down.
Yeah.
Right. That's fair enough. Though. We all tend to. Well, nobody wants to heap pressure on themselves,
I
do
think
they?
most of the matches Luke's fishes won the match. So
he's got to be confident then, hasn't he? And then just chatting with Luke, he said F1's sort of 8 ounce to £2 and carp
They're
at
more
2 to
like-
£12 and
they're averaging over £1, £1.50 now, the F1s are.
and then
Nice.
So
some nice big edge dwellers.
Can you
at
do
the
a
end.
weight
yeah.
of just
Yeah.
F1s?
Yeah, you can do. Same again, all depends on conditions, what they want. If they want to cast a shallow, tends to be the way to rock them up.
Yeah. No, it's I like it. Again, being a decoy man and that, the best days to me were when they were a good head of F1s, good head of cut. They tend to make everything else have to play ball at some stage.
Yeah, some stage the big fish have to.
Yeah, they have
Have
to,
to
don't
go.
they? Yeah, 100%. No barbel in it.
Only a few.
Always
Only
think.
a handful. I'm always a bit sceptical of barb.
Well, they're not good value for
commercials.
the golden rule is they don't live long and they're expensive.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that, again, back in the day, you could rock £150 of them before anything. But overnight, you're left with no fish if you like.
Yeah, you only
potential.
need one oxygen crash and you've lost a lot.
Yeah, vulnerable.
So-
Yeah, I know people tend to steer clear of them for that reason. There's a fish straight away down on peg. 40?
Well, if you haven't been watching Steve,
I haven't,
Mike's already netting a fish.
has he?
So both men have started short and Luke started catapulting casters shallow.
He's just got a scale on the end, hasn't he? Or is that his paste rig? Or is he got a big,
Big scale like maggots on.
is he?
Yeah, I think he's already gone out shallow. Yeah, he's been pinging and
There were definitely seen to a lot of fish in front of this young lady here earlier. I know there was a lot of almost like there were muggers about, and there were a lot of fish heaving in there. But like I say, they could be goners. Yeah, this chap's in over to the right as well. Well, he would have been if it had been fouled up. No, I like it. I think we'll come and have a go at it.
there's a nice gentle breeze now blowing up this way, isn't there?
Perfect conditions, really, isn't it, for us? And
It'll be 2 halves of a match. It'll just change. Something will change.
yeah. But again, that's what you want, isn't it? You don't want it to be home and hosed and done. fishing maggot shallow, is he?
I think so. I think he's got white
Yeah,
maggot on
yeah,
his
yeah,
side
yeah,
tray.
yeah.
So,
Obviously targeting F1s to start with then.
we've got a nice little treat later on, as long as we don't lose the camera. When Luke is down his edge, we'll have a nice little shot of his.
Again, the way all the
Edge
edges
line
are set
there.
up, they look as all potentially they could all produce. Do you know what I mean?
No, they're all pretty much same depth all the way along, and then with the irises as well, can't keep people in their own zones a bit as well.
I'm guessing
you've got plenty of cover down your edges.
I'm guessing the fish, like you say, going in and out and round and come and stopping all of them. They're probably started to do their rounds as we speak, looking to see what's occurring
Tend
where.
to come in when they want to come in, not because you're doing anything magical to get
No,
them in.
no.
Yeah.
They just turn up, don't they? Yeah.
There's Mike Atherton there. Morning, Steve.
Morning,
Michael
Mike.
Gray. Morning, Steve. Glad the weather is holding up. It is absolutely roasting sat here.
Well, it is compared to the rest of the year we've had so far,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's been really disappointing.
One early fish for Mike.
They'll have them the last few years.
Exactly right. Last sort of 5 years or so, just prior COVID anyway, just prior to that, it's been really warm, and this has been more like it was the 10 years prior to that, I reckon. Really shit. Sorry, not very good.
Wet, I think.
Yeah, wet.
See, look,
a lot of
6
good
minutes
days.
in.
Yeah,
6 minutes in, potty mouth
Who's
warm
won?
Steve.
Who's won the prize?
Who's won the prize for
Outside
potty
will
mouth Steve?
swear,
Yeah,
like, yeah.
6
Drink me
minutes.
I think most people don't mind a
Dan
little
just,
bit with our
Dan
audience.
just said to us in the shop, there's no point me coming up there, I'll be swearing all over the camera. I said, not before Steve, you won't.
We're fishermen at the end of the day. There's a limit to how much you can polish a turd, isn't there?
Yeah, and we do say, actually, and I do remind people of this, our videos do go labelled on YouTube as not for children, for one. And it is our channel, so we tried to be clean, but we're just not capable of it. So if you don't like it,
We try our hardest.
unsubscribe.
No, it's a lovely little.
Looks like Mike's in for fish number 2.
The first thing I can't believe is it seems narrower as one without the island in. I imagined it being
That's half
so
decent
much bigger
fish.
Yeah.
before, but obviously it wasn't.
That's 4 or 5 pounds.
No, it's
Good.
actually
Are you watching the
quite
football or the
good.
fishing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
At the fishing.
it's just my.
Oh, you got the
memory
fishing
of
on?
it.
I was going to put it on, but it looks like the football's about to start. What
Oh.
time's the football starting? I thought it weren't till 11.
11, I think.
10 o'clock. They're going live though, aren't they?
Ah, they're
And
just
it's
coming
11,
out. They're
yeah.
just coming out for a training.
So apologies if you hear the roar.
Just
from
coming
the,
out to practice studying people,
the
Treading on people.
treading on people.
Sean and Steve have got the telly on next to me watching the football.
Ah.
Well, they're saying that. Mike did say he'd be watching the football on the side tray and he'd tune in to us afterwards. So, see where he's in front or not.
I could barely fish all at once, let alone watch. Hang up, Luke's in.
Right, I'm gonna have to
Yeah, all right, no
leave
worries.
it
Mate.
to
Yeah,
it.
catch it
Yeah.
any
I'll
time.
come
Come
up in a bit.
Yeah, we're going to say we've got the kettle there, we've got a beer, a cold drink, and all that. It'll come up.
Save me paying for it in the cafe.
Yeah.
Absolutely, mate.
Free there.
There's wife beater in there, John Smith's, Foster's. I love that. Wife beater.
Right,
See you in a bit, Dan.
Right, Luke's finally off the
What a wife beater.
mark. First fish in the net for him.
So we're 2-1 at the minute, are we, Mike?
Yeah, we're 2-1 at the minute. Yep, welcome along. If you've missed that bit of the introduction, we're Shearsby Valley Fisheries. We're on Hurricane today. Mike's drawn peg 22 and Luke's drawn peg 29. So opposite corners of the lake. Wind's a bit changeable. It's blowing both directions. But off the back of Mike, so more in Luke's face. So high expectations of a good head-to-head today. These were the regional finalists last year, with Luke just pipping Mike to go through to the final.
So what was that? We
So
got
is
no
it gonna
prize.
be-
We're doing a clicker for the.
Is it going to
Yeah,
be
because I want that rod.
Is it going to be?
Sorry, no prize this week. Lads, we're doing. Yeah.
Is it going to be repeat or revenge?
I say they're nice rods, then midi.
Well, I've just had it
Okay.
out of the bag and it looks absolutely superb. Some nice little blue flashes on the whipping on the eyes.
The graphics are lovely on it.
It's,
When Mike showed me them up at Woodlands or Jock, I was really impressed for the price range it's in. And like, let's make no mistake about this, how they look is just as important, if not.
Oh, without a doubt.
Most of it, in my opinion. People will say otherwise because they have to sell and believe this rubbish like that.
Unlike you to be vain, Steve.
Unlike me too, but
I think we're all tackle tarts deep down. It just depends how much you hold it.
He's
doesn't
an
it?
everything tart, isn't he?
well, it's got very much like
His
the
flashy blue
Van Tart.
I'm a complete and utter, and as we all know. Well, I can certainly appreciate a bit of beauty. Let's put it that way.
Luke's in
Having
again.
been born with so much myself.
Mike's just lost his third fish, but Luke's in his second. Mike's second fish was a good shark as well.
A good prize, anyway.
Yeah, we've got a lovely
Banging
clicker
prize.
prize.
Thanks very much to Dan.
That looks like a half decent fish for Luke as well, though. So yeah, prize in the guess the weight competition today is a MIDI 5G pellet waggler rod.
At a total cost of having to click a button and subscribe,
Yeah.
which will cost you absolutely zero, nothing, nada, nil, zilch.
Yeah.
And guessing the weight, and it'll cost us a bit of money to send it to you in the post. But it cost me 15 quid to give it to Dale at Float Fish Farm, and he'll stick it in the post.
Don't forget when you guess the weight to name the angler.
Yeah.
Steve Crook says he's got two TVs on, one for the fishing and one for the lionesses.
What a man,
We've
what
got
a
the
man.
football on here as well.
We were thinking about putting it as a split screen on the broadcast.
We thought we might get into trouble if we broadcast it next
You
to
did,
the
that
fishing.
wouldn't stop me.
I could do it.
You'd have the BBC police round here.
Yeah,
I could actually put the corner in.
that'd be a
picture in
reason to
picture.
do it, that would.
Ross Shipton, nice well-run fishery. Owner needs to sort his beard out. Oh, okay.
Steve just spat his drink out.
That's one of
Needs to
them.
sort his
That's one of
beard.
them. I should read the comment first, then actually read it out. Yeah. Good by the looks of it, he says.
Luckily, Dan ain't watching, I don't think.
And of course, bearing in mind, to those of you that don't know, that didn't listen to our radio station, the Feel Good radio station,
Steve's big announcement next year.
big announcement, the main thing, and we've got plenty to talk about during the day, but the Super Cup is guaranteed next year for first prize of £51,000. So as things stand currently, that, if I'm not mistaken, makes us, what does it make us, Mike?
Depending on the May, they're the first or second biggest prize in angling.
Well, if it, otherwise we'll beat it anyway, so we'll up the ante anyway. So if you want to get involved in a bidding war, we're more than happy to do that in the interest of the sport.
How much to Maver first prize then?
2 and 6 in a bag of nuts, I think.
Maver's been up to 70 odd thousand before, but not for a little while. I think they're at 60.
Who holds the record?
That would be you, Steve.
Not me, the fishing association. It's not me, you know, actually, it's me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What about
is
your
actually-
pocket?
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Don't remind me.
Did you
the
get that
missus will
one
be
for
tuned in.
Luke, Mike?
Sorry?
Did you get that one for Luke?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, Luke's just took the lead for the first time in the match. I know it's
Yeah,
still
but
early doors.
Anyway, so basically next year's Super Cup is guaranteed for 51k, so biggest prize in fishing as things stand, and that's compliments of a deal that I've done over the weekend with Ian McCormack, Martin Ford, Nitro, and there's plenty of other stuff to come on top of that in the next 4 weeks.
And that, like you said, it starts at 51. If you sell more tickets, it goes up.
And we really fancy that we might well be going to do that next year, don't we, with a
bit
big
of-
media campaign.
Well,
And
given the media coverage we've given everything this year, the audience that the YouTube channel's getting now, the audience that the radio show is now getting, and a media campaign by Nitro and the Fishing Association, one would hope that we will have our best year ever next year.
and with
Steve.
Craig and Mike jumping on board
Craig and Mike
in
supporting us.
September through Midi and
Yeah.
Woodlands Thirsk and anybody else that's doing them. So the future looks rosy.
It's been a good year, Steve.
It's been, yeah.
We've given away entry into a £10,000 final, a holiday for 4 people for the value of nearly 900 quid.
We're supposed to be filming that, by the way.
Rods.
The guy contacted me.
Oh, he did contact
Oh, yeah,
you?
he said, yeah, I'm going to be filming it. I said, it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it?
We've given away rods, reels, we've got a rod to give away today, we've given away keep nets, buckets full of bait, catchy bait, casters, we've given away all sorts.
I'm telling you
How
now, the
many
Guess the
clickers?
Weight competition
Don't
will end
even
up
know
being
how
the
many
biggest
clickers
prize in... It will, won't it?
Yeah,
it's free.
The guess the weight actually totals up to potentially more than the prize of the final.
By next year, if we, once we get it, if they're £900, £1,000 a throw value type prices, yeah. They're only going to get better, aren't they? And again, Nitro obviously going to want to get involved with that, and MIDI and all of these people. Which what we need is a decent bait sponsor now, isn't it, Sean?
Just giving, aren't you, Steve?
Want somebody for our F30, don't we? A bait sponsor, because we've got that. Obviously, we're looking forward to, and we got Matt Marstonfield's semi-final in 2 weeks today, isn't it?
Yep, we're going to be live from Marstonfields in 2 weeks,
Yeah.
Sunday the 3rd, and then 2 weeks after that we've got our final at Woodlands Thirsk. So don't
It's all
forget,
go, isn't it?
You can come and spectate both of those events if you'd like to, or you can just watch us on YouTube.
2 weeks after that, we got the F30 at Jansen's.
So what have we got? We've got some more guesses coming in already. Tyrone Horn says Luke £194, Craig Straw says
It's all
morning
go, isn't it?
guys. Michael Gray says Luke Bamford, £216 9 ounces. So don't forget to get your guess the weights in. If you haven't already done so, subscribe to the channel. Can't say fairer than that. We're giving away loads of free prizes, guaranteeing some huge sums of money.
And don't forget, it's a clicker this week. We've already announced
I'm
it.
not even
haven't we?
sure how many clickers we've given away. There must be double figures. Must be double figures.
Yeah, because at one stage we were even giving them
I was,
away
going down
for
the, I was going down the post office every week.
The big problem, as you said, is that the postage, the cost of the postage, and when you come to post a rod, it's £15 throw.
It was costing me £5 to post a £4 clicker.
Anybody really in fishing that's not entering that competition, there's either 2, 3 reasons, isn't there? Either they're just completely ignorant of the situation and don't know that it's happening, yeah?
Stan Dow says morning.
That could be the only sensible reason why you wouldn't have a bash, isn't it? It's free.
Well, yeah, or you're rubbish at guessing the weights like you are.
That could be another one, couldn't it? Yeah.
Mind you, my guess.
You've got to be a real fool to cut your nose off to spite your face with all of this. So
absolutely.
Well, we don't get paid for that person to subscribe, but we don't get paid for that, do we?
No.
So.
Oh,
yeah.
that's another nice cut there.
I'm
from
pretty
Mike.
sure there'll be people out there somehow saying that, you know, we're making a fortune somehow, won't they?
Have I got this
There'll
the
always
right
be
way
somebody
round?
that manages in the head to
We don't make any money. It costs us money to do this.
does at the moment, doesn't it?
I've gone that. to the
Fortunately,
wrong
we
person.
enjoy
That's a
running
lovely
ourselves
fish.
back.
Oh,
Mike.
that's the numbers up already.
That last one for Mike was
Bear with us.
a lovely fish, wasn't it?
Yeah, Colin Spence says. So, I don't know what he said there. Something to Luke, not Mike. 5-3 to Luke. Thank you, sir, because I've really cocked that up.
I thought you'd done something wrong because you said
Yeah, I've said-
Luke's
I've-
taken the lead for the first time
Yeah, I
before the last 2 fish of Mike's.
I'm going to go with. I've been distracted there. Thank you, Colin.
This time, haven't we?
And we're going to go with what Colin says.
Flagged
Craig Straw
about right
says
this
Mike
time,
£274.
Still the wrong way round.
Still the wrong way round.
Well, I've just changed it, so hopefully you'll catch up shortly.
Yes, okay, mate.
I'm going with what Colin Spencer says. 5-3 to.
I wasn't going
To
to
Luke.
mention it.
Colin knows nothing other
Distracted
than about
already.
flooring. He knows a lot about flooring and
Messed it all up.
holiday.
What I can tell you is the first few fish that Mike have had have been a proper carp, and some of these fish that Luke has had have been F1s by the look of it, or smaller fish.
Yeah, that last one of Mike's was a right lump, wasn't it?
He's had 2 proper lumps there, hasn't he? So. All good stuff from the Fishing Association.
Yeah, it's going to be a good match today, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a
Nice
good,
MIDI 5G pellet waggler rod to give away today. So
nice
closest to
steady,
the
easy
winning weight.
Sunday, eh?
Subscribe to the channel, get your guesses in. We need the winning angler and their winning weight, and it'll be closest to that weight wins. As always, you can have as many guesses as you like, but it'll be your last guess that counts. So don't flood the channel with loads of guesses thinking you've got it covered. It don't work like that.
Of course, this year's the last 2, Michael and Luke, were last year's finalists as well for this region. Have you said that?
Yeah, I've said that, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
No worries.
That's what I just said. Is it going to be repeat or revenge?
Yeah.
Grudge match here.
Who won
Last
it?
year's
Who won it? Oh, Luke won it last
Luke
year.
won it last
obviously,
year.
didn't he?
Yeah, this is a repeat of last year's final for the region. So
Well, it'd be handy if Luke won, just on the basis that his dad would come and it's always good to help out with the final and stuff like that. Having said that, Michael's dad's probably the same, or he's
I'd
probably,
help, Steve.
if you can arrange an entourage to come with you and help, we can.
Just going back to what you were saying about the final. Are you on Sunday night? Are you coming home?
After the final.
Yes.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
I'll book Monday off as well. So we don't have to rush out. We can have a beer afterwards and then go home the next day.
100%, yeah.
Okay.
I'm planning on being up.
I've
Pretty much, like I say, I booked in for the whole week. I booked in for the festival, but I can imagine I won't be there's no way on this earth will I be sat on a fishing peg for 6 hours, 5 days on the spin. Because
You have to be careful because you can't give spare pegs in festivals.
Yeah. Fortunately,
Controversial there.
Fortunately, I know the two governors there, and I might get away with it.
You can't. You need a stand-in, Steve. You can't give away a spare peg in a festival. People don't like it.
Mate, having me sat there is just as bad as having an empty peg, isn't it? You know what I mean? They probably do. They prefer it the other way. But I certainly, I like the idea of being up there all week and making sure everything's in order, ready. You know.
Yes, a few people just pointing out that I've totally messed up the fish count. Hopefully we've rectified it. Collins should be 5'4". Yeah, sorry, Colin. Yeah. So Colin's all over this. Colin Spence knows.
Hopefully this year's final will give us a chance to rectify all the rubbish that we've put out to you in previous years. Like, you know, well, we haven't won any awards for anything, have we? Funny that,
not
isn't it?
yet.
No.
I don't know if there is any YouTube awards, is there?
No, I just meant within the people, like, you know, we didn't win our angling time. We never even got a mention, did we? But there you go. They won't be able to ignore us forever, will they? Especially if Nitro are going to give them a media campaign to run on our behalf.
Do we really care?
No, we don't.
We're doing our own thing.
We don't really care, mate.
Richard Leach there unfortunately can't make the final, but we watch him from my deck chair. Good luck to Charlie Law. So is that deck chair abroad or are you staycationing, sir? Let us know. Where are you today? If you're on the bank side, let us know. We'll give you a shout out.
I'm trying to think. Aren't they fishing the canals? That part of that weekend, like a national or something or other, anyway.
Yeah,
it does clash, doesn't it, with someone?
Nocturnal Depth says award for the quickest swear word on a live.
There's 200 or 300 kids get together every year, same like every year, and go and fish a match and think they're saving fishing, like because you know what I mean. But they're not, are they? They're just looking after the 200 or 300 if they turn up people that would be fishing anyway. Just saying, John. You know what I mean? Let's be reasonable about it. Not doubting that hearts are in the right places here, but all we're actually doing is looking after what's going to exist and gradually diminish.
Might just levelling the scores there now if I've got them right. 5-5.
I think that sounds about right, yeah.
We want this. I like a nice close match where we don't know who's won, and I like it to go fish for fish at the end. I get a bit excited.
I like it when you sit there and your knees start, you know, shaking like a little boy, like, you know
That's
what I mean?
a bit boring when someone's £400 in front.
Yeah, no, I like it. I know when it's right when you get rocking, mate.
I start sound. Was it you said I sounded like I was narrating a horse race?
Yeah.
When you started touching my leg, I got a bit worried, like, and had to move.
When I squeezed it hard, Steve.
Yeah. You did, like, I've never seen it as bad, believe it or not. You went kicking and screaming into it, but you love that F30. You really, that was been one of the most. Yeah,
it was that and Jack Gill versus Alex Reynolds.
Same as any sporting event, you can go to 10, and if one or two of them are banging, then you're not doing three bad, are you?
Their last 30 minutes was proper awesome. That was.
I've got a sneaky feeling about today that today's going to be a good one.
Yeah. Definitely two very competent anglers, regional finalists last year.
I think
Luke
Mike's
going through.
Mike's going in front with the weight, even though the fish count. He's had a couple of bigger fish.
He has had some bigger fish. Whether that will stay that way as we go through the day.
But Dan said he expected the corners to initially to produce, didn't he? And then
the wind is blowing off Mike's bank though and onto Luke's bank. So anglers are sat opposite side to each other and opposite corners. For those of you that know the venue, we're on Hurricane today.
What pegs are they on, Mike?
Luke's on 29 and then Mike's on 22.
I mean, however you look at it, a corner gives you a slight potential advantage, then you've got more room between pegs and...
you've got more to fish to as well with the end bank, haven't you? Don't always work, but it gives you that option, doesn't it?
So... let's see how the numbers go on the old live today with the old football going on. No doubt Steve and Sean will keep us updated on the scores as well.
Everybody be on it, won't they? Well, not everybody.
Did Luke just have one?
Mike's just come out of hospital. He's been sticking pins in his eyes because he can't stand the birds.
Yes, he did, Mike, unless it's going to get off yet. It's just landed a
I missed
small.
that one. I haven't now.
Mike's old-fashioned and I'm just a youngster. I love Mike because he calls me.
Oh right, Nocturnal Depth says, I'm Sean, by the way, much easier to say. If I remember, it will be. Yeah, but I should do, shouldn't I? Because we've got a Sean sat behind us. So.
I saw a rig online the other day with a YOLO box. The dude had got it all set up with a special bit to mount things, but he'd also got a sleeve over the top that you could buy that shielded the light and all that.
Yeah, they give them with hoods and everything, yeah.
All things to
consider, Steve.
Yeah. I swear next year, by the time next year's Super Cup final comes, we'll have a camera on every angler for the final.
That'd be great.
I swear.
Cut to whichever angle you want.
That's a promise, that is.
That's a bold
That's a
statement.
promise, that is, at Alan Warren Graham. That is a proper promise. If I fail on that one, you're right to call me a lying charlatan, no good heathen.
You'll be right though, with Prime if you manage.
There'll be a fair sum of money involved in that.
Getting a camera on every angler.
It is the way forward, though, isn't it? You know, I was speaking with Dan the other week here.
Technology involved in that.
Well, not really, is there? No, there ain't. You
need
can link an A10 Mini to that system, and
you need an octopus to operate.
It's the manpower. It's the manpower's the issue, but an A10 Mini system, modular system, through all of that, that's just a switch. It can all be done relatively. You'd need to invest off the top of my head, 15 grand maybe to make that happen. But there's probably stuff that, well, there almost certainly is stuff that we don't know about it, because you're learning all the time.
At least then we don't need to worry about which pegs they're on, because we've got a camera on every single one.
It just means you're going to be busy, like deciding which one. That's the art of it. The equipment's one thing, isn't it? And it's. But the knowledge and the skill is in the operation of the equipment, isn't it?
Well, it's the, like you say, it's the live editing, because, like you say, what people don't realise is Mike stands there and switches cameras and puts it on split screen and
Ribbles
and all that, and puts the score up.
And from
wrong.
When you're doing that with 20 anglers, you, like Mike said, you'd need to be an octopus.
And for a man with an actual IQ of 50 as well.
We won't be keeping fish count for 20 anglers, I can assure you.
No.
Oh, that one nearly jumped out in me lap.
It's the people, it's the team, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's the potential that it's not even a matter of you keeping up with it. It's a matter of people having the option to watch whichever angler they want, as you've said previously, Mike. They can go onto the screen. They can actually decide who they want to watch. What you want is potentially 20 people are always being viewed. So any one person can see, it's up to them what they see.
That's what I said the dream would be in the future, wouldn't it? To have a website where you could log into your own part of that website and then you select who you want to watch, and you'd be able to see the bait trays, the side trays, how they're feeding, and whether that is something we can do in the future. That would be great. What have we got here?
Yeah, no, there'd be an interactive service where you know what I mean, whether you're watching because it's your son or your brother or whatever, or you're a supporter, but all of that, I reckon that's what I'm promising next year. By this time next year, either I'm out there or we've advanced to that sort of level of. We need to do that for the sport.
I don't know whether Sean's just discovered the channel, but he's been catching up on some of the older videos, saying that he's watching Andy Power head to head last night. This match seems to be pretty good so far, he says. Unsure I can even make out guess, not knowing the venue. Yeah, well the manager of the venue's been round and said, yeah, the F1s are sort of anything between 8 ounce and 2 pounds, and chatting with Luke, the carp can be anything from £2 to £12, so you'll have to be fairly eagle-eyed. And
I think the info we've got as well is we're looking for maybe £150-ish to win. But whether that'll be one of our anglers or not, that's for you to decide.
Richard Leach says, why no bank runners on the final? Well, I can answer that, because the final is held on a long spit where you'd be very intrusive to the anglers around them. Could you not use them to count the fishing anglers' feedback? So we have said you can have it's not really a bank runner, is it? But we have said you can have somebody that's sat opposite, haven't we, Steve?
Yeah, and he can say what he likes to you on the phone for
Yeah.
communication.
You can
Or
communicate from
walkie-talkie,
opposite,
or
but you're allowed to spectate from opposite on the final at Woodlands, aren't you? So
but putting 21 people down the middle of that spit, other than anglers, that are not
Yeah.
going to stay there all day. Do you know what I mean?
it would be intrusive, wouldn't it? So and we
nuisance.
don't weigh fish every half an hour like Fisho or but no, if one of the finalists would like to bring somebody to relay information to them from the far bank, that's allowed. Craig Straw says, I hope you took some Rolo cookie cake from Woodlands for the lads.
Or if the angler wants to leave their peg and go across to you, or in the cafe and meet you in the toilet or whatever, he can do that.
Yeah, but it's still fairly intrusive.
So that's what I say. You know what I mean?
You don't really want people walking past
No,
people, do you?
you don't want anybody on that. This year there won't be anybody on that island apart from the anglers or anybody we so choose that maybe, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There'll be nobody on there filming this year unless it's us, really, eh?
Mike, can we see if we can get some more information on this cake? Did Steve actually bring some cake from Woodlands, because it's not been bought here?
Craig Straw just says, I hope you took some Rolo cookie cake from Woodlands for the lads.
He's obviously just eating it all himself.
I think
and
he's
not
eating it all
Trying to get me in
himself.
trouble
Yeah.
is what he's done, right?
Craig's suggesting that Steve's left
He's
Woodlands
going to make out that
with
they actually
cake,
sent me
with the
specifically with
intention
cake.
Yeah.
of giving it to us,
And then
yet
not-
we haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Rolo cookie cake.
Yeah, that's what it
Cheers,
sounds like
Craig.
to me.
Yeah, cheers, Craig.
Oh look, Luke is fishing his right hand margin. So just for today, look, we have got
Oh, we've got a
margin cam.
margin cam.
Yeah,
Oh, here we
yeah.
go.
Oh, he's gonna, he's
Yeah,
gonna
how many
get
seconds
stiff now,
behind are
isn't he?
you?
Quite
We'll
a
find
bit.
out now.
If that buries straight away, that's,
Margin
it won't
cam,
though, will it?
yeah,
That's going to be our last hour bit of entertainment. And Luke's going to be coming from behind. Well, he's
Might
not
need you
actually.
just to go around and zoom focus that.
Shall I refocus that for you, Mike?
Right, yeah, I think you're going to need to go and refocus on that, aren't you?
That's a nice shot as well, look at
Well,
that.
the float's out of focus, isn't it? See if you can creep round there and hit that button.
Let's see
I
what
tell you what, his pole's dead still, isn't it? Look at that.
I think he's lent it on the bank.
I
Hasn't
Yeah, but it's still. Like,
I think it's freeze frame.
I could lean it on what I like, and the Parkinson's would still kick in, mate. I'm telling you, it would. I'm like, if that focused in, that looks a treat, won't it? Especially if it goes.
he? Yeah,
up there.
the focus isn't very good, is it? No, if he can get that focused on the float, that'd be awesome. So hopefully we'll have margin cam for you there. Then. And then Luke will come off it.
It shouldn't cause too much inconvenience, should it?
Just to see if Sean can get that adjusted for us. Hopefully we won't miss anything with Mike. I'll keep an eye on him as well.
Would you have said that it's focused more on the trees behind Michael, like you've pointed out previously?
Yeah, it's focused on the reeds in front. Oh, the float's gone, and
Bugger.
Luke's actually just had a fish.
Oh right. Oh yeah, I should see the bite. Yeah, see it.
Did you see the bite? Did you?
Yeah, sorted, man. If that had been in focus, that'd have been worth watching.
See if we can get Luke to put his float back there for us, so we can get it in focus. We ain't worried about him catching fish. We just want to focus on his float.
Yeah. No, that was proper. That was good stuff. If it had been in focus, it'd have looked awesome.
Luke has been really excited about us being here today, and
Well, basically here because he invited us. Isn't
yeah,
he? Well, he's a nice lad. We met him and his dad, say, last year's final, and he's put himself up for it and all that. And yeah, why not? We'll have some of that. And here we are.
Might have to go around there and help him. Just keep an eye on Mike at the same time.
Here it goes.
Is that better, Steve?
No,
No, I think he's focused on the cab button, on the old.
Yeah, that's no better.
Right, you're going to have to commentate whilst I go and sort it out, alright?
Okay. Do I have to keep an eye on it?
Well, no, not that. Just keep an eye on the fish and the count. I'll have a little look at it. That's fine, I'll sort it. Can you keep an eye on the fish count?
Yep.
Yeah? You know what you're doing, don't you?
Yeah.
So at the minute, everything's right.
We saw it though, just
Just as I was trying to.
It's a good start though.
Yeah, it's a pucker edge shot.
Yeah, if that had been focused, it'd have been a beauty. It was just so it burying, clunk clunk. At the end of the day, all the camera equipment in the world, you're hard pushed not to have it full. If you got it fully automated, it costs you thousands, won't it? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. It always relies, however good the equipment is, there's going to be a certain degree of reliance on an individual to operate it, isn't there?
Even autofocus don't work sometimes, because if you've got two things to focus on, i.e. the toss pot and the float, it might...
Whichever
can't distinguish between the two.
Well, you creeping up didn't stop him getting a bite, did it?
No.
Do you know what I mean? At the point where you was most intrusive, his float buried, didn't it?
I think it helped actually, just my presence.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, were you a fish magnet?
That's what it is.
Fish repellent. Mike's definitely a fish repellent, he's scared him off.
Yeah, he's put the top kit away now.
Yeah. But you can't, you need the actual float to focus on.
It's the sun glaring off his head, I think. You'll get sunstroke if you don't put a hat on that.
Yeah. You interfere with reception over here, mate. Put a hat on it.
Starlink's going Dutch.
Yeah, Starlink's gone mental.
Just uses Chrome Dome as a receiver. Well, it's still pretty even here, although Luke has got 9 to Mike's 5. I think the weights are similar.
Yeah, did he have some bigger fish, Mike?
Mike had a couple of really decent lumps early on. Yeah. Like 7 or 8 pound fish by the looks of it.
There's Ant Flint, oi oi, great coverage as always. Sean says look away for 2 minutes and Bamford's bagged a few. And that's what happens, and this is the great thing about this, you can dip out of this and dip in and you don't miss anything unless we get the count wrong. But
you miss out on everything.
Well, it's
following information that we're giving you for a start. we seem to be able to totally dictate what people are thinking.
We mislead people horrendously, don't we?
Yeah.
It was like someone was saying earlier about having the football on one TV and the fishing on the other TV. I can't remember what I was watching. I had the Fishing Association match on one TV and it was either the cricket or the football on in the other room, and I'm just sort of like flitting between the two. Be nice if you had 2 big screens set up side by side, but
yeah, I could put it, like I said, I could put it as a picture-in-picture in the corner, but I think we'll get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Next year's prize money's gone.
God, BBC have sued us.
Yeah. Big announcement, if you haven't already heard so and you've only just tuned in, next year's prize pot for the Super Cup is guaranteed at £51,000 and it will start at that. If we sell the tickets, it will go up from that. So,
if you don't sell enough tickets, it will still be that.
But hopefully we'll sell enough tickets for it to be £100,000 again.
well, this year we've created our audience. We're drawing 30,000 unique views to the YouTube channel every 3 months, and that's as far back as the records will tell us. So I'm assuming it's slightly bigger than that. And the collaboration with the Feel Good Fishing Show on the Feel Good Radio Show is drawing in 30 to 100,000 listeners. Steve's just announced a collaboration with Nitro as well, so there'll be a media campaign for ticket sales for next year. So yeah, all's good. I mean, we're expecting it to be bigger than 51,000, but you know, if you're entering, you're not getting any less than that anyway.
Luke's just caught goldfish.
But there's still an awful lot of people.
Did I miss that?
I think he might have done. Yeah, he just caught goldfish.
Some of Luke's have been smaller.
Yeah.
So we might need two for some of Mike's one.
How many entries do we need to get the prize put up to 100k, Steve?
Craig Straw says, I've got football final on now on the TV and I'm watching you guys on the phone. Well, there you go.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah.
It's about 1,200, I don't know. I can't remember.
Both anglers into fish there. Is that a
It's
swinger?
not that- what would be ideal was be the biggest prize and have some good runner-up prizes and section as well, wouldn't it? Before
Well, all to go with all the giveaways that you're doing throughout the year.
I'd have thought to make it up to 100k again, reality-wise, it'd need to at least make 150k. You know what I mean? I think you'd want a 50k's worth of peripheral prizes.
Wouldn't that be great? His second prize was still the biggest prize in angling.
Yeah, well, that would be. No, but do you know what I mean?
That'd be silly, wouldn't it?
If it was sort of 20 or 15.
Imagine being the runner-up in the
section.
Super Cup. But that'll happen in years to come because it will grow.
Well, we could do with regional prizes, couldn't we? We could do with so that you get through to the final, and instead in maybe having the repechage or the semi-final, where your money went into a pot there and it paid out for a prize pot for, you know.
Yeah, a few anglers were asking whether there was a prize for making it through to the final, which Steve did obviously do in year one when it was funded by Steve.
Well, the other thing that we're looking at doing as well, and again, all input, we've got 4 weeks to decide exactly the direction we're going in, but Nitro want to run some individual matches as well, some big qualifier type matches as part of the bang for the buck scenario. So what we're looking at maybe is having 3 qualifiers, say 100, 120 peggers, whatever, obviously one at Woodlands or wherever, like Marston Fields, whatever, over the year. Another 60 quid entry fee with a qualifier going through to the Super Cup final. Again, all the money going towards the prize pot of the Super Cup final. How we divvy it up is usually, we're pretty early this year, but
Yeah.
you know, all we can say about how it's divvied up is whatever it is will be paid out. There's nothing to come off of it. We should steer everybody away from third-party payments to PayPal wherever possible. But other than that, all the money gets paid out, and that's going to remain the same.
So there's potentially 2 ways of making it to the final next. Well, and if you do a semi-final again, there's potentially 3 ways of making it to the final, isn't there?
The other thing is we've got Pascal apparently coming out. I'm meeting up with him to do with the brand, and something we always wanted to do from the start, and that's well and truly back on the table, is having a qualifying region in, like Sean said, we wouldn't be any worse off having one in Holland as we would in Shropshire, would we, Sean?
We'd probably get more entrants from Holland and Shropshire.
Yeah. But anyway, then we'll work.
We'll have an international region.
Yes, absolutely. Potentially, listen, if they can come up with 32 anglers, France, you know, there's no reason why everybody can't have their own, isn't there? You know.
Yeah. Well,
it's always been on the table, and I think it's
never limited to the UK, was it?
No. I think that 51,000 is like totally irrelevant, other than guaranteeing that stopping people from being out of chunter on Facebook about.
It is funny that people go, well, I don't know whether I'll enter because it's only this much money. And
you won't hear from them anymore.
And you think, Would you walk past 20,000 quid if it was laying on the street, on the floor? No, you wouldn't, would you? Don't talk silly. But no, it'll stop all that, won't it? And it'll stop them people from not entering because they're unsure whether it's worth it.
Well, what it'll do, you know what it'll do. What'll happen is once people realise, I should get a load of phone calls next week saying, "Mate, I'm ever so sorry. I even doubted what you was going to say and questioned this, that, and the other. I was just being silly and trying to impress somebody that I shouldn't have been wasting my time doing. I'm so sorry, mate. It'll never happen again." That's not going to happen either, is it?
No.
One or two might. There's always somebody that's man enough, but usually they'll just continue further on down a rabbit hole is what happens, and they'll try and think of another reason to. So, it is what it is, isn't it? They'll just deny it ever happened. Anyway, it's not about that, is it? We've got this to sort out, and I've got massive plans with once the winter starts for getting this educational grant sorted out and getting a team together. Like I say, I've got Justin from Off the Scale Outdoor Pursuits and a team of coaches that he's got behind him. He's going to be looking after the junior side of things on our behalf now, the F1, etc, etc. And anybody who knows me knows that I am really looking to get Nicole Marchant, her family, tied down well and truly with Logan Frizzell and his family, and getting them on board with regards to coming round and the possibility of a school to school and getting them and a team working together to try and promote angling. And hopefully one day my grandchildren will come home and tell me that they've been taught fishing at school. Because I'm not hearing it at the moment, but that's what we need to do, and that's what, you know, the part of the winter's certainly going to be for us. And again, I know Nitro are on board with all of that, and everybody who's behind us and coming on board now, he's going to play a massive part of that. So all looking good for next winter, really, I think.
Just getting back to the tickets thing as well, obviously the more tickets sold, the more the prize pot, but we're definitely going to have tickets on sale on the final day, Steve.
Yes.
And we're going to have links posted up on the final on the live feed, so while you're watching the final you can get your ticket for next year's Super Cup.
Well, building up over the next 4 weeks, we'll be hot on the bit of blinging that, making it presentable, getting the page, getting all the links, getting everything sorted out, getting all the advertising. It's 4 weeks and suddenly it looks, I've come home from Woodlands and it suddenly looks like it's a very, very busy 4 weeks, non-stop, I would have said.
Regular contributor there, Malvin Moss, says you seem to have moved on from the time you asked who were Nitro. Really enjoying the matches. Now all I have to do is ignore the wife snagging all day.
Yeah.
Stick with it.
Yeah, stick with it, mate. Yeah. Don't get involved with in an argument.
Have you got any earbuds?
Yeah.
Give them to her.
No matter how stupid you think she is, think how stupid must you be for getting involved in an argument with somebody that stupid. If that don't sound stupid.
Looks like
I do it all the
Mike's in
time.
again at the end there. We've got a good view of his pole from where we're seated actually.
Yeah.
Has he started fishing shallow to the reeds, has he? He's behind, but he's had some bigger fish, so I think it's still level pegging. Behind on the numbers, probably equal on the weight. Although we tend to, I think we shouldn't say too much this week, Steve. How far we got it wrong last week.
Yeah, I'm not really getting to. I'll probably change.
Just don't get involved, Steve.
But last week I was just basically, oh yeah, he's won it. Yeah, pretty certain. Yeah,
he was adamant.
Yeah,
You was absolutely adamant that he'd even though he was behind you.
Job to have been more wrong in my life, to be honest with you. First to admit it. Yeah, no, couldn't have been more wrong.
Well, in all fairness, the fishery as well thought the same. They thought there'd be bigger fish on that bank, didn't they?
Justify anything at all, does it? Really?
It just means we're all as useless as each other, that's all.
I was going on what I thought my eyes were seeing.
Prize this week for the guess the weight competition is the MIDI 5G pellet wag rod, courtesy of down here at Shearsby Valley Fisheries. Get your guesses in.
Well, I'm going to set it up and have a chuck in a minute.
Get your guesses in and you could have that rod by the end of the week.
Yeah.
Loads of prizes given
Mike's
away.
in again. I think he is fishing shallow. I've just had the binoculars on him and
What? Binoculars?
Binoculars.
Yeah.
We'll catch up quick, catching shallow, and it's the smaller stamp for shallow fish though, aren't they? He's early edge fish, short fish were quite big, weren't they?
But Dan did say he felt that the edges would maybe start off. It's often the case, isn't it? Like resident fish, and then they gradually move out. Some who knows. I ain't really watching, but I'm guessing Luke's caught quite a few small fish.
He has caught some smaller fish.
Them shallow fish. What's that? About £1.5 for Mike.
You're going to need to keep an eagle eye today for the guess the weight, because the F1s are ranging sort of 8 ounce to £2, the carp from 2 to 12 pounds. So at the end there, we could have some right big edge dwellers to try and keep a count off.
We could do with something with these gazebos where at least they got like.
He's in again straight away. He's got that shallow line going now.
Yeah, he's got that right, isn't he? If that keeps going.
That's free fish and free puttings.
Yeah. Colin Spence has had a guess, £178 to Luke. Sean got a love of a face full of maggot dust.
Yeah, Luke keeps getting that, doesn't he? Every time he chucks a load of maggot in, the dust comes back in his face. Oh, look at it.
Yeah. Sore eyes. Well, he's got his.
He's going to have a
you just don't want to breathe it in, do you?
He's going to have a mazy beard at the end of it, isn't he?
I like Colin's guess, about £180.
That's a bit high, I reckon.
Do you think?
Might be a bit on the high side.
Well, we're 50 minutes in.
Nowhere near high enough, that means.
Maybe with some good stamp edge fish at the end, that could leave that rod alone. You can't stop touching it.
I don't really want it there, do I? The last thing you want is a rod
on a chair.
Like,
are you thinking of putting your feet up, Steve? Is that what it is?
No, it's not. I've seen it before. It just takes somebody to just sit on it.
That's a much better fish. What's that? That's got to be nearly £3.
That was a good sized fish catching shallow there.
Yeah.
£1.5.
Look at it, man.
Look at it, man.
It.
Proper grudge match today. Last year's
best part of £3 that fish.
Yeah, last year's final between these two.
Looks like it.
Regional final, won by Luke Bamford. So is it going to be repeat or revenge? Let us know your thoughts.
See how long it takes him to get
Sean said it might be a bit of protection from the sun.
Well, there's a good ripple on it now. It's a different day to when we started, isn't it?
Yeah, the wind's picking up now. Yeah.
It's starting to take effect.
Probably see.
But
that
again,
on camera.
That's what Dan was saying about the corner pegs, weren't it?
Well, that'll be interesting for the edge fish late on if that wind pushes onto Luke's bank all day. He could find himself behind and then come from behind.
He's straight in again, Mike.
Yeah. That's good for him with the wind behind him feeding that, I should think, as well, isn't it? That'll group up nice, won't it? Still feeding that edge, both sides, look. Nearly an hour in. 6-hour match today, 10 till 4. So if you do disappear and watch the football, make sure you come back. Both anglers netting fish at the same time there.
Oh, that looks like a decent fish from Mike.
And you can see the size difference.
I'd like to see this. It looks even bigger than the last one. That did.
They look 3 times the size of Luke's. Don't listen to us, so we don't know nothing.
Yeah, had 3 attempts at it though.
Misleading everybody last week.
Oh no, it's not as big as it looked like through the binoculars.
Keep snacking on things I don't need. Right. Looks good on the big screen, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Do we look like we're spoiling Nature's Day? Neil Carr's put poor guy on the corner. Neil Carr's, but he sat in front of us at Woodland.
Has he gone straight back out again, Sean? He thought? Looks like it. Luke's netting some. He's going to need to keep in front on the numbers if they're
smaller fish, aren't they?
Smaller stamp. Long way to go. Yeah, so So exciting times for the Fishing Association. Two weeks' time we'll be at the semi-final at
Andrew Elliot on Facebook. Come on, Michael Elliot. Elliot, you can do it in a kiss.
Sean's just put, what's the net limits? So the net limits here are £65. If you go over, it just counts as £65. Simon Spinks, what times are the final at Woodlands? What time's the final at Woodlands, Steve?
Well, Simon will need to be there at about 7 in the morning.
There you go. I like my tea with no sugar, Simon.
He's coming for a big tea boy, Simon, is he? That's not what Steve said.
And I like to wear it down my t-shirt. Me and Simon are Facebook friends now.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
You and who?
Simon Spinks. It's because I talk nicely about him all the time, see?
Yeah.
Mandy Bevan has having a guess there, £156
Pair
to
on you, well
Mike.
used to having your head stuck up each other's.
Simon, he's just blown me a little kiss as well on the
Oh,
chat.
Simon?
Yeah, bless him.
You mean our new cameraman?
Yeah, cameraman, yeah.
I've only got 2 friends on Facebook, and that's you 2.
Well, there you go, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, much better than losing the whole net. So yeah, if you
We're
go-
work colleagues, you twat. Don't go spreading it around that we're friends, all right?
Yeah, because Steve won't have that.
Sorry. I can't help myself.
Really?
No, I just can't help it. Still, I don't care. Did you see me new? That's Dorks, Walks and Talks, the new thing.
Talks, walks, and
Yeah, that's what Lester said. It should be the new feature, like, you know what I mean? He said some woman had phoned and said about it. I'm guessing it was Judith, his co-host. It is quite. I hate my name. I absolutely hate Dorks, but I suppose you could turn it into an advantage, couldn't you?
Harry Sneath there having the guess with Luke to win £163 11 ounces. It'll be a good day. It'll be an action-packed day by the looks of things. Dan, fishery manager Dan, coming giving it the kiss of death by saying that Luke wins most matches here.
Yeah.
That's a smaller fish for Mike, so you can swing that one in.
Well, it's pretty useful, that, isn't he? Like, you know what I mean? I forgot to remind me to ask Luke about midi.
I'm not having a tea off Simon Spinks ever again.
A tea.
Yeah, he said he's going to make it with laxative and that should make for entertaining viewing.
What does he stir it with? What are you stirring your tea with, Simon?
I'm never having a tea from Simon Spinks. That might not make for good audio. Oh, and he's had a guess as well, but you don't count because you're now staff.
Who's that?
Simon.
Yeah, no, you're now staff.
You're now staff, so you can't win that.
I wonder what pole Luke's choosing. We could perhaps have a look. It's ground a bit of midi, isn't it?
What were they called? Reactor cores.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice poles, I think.
Nice
yeah, mini
looking
poles,
pole.
yeah.
£4.5 grand's worth, the top of the range one.
I think Rob Whitton used to have a lot of input into their poles when he used to just be associated with midi.
Well, I know Nitro are looking to be bringing out a pole by next year, and they certainly ain't mucking around. And I know they're bringing out their range of seat boxes with a top of the range version as well. Hey, they're looking to create a
What's it
brand
going to be?
within
Do you know,
match
like a
fishing.
station or a...
I don't know to that degree. Yeah, I was listening in on a conversation and that, but I certainly know. All right, what they've got on the market at the moment isn't like a wide range, but I know it's all in the pipeline and part of what trying to make it happen ties in very nicely with working with us and all the stuff that we're doing.
I'm a bit naive, but what does this mean? Simon says he'll stir my tea, but he only needs a shallow cup. Rude boy.
I only need a shallow cup, but I needed to put it on the floor.
You've got to be able to pick something out of a beer glass with it, haven't you? 10 pence piece.
Let's get back to the fishing, shall we?
Yeah.
As Mike draws within 1 fish of Luke.
And bigger,
And bigger.
we suspect. Probably.
There's Lester, hi from the Feel Good Mansion House.
Hi, Lester.
Lester's got a mansion house for the Feel
Don't
Good station.
listen to him, it's delusional. To say the least. You'll start to build up an image of your head in your head.
Isn't that what Hugh Hefner had?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
bet Lester's sitting there watching in his smoking
The
jacket.
Feel Good Mansion.
Any sounds you hear in the background, take them with a pinch of salt. It's all an illusion.
And what happens in the grotto?
Mate, he's Welsh. That's it. I'm resting my case there.
Morning, Lester. All good fun.
He had his hero on last night on the radio
we've just
show.
lost Simon as a cameraman. He now wants to go back to the guessing the weight. So.
Yeah, no, he had one of his heroes on the radio show last night, Giles Cochran. They were
Yeah, I
singing.
heard that. Yeah.
They got Welsh choirs singing and all sorts. But you got to take it off to them. They know how to belt out of tune. The old sheep.
Leave it.
Yeah, leave it.
Before you
Leave
upset
it.
anyone, Steve.
Hey,
Isn't the football just kicked off?
probably, mate.
Are we going to switch it up?
Yeah, I think so, mate. Yeah.
Luke, £165, says Mr. Spinks.
You can't play. You're a cameraman.
So,
I haven't heard from Diverpot lately.
oh, you've been doing an awful lot of
Anybody
running,
else?
isn't he?
Anybody else fancy a
running
job
and
as a
cycling?
cameraman for finals day?
Is it did the pop down the running and cycling?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been doing loads of that, hasn't
Not so keen on fishing.
he? Yeah, what's going on about that?
I don't know. Running and cycling, no, it's not my field of excellence. Not these days, anyway.
Yeah, Sean just saying, I guess with this venue you need to keep the silvers separate. There was no mention of a separate silvers net, but you can probably see better than we can, but I thought they were just...
£65, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it was as simple as it
£65, yeah.
needs to be.
But are they catching silvers? I thought are they just little F1s? You can probably see better than we can. We always, like I always say, we've only got a little 4-inch screen here on my encoder. 3-4-inch screen. Although the lads are watching on the big TV to my right, I can't see that. It looks like that's now going on to the football. So
Come on,
they're really interested in what's happening in front of us.
Right, there we go. What would make that more visible?
And we'll keep you updated with the score as well.
Put sun in.
You're going to have to adjust the brightness, Steve. Is that what it is?
No, it's just because you're looking, you've got a glare behind you. Could do with
Steve
it.
only watches it because if one of the girls scores, he wants them to take their top off and swing it round their heads.
Well, Jim's
You get fined for that now, don't you?
Thelma's
All of
cousin,
them.
don't she? Jim
Even the
Mrs.
men do, don't
plays
they?
for these,
Get
lot,
fined
doesn't she?
for that.
She plays.
She's the top. Well, who that one that whipped her shirt off in the European Cup
Oh,
final?
I thought you meant Jim's girlfriend Thelma was a football player. No, you're
No,
Shearsby.
Thelma's niece, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ryan Forrester, it's going to be a
This
close
is the one that
match.
whipped her top off that
Close one to
stole
call.
the show.
I think you'll be right, sir. We'll probably do Luke an injustice by saying all his fish are tiny, and he'll probably go and...
Good challenge. Hey?
Are they kicked off, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, right, so it's 0-0, we think. Yeah, it's going to come
I've
down
got to say,
to,
when I see these, I watch heaps and heaps of it, but some of the goals were cracking.
Yeah.
Are you going to commentate on the football whilst we're watching the fishing?
You what, mate?
No, he's banned now from commentating on the football. That's it.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
watch.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I was just talking about it. I'll make a cup of tea. Might even have a packet of crisps.
Oh yeah, do a bag of crisps.
I say there's two flavours.
Made me laugh last time out. Did you have a KFC?
Oh, we had chicken.
yeah,
You went and got a bucket full of chicken.
Yeah, and you carried on commentating with a mouthful of chicken.
It was nice, I know.
Yeah, but we were all on our own. There was no one to take over.
That's what I was asking. Is there anywhere up the road?
We've set people's expectations who watch this channel, so there's no point in changing it.
No, disappoint some of them.
Yeah, Mike's pulling out of a fish there.
No, I don't know where the
The
nearest.
shallow line's slowed up now.
I don't know where the nearest KFC is to it. To be
You can
fair.
easily put it into your phone, though, can't
Yeah, you could look, Sean.
you? I will.
You can go rag that old transport around the
Or
country
Burger
lanes.
King, or probably one of the local Wendy's and get some of their dirty fries.
I've not had dirty fries. I've had a Wendy burger, though.
Oh, them dirty fries, them Wendy's dirty fries are something else.
Get your
How could
comments
these
in.
lose 6-1 to the Jats and even pose a threat for us?
Get your guess the weights in. Today's prize on the guess the weight competition is a MIDI 5G pellet waggler rod.
And it's gorgeous.
Courtesy of, Steve and Sean have got their eyes all over it. Courtesy of Dan here at Shearsby Valley Fishery.
Burger King.
Closest to the winning angler and the
Oh,
winning
they're
weight.
everywhere, mate.
6-hour match today, 10 till 4. So if you do disappear to watch the football, come back and join us at the end.
Is a Haymarket in Leicester.
Are you asking me or Google? I think it is. It does ring a bell.
Don't forget to hit that subscribe button on the channel.
That shallow line was went
light
off.
now,
Well, yeah, went off on a flyer, didn't it? And it slowed.
Now it's died.
Had 4 or 5 fish on it, and then it's just.
You thought he was going to tear the match up.
Yep.
Local moorhens having a right battle in front of us. Crisp packets are the noisiest things in the world, aren't they?
Yeah.
So
Not
how
just
can
to own, but you want a bowl, don't you, to tip them out in. That's what you want.
I- Or a cup.
Yeah. Cup's far less rustly.
There you go.
You got all 6 of them in there, mate.
That tastes good when we put tea in it later, won't it?
What is it? Cheese and onion. Cheese and onion tea.
Well, it tastes better than Simon Speaks' tea, I know that, mate.
Yeah, especially. Yeah. Now we know what he's stirring it with.
Adrian Nixon, Mike to win £173. Keep the guesses coming. Mike's in again.
What's quite funny about this is there's a lot of cricket banter with the football in Australia and what have you. The reality is, though, Australians would want us to beat Spain, wouldn't they? And if it was the other way round, if it was Australia against Spain, we'd want Australia to beat Spain as well, wouldn't we?
No.
All right, okay.
Are you kidding?
Fair enough. Do we really hate them that much, Australians? Yeah, you're going to say it, yeah.
What, more than Spain? Yeah. Spain's closer to go to holiday.
I don't hate anyone.
No,
I'm only talking in sporting terms.
I think it's in sporting terms. It's only when we're playing Australia or cricket.
It's a bit like saying, you know, if Man United are playing against someone you want them to win. No.
No,
You don't.
no.
Under any circumstances.
So if Man United are playing in the final of the European Cup, you wouldn't want them to win over Bayern Munich?
No, you want to get them really well
You'd
and
like to
truly
see it
stuffed.
have it 100%.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be pleased at all.
No.
Okay. Right. Fair enough.
And I'm sure they'd say the same about Liverpool.
I think that's half the problem we have with an international team, that club football dominates people's opinions more than international. Most people follow a club in the country, don't they? And that nationalism isn't that big a thing, is it?
No.
Is it something that's bigged up by the media more? It's a separate audience, isn't it? Watching international football is a separate audience to watching Chelsea play.
No one wants to watch Chelsea play.
Unless Chelsea supporter, obviously, and they're quite keen on it. And that's half the problem, isn't it? You've got when you get an international team and there's a Man United player in it, you can't allow yourself to want him to do well, even though he's playing for England. Or is it a bit different then?
Yeah, it's slightly different then, I think.
Ah, right, that's okay then. Thank
Yeah.
God for that.
Unless it's Harry Maguire.
Yeah, Slabhead, or whatever you call him.
Did he go to West Ham?
I don't know. I don't think he did in the end. I heard Man United were going to pay him to leave, and he still wouldn't go.
I see Harry Kane's
He's gone.
scored
Yeah.
his first goal. Not a decent one. Good player.
I see a good thing about Harry Maguire. He's going to try and learn to speak German. Just after he's learned to speak English.
I suppose that was obvious. He definitely needs some sort of background, don't he? He needs a... Or maybe it should be on the backboard.
That's just slowed up for both anglers now, isn't it?
Yeah, the fishery's gone a bit quiet now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Standard stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good
after the
first
fast
hour,
start.
food fish, and then you meander along. I
Mike's-
wish you'd have probably stuck at something.
Mike's managed to bring the numbers up almost level with Luke. Ryan Forrest there thinks Luke might nick it with £153 to mix 150, so he's expecting a nice tight match.
Well, I think it's a close run thing.
I think it's a nice even fishery, isn't it? I think.
He did say it was fair fishery, didn't
Yeah. I think you could win off any peg.
I think it's a cracking little lake, I do. I do, honestly.
Wouldn't mind it in my garden.
Exactly right, mate. Exactly right. Like we were saying earlier, that the whole property, the whole fishery, back in the day, it was.
I mean, the view we've got now of
A
the
nice
landscape is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I remember fishing here once in a club match, and we had the most horrendous lightning storm, thunderstorm you've ever witnessed, and it was one of them ones where it was literally right over your head, and it was almost like the lightning was cracking off in the field right behind you. I've never seen so many anglers run for cover in my life.
Paul Blakely's been on. He reckons Luke will win with £136. Elizabeth Evans, Auntie Liz to Mike Elliot, I think. I'm sat watching with your dad. You've got this. Just do what you do best. There we go. Love Auntie Liz. Look. It's a family watching at home. And I did say to Mike actually at the start of the match, is anyone watching at home?
There is a few family members he's got on the stage.
Yeah, because the nice thing about this is that people do get to see what they wouldn't normally. That's not the first time we've had family members sat watching with.
There's nothing to stop them.
Edge cam, Mike, edge cam.
Oh
nothing
yeah,
to
we
stop
might
them
just
turning
put fish
up.
in the net.
Alarm, we want an alarm to go. Ooh, edge cam.
Edge cam.
Oh, he's in.
Oh, he's
Oh, I
in.
didn't even get the float. That's
No
gone.
way, Mike.
Oh, what?
That's gone straight under. So is it going to be a bigger stamp?
No.
It's a bit wobbly, isn't it?
It's hanging on.
Bit wobbly. He's missed it with the net.
It's foul look, isn't it? Foul look little, do you think?
He might have just laid across it, mightn't he? Might be
you go.
right there.
It's only just realised it's well, there you
He's
go.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's laid across it there,
Yeah,
isn't
absolutely. He'll go in there now and have nothing, yeah? You but get the camera on there, but he'll have nothing.
That was well quick, wasn't it? It was like...
Pathetic.
he? Yeah, he.
Absolutely
Sean just saying
pathetic.
too quick, not quick enough with the camera. He, I think he laid it across his back, didn't he? Let's
There'll
try
be
and
nothing
anticipate
left
it
there
this
now.
time.
It will sit there.
Oh, that's a good shot, isn't it? That's a good shot.
No,
Oh, no.
mate, we're watching footy.
I've got it on my phone now.
Oh,
He's hooked
Oh,
up
he's
to the
hooked up on-
reeds or something.
Oh no, he's got a bit of root there.
Now,
Oh, that's all gone peat time.
now Luke's going to bend over and show crack with his thumb.
He's still on float cam, it's now crack cam.
Yeah, luckily I've changed it, but that is pretty much what I can see on the
Is it
on
really?
the encoder.
I was on it, weren't I? Like straight in there on crack cam.
Well, there we
Oh,
go.
actually, you
Steve's not one to miss an
Did you
opportunity.
see
no,
what he hooked up to? Look, he just pulled it out of the water.
Yeah, big root.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're wishing he'd cleaned that out.
Yeah, I was
before
going to say, he
start.
didn't garden that very well, did he? He had proper access to it. I'd have had your hands in the water and grab everything out of that.
But nice to see if they do rock up down there, though. We're going to have plenty of float shots for you. Let's try it again, shall we?
He's
Well, I might
not
have to
shy.
move the,
He's put it
right.
straight back in there. You don't think that's going to disturb it, does he?
I'm going to have
don't,
to move
does
the
it?
old
It's
Don't it?
I don't think there's going to be anything there
I'd have
anyway.
left that now after pulling that and bending over it.
No, I'd have had to add a look, even though I don't think it's going to happen. I think
Still keeping an eye on
you
Mike.
just because he dropped it. I don't know how big was the fish he just pulled out of it. It was hard to tell, weren't it?
Yeah, it was foul looked, wasn't it? So it could have been pound.
It
couldn't
did,
it?
we
Could have been,
did
12,
realise,
could have been
and
a
then
12-pound carp, or it could have been a 2-pound
Yeah.
F1, couldn't it? We used to know. couldn't
if that was a proper carp, I'd definitely be in again. If it's an F1, it's probably going to just, you know, they're hard to catch, aren't they? They're different to catch. That's the trouble with loads of F1s. You get loads of bites, don't you? And you actually.
That's a lovely float shot, Mike. That is.
Is it? Did we get the zoom right?
That's pretty good.
Is it in focus?
Yeah, the floats.
So
Not-
we're just keeping an eye on Mike at the other end of the lake as well. At the minute, he's just shipped in, so he's not fishing at the minute. Come on, float cam.
If you can't read small print anymore because of vision problems,
Turn your sound down, Steve. Schoolboy errors. Sean just saying that was proper bad luck. Yeah, it was. But Mike's just gone back out shallow and hooked straight into another fish.
Straight into a fish.
Now I've got my scoreboard all in the wrong place. So there, 1918 to Mike at the minute.
Was that a decent fish, Mike? Just said,
Another
couldn't you
proper
see?
grub. You couldn't see?
No, could you see?
Oh, I was just doing the count.
It's not come up on the live feed yet, Mike. Oh, there it is. No, it's
You're a little bit behind, isn't
pound, if that.
you? They all add up. So Luke's had a lot of small fish, hasn't he? So
Yeah, like you say, it's about the sort of stamp at the minute, isn't it?
yeah.
A few bigger ones Mike's had, but on a whole, it's sort of pound and a half fish.
Tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to lose the overlay. We've got that right down. Hopefully we can still see. Hopefully. There we go. That's what we do. Mike's gone straight out shallow and he's into another fish. Luke's give up that edge for a sec.
He's gone straight down his upper edge. Have you got a camera on that one, Mike?
No, we haven't got a camera on that one. Steve, what I want for the final next year is 4 cameras on each angler.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries, mate. Yeah. Yeah, I promise.
I promise.
Yeah. Well, when somebody comes on and accuses you and saying you promise this, promise that, it's like, I
Do our
really
best,
did.
mate.
Eh?
Yeah, it's like we'll do our best, mate.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Oh, sorry we didn't live up to your expectations.
Yeah.
What is it they say about promises?
I don't know.
May be broken.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's just when somebody starts
Is
putting
that your
words
motto?
like that.
Is that the morals you live by?
I think
Goes
that's the
round
Fishing
mentioning it, you
Association
promise
motto.
this and promise that.
That's the Fishing Association motto.
You know what I
If we
mean?
make a promise, we can break a promise.
No, that's an old saying, isn't it? You never heard that.
I don't know. So thank you for sticking with us if football isn't your thing.
Oh! Look. Oh. Oh.
Was that nearly a goal, Steve?
Yeah.
Or you got pains?
Yeah, a bit of but it was. It did everything bar go in by the looks on it.
Another little fish there for.
And not for us either.
Another one. Yeah, we don't want to know about anybody else scoring.
No.
Another little one there for Mike. Catching shallow. And Luke's now gone long and shallow as well.
Power on there, live action.
I like them smoky bacon crisps, really nice. You know,
Don't forget to
sometimes
subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Nearly 30,000 of you have been watching in the last 3 months. We've got just over 2,000 subscribers. Loads of prizes.
We've done a mixture.
Got the 2 finals coming up. There'll be live coverage of the final at Woodlands. And live coverage of the semi-final at Marston Fields.
That's how uninteresting I am. Yeah, you're right. I'll tell you what is good mix though. Top food tip here for our listeners.
Are you gone foodie again, Steve?
Yeah. Heinz tomato soup and oxtail soup, half and half.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's really nice that.
How did you stumble across that?
A bloke called Bill told me, Warren's mate, when we were out fishing, we were down Ringsted one day on the island, and he come with some in his flask. I thought, yeah, that's lovely. Yeah. Oxtail soup.
Talking about food, did you find a local eatery?
I got lost halfway through now. I'm back on it as soon as I filled the kettle up. More top catering tips from the Fishing Association. A meal for anyone. Huh? Once you get rolling with these things, it's just you can't avoid it, can you? Everything's an advertising opportunity. A meal for anyone.
The Fishing Association cookbook coming to your store soon.
Coming next week from Marston Fields, Katie Ogle teaches you how to make a Victoria sponge and chocolate fudge cake.
Is that what you got waiting at home?
No, he's got.
She can make a cake.
He's got Woodlands Rocky Road cake at home.
Oh yeah, it's just hidden up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rolo cookie.
Yeah.
There was nothing given to me to give to you guys at all. No checks, no nothing. We mentioned checks. Nobody gave me £1,000 and said give that to Mike and Sean for going to
Luke's having a bit of a drought now, isn't he? Although the fish on Mike's line seem to have reduced in size.
No one's catching a lot of them in it, are they?
I don't know whether Luke's just seen a mugger there potentially.
KFC. .8 wide. Foss Park Avenue.
That'll become the hungrier he gets, the more appealing that'll become, won't it?
Well,
Do I really want to drive
miles.
7.8 miles? Oh, it's only 7 minutes.
Well, I travelled about 5 or 6 at Todber Manor last week. It was a bit further than, you know, not that fussed to be honest with you. We've got biscuits, Chris, and we can have another.
Sean Coulthard having a quick guess, Mike, with £144.
That's about my guess actually for today.
Yeah, at the current rate. If he drops down his edge late on and starts pulling out 10-pounders though, you're going to change, aren't you?
It may be. I don't think that's going to happen though.
Well, Luke going down his edge and then foul looking at fish and then catching a root isn't going to do it any favours. No doubt he'll rest it and try that again.
Unicorn, I just got one. I don't know that lady's name, do you?
No, I'm afraid that.
A lot of Sean's watching today. Sean Coulthard obviously fancies his chances at winning the Midi 5G pellet waggler.
Nice. You can't go wrong, can you really? Eh?
What, being called Sean?
No, just giving away rods.
Giving away prizes.
Do you know what I mean? You'd have to dip in, just have a guess, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if you're watching, have a guess. You never know. The guy who won the holiday was well shocked, weren't he? I think he only had one guess, didn't he? He said, "Oh, I thought I'd just have a quick guess." Wins a holiday for 4 people for a week.
Awesome.
Well, I think most people were shocked that neither Mike Gauvrier or Craig Kent won the prize. That's probably the thing, isn't it? We may have caused ourselves untold damage in the first
I
year.
want to know when it's my turn.
Yeah, but they weren't free though, were they?
No.
They weren't free to enter prizes.
I know.
Were they?
You don't know, do you?
I only bought tickets to that to try and push everyone else to buy tickets for that.
You only bought tickets because you knew it'd been fiddled.
Don't start saying rubbish like that, Steve. You'll get a load of kickback for that.
Yeah, well, you get it anyway, don't you? So it doesn't matter, does it?
It made me laugh. On Saturday I said to Mike, I said it weren't much fun. I had to bloody 16 metres to reach the little lovely reed bed out on the far bank. He said, yeah, I know, it's bloody hard work. And I said, I expect it is with a top of the range pole.
Yeah.
I was just feeling your pain, Sean, that was all. I was trying to sympathise with you.
When you're having to make do with two margin poles stuck together, right? It's a bit harder work then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Two beastmasters stuck together.
It was a windy old day yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, it was worse for me on Saturday. Saturday I had the wind coming right across
See?
me after about an hour.
No, I just don't want one of them things. Yeah, I would have done if I'd known about that.
I think Karen's right. It's a better idea to have these cups, don't you?
Yeah.
Disposables.
You know, because otherwise you give yourself a washing up problem, don't you?
It's better for the planet, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't wash
Better
cups out in the
for
lake,
planet just
can
to
you?
throw it away, isn't it?
They're recyclable, Mark. Mike will recycle them later.
Mark?
Yeah, sorry, Mike.
Mike will be doing his hour on fish welfare in a minute.
Oh, we've got a protester on the football pitch.
Have we?
Yeah.
No.
What a proper protest.
Well, they've just rugby tackled them and then the shot's gone off of them.
So we've got somebody that invaded the final.
Yeah.
Do you think anybody managed
It's
to
probably
kick
one of
them
them
on the way down?
Probably one of them stop oil monkeys, isn't it?
Or Greta Thunberg, whatever her name is.
Stop oil monkeys.
Did they drop kick them? Or do they proper rugby tackle them?
Well, as it's in Australia, I should think they'll be, I don't know, fed to the kangaroos or something.
Hey, you've seen them kangaroos, they're evil things.
They
Have you seen
like a
them
row,
fight?
don't they?
Yeah.
They wanna-
And they look like really muscly as well
Yeah,
when they rear up. You know what
Have you ever seen that video where one attacks his dog, so he runs over to it and actually fronts up to it?
Yeah. Evil things. You wouldn't want to live on the... Imagine if rats in this country did that. That's right.
Yeah, they like a row, don't they, boxing? I suppose the thing is, it's because they're used to living around Aussies and they reckon everybody's easy to beat up and it's sort of, hey,
Yeah,
load of pussies like, and they've started to think we can take over this lot.
yeah.
First fish for Luke for a little while there.
Not really that hard, they just look hard against Australians.
Wonder how many people we can upset today.
We need to expand to our Australian audience.
Go on,
we really
Adam.
do.
We could have a qualifier in Australia, couldn't
Yeah. And they could slag us off and say we just catch bait fish and that like Australians do.
I'm guessing you didn't go fishing today then, Adam?
Because they've got no culture
Watching the feed.
whatsoever.
He was going to go to... where was he going to go? Honeysuckle today at Lawn Farm.
we? He's not gone, I take it, Mike.
Not if it, well, he might be listening on his side track, I suppose, mightn't he? Up to 11, an hour and a half into a 6-hour match. Things are just slowing up slightly. Mike's come off that shallow line now as well, so. He was fishing shallow in front of him.
Just fishing short, is he? Yeah.
Shallow and short now.
Excuse me.
Have a guess on the guess the weight today, Adam. Midi 5G pellet wag rod up for grabs. Winning angler, winning weight. That's all courtesy from down here at Shearsby.
Luke's got a couple coming now.
Yeah, Luke's in again, isn't he? So he sat there for quite a while and he's just gone in and had 2 and 2.
Two and
puddings.
They ain't going to give it up lightly.
No, well, it's just gone quiet for Mike at the other end now.
Fowler.
Ah, he's lost it.
This guy catch it behind us over here. This is where the wind's blowing into, this corner, isn't it, really?
It keeps changing, doesn't it? It seems to... It's really changeable.
Swirly.
Best word for it, because it's blowing that way and then it switches and blows this way and it keeps changing.
It's certainly blowing the same way every time.
We want to see Luke's
Every
right
time
edge.
Luke throws maggots out in front of him because the dust keeps hitting him in the face.
We want to see Luke's right edge come alive, don't we? Get the
do.
old float cam on the go.
He needs a riddle's what he needs.
Yeah.
But I've sat there and done it, you just do, don't you, like an idiot, and it's like...
He's in again.
Interesting to see if this one's fouled. It's keeping it low.
It's a proper fish, isn't it? It's a carp is what I'm saying.
They could just be off bottom, couldn't they? He needs a few bigger fish, doesn't he? Because
Yeah.
Mike's had a few proper lumps early doors, hasn't he? Both anglers into fish at the same time.
Oh, Mike's pulled up. Yeah, Mike's pulled out.
Here's a carp, isn't it? That
Yeah.
Luke's caught. Not massive, but a carp.
A better stamp. That's going to be £4, isn't it?
Nah.
Yeah.
About £2, Mike.
£2?
That last fish,
Spain scored.
£2.
3 that were, weren't it, at least?
It's £4. Then.
Yeah.
The tail was all the way up to the rim.
Yeah, it was.
Oh dear, we've gone 1-0 down, have
Yeah, the dirty Spanish have scored.
Does that mean we're not going to have a bank holiday? What a load of rubbish, eh?
Who said
People
that?
calling for a bank holiday.
They had a debate on one of the TV programmes, didn't they?
They don't even get. Well, I don't know what would
They had
happen if
Christine Hamilton debating against it against some black dude that always talks about the birds football night. Don't know. It's just a slow news day, isn't it? You know what I mean? You can't just organise a bank holiday, can you? That like.
Yeah, after a little quiet spell, both anglers into the fish again.
What does a bank holiday actually entail anyway? Just, you know what I mean?
Is it,
does the government have to do something, pay it or something, or does it?
It costs the economy and the country millions,
yeah.
billions.
But who pays?
And employers and businesses.
Well, only the employers, don't cost the government no money. Well,
That's what I mean.
And apart from the loss of revenue and tax.
Yeah, on the
and all
economy,
that.
yeah. But it's alright to do it if kings get married or...
Yeah.
You know, it's alright for a royal occasion, isn't it?
Hmm.
Yeah.
And if bank holiday weekend this weekend coming?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Even like if we
It's
win
August bank holiday, it's the last one of the year, isn't it?
Yeah.
even if the men win the World Cup, we shouldn't have a bank holiday, should we?
Well, they can just, if we do win this one, they can just name next Monday as the women's bank holiday.
Yeah. Well, like loads of other people commented, it'd be handy because it'd give this lot a chance to catch up on the ironing and stuff. That's what I know. I know. It's mad.
Steve.
I didn't say. I'm just telling you what I've read off of some of the more I can't even say it. Misogynist.
Was it Dave
side.
Storks sent it to something, and then Steve Dorks read it out?
Mate. Well, you got to laugh at both sides. Did David Beckham get done for calling them girls?
Did he?
Somebody said so. It's like, I wish I was that important and people bothered what I said. Like,
Yeah.
do you know any girls that mind being called girls?
How old do you have to be until you're not a girl then?
I don't know. My name was a girl, like when she was my dad. Oh, they're all the girls.
You wouldn't begrudge somebody saying "Come on, boys."
No.
If it was the England men's team, would you?
Well, it made me laugh when my parents first moved down from to where we live now, and people were saying, "Yeah, the old boys, going on about the old boy and that." It turns out he was only about 3.
Yeah, well, that's what it's like in a young old boy, eh?
The old boy.
You'd say that with an old boys match, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You wouldn't. Someone would say, "Oh, they're old men, actually."
Some people just make a living out of being offended, don't they?
Yeah. Snowflakes, isn't that what they call them? Is that you allowed to say that?
Yeah, but then they get branded young snowflakes. But the old ones are bigger snowflakes than them, I reckon. There's some right petals in amongst them.
Right,
The
well, now we've lost the football, why don't we concentrate on the fishing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we ever concentrate on fishing?
No, not enough.
Well, it's a bit slow at the minute.
Yeah,
Luke,
couple of quick fish.
Luke had a couple of quick fish, like you say, and then it.
And it's strange though when you have that quiet spell and then both anglers get a fish at the same time.
Yeah.
And then it goes quiet again.
Yeah.
It's like the lake just switches on and then switches off again, doesn't it?
So who's going to upset now then?
Just over an hour and a half into a 6-hour match. Match times today 10 till 4. As always, we'll have a little quiet break in between the match and the weigh-in. The fishery have allowed us to weigh our anglers last, so we'll weigh everyone else in first, and then we'll come back live to find out who's going to make the final and who's going to make the semi-final.
They couldn't fish drew much further apart, couldn't they? The chap's hooked into something that might be foul up down the edge.
Looks angry.
Looks angry, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's a few of you managing to stay cheered. Not everyone's gone and watched the football.
There you go, mate.
Interesting to see when the match finishes actually, if there's a spike in the YouTube audience.
Yeah. Everyone comes back. Cool. Now that is an angry fish.
Still a few fish being caught around the lake.
You must have about 20 metres of elastic out there.
Hanging on, isn't
Where
it?
the fish is, it's
Yeah,
like-
It's hanging on.
To the chap closest to us, to the right. I'm amazed he's caught a fish out of our margin actually, because he's right underneath. We're right over the top of him, bless him. But he's currently playing
I
a
doubt if we
very
make it.
angry fish.
Any difference to him? There's other fish down there.
Luke's just sat there fishing on the bottom. I think Mike's switched now from shallow fishing, isn't he?
He's fishing short again, is he?
Just sat short, I think, now.
Yeah.
He's still feeding that shallow line to his right, over by the rushes. Have you not been here to
We're more
Shearsby?
like to push fish down to.
Have you not been here to Shearsby before? It's only 15 minutes off the A14. Nice
No
and,
skylining because there's no.
No, there's too much vegetation, isn't there?
Yeah, but the sun's over there, isn't it? You need to see movement in the shadows, don't you?
very quiet on the guest awaits today.
Too early, innit? Foul looked.
Yeah, it's coming in.
Coming in backwards.
I was going to say it ain't coming in though, is it? Because it was never going to stop at that, was it?
No.
I hate it.
Yeah, he'll play it for 10 minutes and then lose it at the net.
Yeah, foul like a fish.
No, he's got it this time.
He's got it this time.
gonna get
Go
it.
on, boy. That's
Yeah,
it.
he got it.
It's decent fish as well to foul look. Little
It's always
£5-pounder.
nice when you get him in though, after
Yeah.
you've wasted all that time. And
There's nothing worse. Played it to death and then pings out of the net.
yeah.
£10 pings out of the net and your peg's totally annihilated. No, we want something on the bottom of these sides for things like this so we can peg it down. Last week, once the wind gets up and under
Started
it,
flapping around, yeah. Well, if you've only just joined us today, big news, the Fishing Association competition Super Cup next year, grand prize, guaranteed at £51,000. and that's where it will start. If ticket sales take it above that, then obviously that will increase. With the audience that we've gained on YouTube this year and the radio show, and a marketing campaign with Nitro in the coming months, we anticipate that being larger than that. So all good things for the Fishing Association. We're going to hopefully have tickets on sale by the final this year, so that we can tell our live audience at the final.
We're still going to run the membership side of it as well, haven't we? Like for those that want to pay in increments.
Yeah, if you want to pay monthly, there's still the £5 a month, which will include your Super Cup ticket.
Essentially, that's just a way of paying it off on a monthly basis, really, isn't it? Because anybody who buys a ticket immediately automatically becomes a member anyway, don't they?
Yeah, just get the...
So it's just a way of spreading the cost, isn't it?
Well, you got 4 weeks to save your pennies, get a ticket on the final day.
Yeah.
And not only that, as we've always said, selling tickets in January isn't the best month. People, obviously, January's the longest month, as it were, and not everybody's got access to funds for the start of their competition in March.
Well, again, a few qualifiers. You know, I think I like the idea, don't you?
Yeah.
Gives us something else to film. It's another means to get in. You know. I mean, how it works. I mean, again, if we're thinking about having a region, maybe in Holland, a region in France, wherever.
Can we go and film in Holland, somewhere around the Amsterdam region?
Yeah, yeah.
What we're going to do with Cambridge and Northants next year, Steve? Are we going to lose?
2 separate regions.
We're going to split it.
Yeah.
Because we had a lot of entries in those.
Listen, if we had to have 25 people in the final, it wouldn't be the end of the world, would it? I mean, it's not ideal.
The lakes could accommodate it, couldn't they?
Yeah.
But,
you know, so
Yeah, I mean, there's 20 pegs down each side, isn't there? So it's 40.
yeah, but to stay so we're down the middle. But you can certainly put 1 or 2 more in. You could get 4 more in to get it up to. I remember the ones in the middle down each lake got a couple of empty pegs and what have you. But then again, we've got regions like you've got Cheshire, Yorkshire, North Yorks and all that. They've got multiple regions.
Well,
maybe we could sort of like...
the entries also need to pick up in Wales and Shropshire, don't they?
Yeah, or they won't be in.
Unfortunately, we cannot keep running Wales and Shropshire with only 4 entrants. So.
No, absolutely not.
But there we go.
It's a bit unfortunate for the people that always do enter from Wales, like Mikey Williams, but to be fair, Mikey's a travelling angler, and I'm sure he can travel.
Wales in with Shropshire, they pull their weight on the number of people in as such. Do you know what I mean? If you doubled what there was in Wales, that wouldn't be the smallest region still. So, you know, they're going to have to go in with somebody.
Maybe a trip to some of the fisheries that operate in those areas and start making some of those regular anglers aware that those venues are holding head-to-head matches.
A good media it's going to be different next year. Like I say, previous years, the media campaign has been me. And I'm not exactly a media mogul, am I? You know what I mean? I'm very limited, but with the backing of Nitro, that's the whole point. That's where they bring a lot to the party. The fact that we can piggyback off of each other's campaigns, and
it's automatically it doubles your audience, doesn't it?
For both of us.
For both parties,
yeah. I don't think it's going to be. I think we're going to be more worried about numbers. I mean, there's even the possibility, shall we limit it, shall we do this? But I think we'll perhaps just see where the dice settle.
That is the truth. You may end up getting your 64 in each region. You won't be able to go much more than that, will you?
No, because it's time limitations for how many rounds you can have.
Yeah, so there potentially would be a limit, wouldn't there?
There's got to be a cut-off at 64, really, per
Maybe
region.
what we should do is we should sell out the regions, like the ones that we know are going to be quite, and only sell 30 tickets initially per region. Do you know what I mean? So
depends what the uptake is.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? So we can open it again if need be, but initially, to guarantee a place, if you're in Cheshire, you need to be in the first 32. Otherwise, after that, it becomes...
Yeah, you can always open a B, couldn't you? Like, start off with an A, fill it to 32, and then open a B.
If need be, just to see how sales are going. But just to give people to hurry up to make sure they buy in the first instance, to guarantee, because there's no guarantee beyond that. Who knows?
And if you sit on a border, you always got the option of joining. If you miss out on Cambridge, you can always join Northants.
Well, that's something else that we spoke about, and it wouldn't be the biggest change in the world to sell multiple tickets, so certainly within different regions. Do you know what I mean? It's a different process, 2 tickets in one region, but what's to stop you buying one in Northants and Cambridgeshire and entering it?
Yeah.
It'd be a logistical nightmare for the angler, but if they're prepared to do it.
But those people are hardcore Super Cup followers.
Well, no, it's not. Yeah, but if they can't do it, they forfeit.
Well, yeah.
That's what you've got to understand, isn't it? So.
Yeah, that's people have to realise, don't they, that potentially you won't be able to make it.
So you're potentially looking at multiple tickets, but not for the same region.
Yeah.
I'm asking the question. I'm having a conversation with you live on air, and
I think
you guys.
Initially, given the fact that we've now got that larger audience on YouTube, and obviously the radio show, and Nitro, and a potential media campaign to get all the tickets out there, I think initially you're just going to see what comes up first, aren't you?
Australia.
Australia's calling.
Yeah, I've got a call from Australia.
Oh. Are they ringing to tell you the
I
score?
bet it's my brother. Hello? Oh, it's gone off. Do you think I've upset somebody in Australia?
That's highly likely,
that was
to be
an
honest.
actual
Steve.
call from Australia.
It's got to be my brother, isn't it? He's a turncoat and he lives in...
Well, he weren't expecting you to answer, that's why he's hung up.
Somebody's took it well, but haven't they? Like, you know, no, I've got family there, haven't I? I mean, he's only an interloper, but my auntie moved out to Australia years ago. My dad's sister, so I'm actually related to some of them. You know what I mean?
Never mind.
You're not going to be that surprised, are you? Like,
No.
Criminals and all that. Sorry, where were we at? We were talking about business, weren't we? And then we got interrupted by Australia.
Well, we're distracted because Mike looks like he's into a fish. He is, and Luke's now gone down to float cam edge.
Float cam edge.
So as soon as Mike puts this one in the net, which he has, we're going to have a little butchers down Luke's right hand edge. Look at that, look for a shark. You wish you could it on the big screen now, boys. You don't want to watch that England rubbish. You want to watch fishing, don't you? Now all we need is the bite. That needs to come, doesn't it? Try and get a replay of it as well. If his cad pot doesn't cover the float. Can you pop round, Sean, and have a word with
Yeah, just to move his
Sean,
toss
have a word
pot a
with
bit.
Luke, just to say move your toss pot.
That's not a nice thing to call him, is it? Move your toss pot.
Luke, move your toss pot.
I want to see your
People
float.
listening in, honestly, there's some.
Yeah.
What was that when yesterday we were on? Oh yeah, first person I weighed in at Alex's place. Alex said to him, "Are you done plenty of gear?" Yeah. People listening in don't know what fishing's about. It's like, oh, it's like that, is it?
I had a few breakages in the Rookery 3-day festival.
Have you
This is
done
what Steve's
plenty of
obviously just out shot whilst we're trying to capture a float shot, a bite on Luke's float cam. Mike's just netted another fish.
It's not going to go under now, is it?
It's not, it's the curse of the camera, isn't it?
Yeah.
That jargon buster that Lester runs on the radio show, that's full of entertainment potential, isn't it? Fishing jargon.
Is it?
Have you done plenty of gear?
Your toss pot.
Yeah, your toss pot. Have you done plenty of gear?
I was a bit disappointed he's covered the float with his cad pot, so we'll drop back to the split screen.
What's he done?
The toss pot's just covering the float tip. So
Oh,
you can't
right.
see.
Can't see the float. So note to self, next time position the camera looking back, not from behind. Luke's just keeping an eye on both edges. I don't know whether they're turning up the bottom.
That's going to go dead now anyway. He needs to get out of there and find some fish, yeah. Look at me. Sounding like I know what I'm doing.
Well, you'd be emptying it, Steve.
It only
no
takes a
doubt.
few minutes, and before you know it, you.
He's gone back on his shallow line, Mike, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been feeding that, hasn't he? So, He's had runs of fish and then it's gone quiet, so he's just come off it, gone short, and now he's trying it again. I'd be surprised if it doesn't go under straight away. He's had some nice little runs on there, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, it was strange. It just went dead last time because he had sort of 3 or 4 fish on the bounce, didn't he? And then it just died.
Looks like Luke's using the same rig both sides. That's always handy when they plumb up the same depth, isn't it?
Is it half time?
Yeah.
Oh,
Was that a football update? Was it half time and 1-0 down?
right. Yeah.
Come on, the Lionesses. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll get a spike in. Here we have as well. Everyone's stopped watching the football and they've started watching the YouTube again. Almost doubled the.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Yeah.
Yeah, you traitors.
Well, they've only got another 90 minutes unless it goes to extra time, and they can.
45.
45. Sorry. Yeah. What do I know? Another 45, and they can come back and watch the end of this match rather than the football. Welcome back. Good time to just remind everybody that next year's competition is going to be guaranteed at £51,000 prize pot. Steve announced on the Feel Good radio show last night.
Guaranteed minimum.
Guaranteed minimum 51,000.
What happens if you enter into multiple regions and make the final in both?
Why not let us know what you think about that?
Yeah.
Come on, stick it on your comments.
Happy days, like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Nobody's
giving
said
him-
anything yet.
Apart from giving them the opportunity to draw 2 pegs in the final, they can only qualify to once, can't they? Really, and that's just the You can buy 2 tickets for Fishermania, can't you? You can only qualify once, so
Either way, next year's prize pot, after a very successful meeting between Steve and Nitro at Woodlands on Friday, has been guaranteed. So no queries next year as to whether you should enter. It will be either the largest or second
unless
largest
somebody ups the
competition
game,
in
it will be, won't it?
Yeah.
You know.
So welcome back up to the half time if you're watching the Lionesses. If you want to have a quick guess for the guest away, we're giving away a MIDI 5G pellet waggler rod today, courtesy from
It's a nice,
Dan here at Shearsby Valley Fisheries.
yeah.
It's
So
a gorgeous bit of the countryside out here, isn't it?
hit that subscribe button,
Yeah.
give us a guess, tell us the winning angler and the winning weight, and if you guess closest, you win that rod. You'll have that by the end of the week. Just in time to see out the summer. Bit of
It's
pellet
pellet
wag.
wag season.
Yes, pellet wag season. I wouldn't know what to do with it, so.
No matter, does it? It's free.
I nearly got mine out yesterday and put it across that island, but
Oi oi.
Yeah.
I was,
They got your lot out yesterday.
I put it across
the-
that island. It was well over 16 metres.
Yeah, nice. Is that your man caught one down our margin here?
Yeah, he's getting a few. They're
Good.
trapped to the right of us.
I don't want people walking away accusing it, because it won't make any difference to
Well,
him.
Luke's been in both his margins with no success, hasn't he?
With the wind blowing against that bank as well, that's
Yeah.
weird. I'd have expected them. Well, that's still a little bit early, isn't
He's
it?
actually give up on them. Nothing happening.
2 hours in, 4 hours to go. So,
What do you reckon they got weight-wise then?
ooh.
How many fish are they on?
Ooh. Well, unless I've missed any. Luke's on 21 and Mike's on 26, and I reckon Mike's also got some bigger fish.
So you reckon he's got about £50?
No.
£2? No, yeah, I reckon you're a good shout. £2, average £2.
Yeah, I suppose the average might work out that way because of the bigger fish, whereas
Luke's
Luke's average is probably a little bit lower, I think, than £2.
Yeah, maybe £1.50.
Yeah.
£30. £30
£30,
to £50 I'd go with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's got to be totally wrong.
Fair
And then
shout.
judging on our previous
Yeah.
efforts.
Yeah, given the rest.
We sound like we're dead. Oh yeah,
No, we know what we're doing.
We ain't far wrong there. Bloody hell.
Yeah. Oh, we was miles out.
But it does go to show how people we are, you know, we're shocked by some of their bad guesses and under guessing and all this, that and the other. But the reality is it's difficult, isn't it?
Well, it is unless you're actually like netting the fish and like seeing them in your hand yourself, sort of thing. It's hard enough then, isn't it, to click the exact weight, but from our distance.
Oh, did I miss one? Did I, Ryan? Thank you. Ryan saying that Luke's just had a stocking. He's not counted it.
Job, you can rely on your audience putting you right by the sound of it.
Ant Flint, oh, he's been across watching the football by the looks of it. He's treacherous, he's just said,
Yeah.
He's on 22, so I've got that right. Yeah, thanks, Ryan.
Gotta say,
someone's keeping Ryan. If you want to come and help out, mate, you can come and operate the old encoder whilst we talk rubbish.
It's a lot easier watching it on the big screen, Mike. I can assure you of that.
Yeah.
We do try and keep the numbers up to date. Anthony reckons Luke's got £20 and Mike's got 35, so he thinks that they're a smaller stamp. Ant Flint.
Yeah, when you.
So, have you been watching all the time, man?
He'll be well under, Ant. Blimey, come on.
They're bigger than a pound.
For you to average a £2 fish, all your fish have got to be £2 or over, isn't they?
Well, no, because you could have a 2.5 and a 1.5.
Yeah,
That's the point of an average.
but what I'm saying is that the majority of these fish ain't £2.
Some of in all fairness, some of Luke's fish have been like
a pound if you're lucky.
Pound, yeah. He did go through a spell of swinging a few in, didn't he? So, yeah, a little bit behind.
I reckon it's right from the beginning. I reckon it's going to be a last hour and a half job.
Yeah, a lot can happen.
But like I said, most of the matches, I mean, it is exciting as such, but it don't start to unwind like most matches, really, like anything, does it? You know, whether it's a cricket match or a football match, until the last 10 minutes, and you know.
Yeah. Some of the, I think he said the fish got up to sort of £12 in here, so yeah, a couple of them would certainly throw a spanner in the works, wouldn't it?
They generally do.
Fish are just sat off bottom. There's a few people foul looking fish that we can see around the lake.
There's only 2 people fishing long as well.
Luke's just seen a mug up.
...7 years ago since they've had this play, I'd say it hardly seems like sort of 8 years ago that I fished a charity match here. I've got, it's 8 years really.
Yeah, time flies, Steve.
Yeah.
Ant's been on and off. He said the footy's got in the way. Well, it was always to be expected today. What do you reckon, Ant, to next year's prize pot at 51,000 minimum? Let us know your thoughts.
Mike into a fish, yeah. Just keeping that counter clicking on, isn't he, Mike?
Yeah, hopefully the fish count will increase as the afternoon goes on. Could do with a good spell of action, couldn't we, to commentate on?
Well, my next trick is going to be convincing Nitro, one of the others, or another sponsor, the Elite League, to get that one cracking.
You not got enough on your plate with F30 and Super Cup?
I wasn't going to do it. I was going to get somebody else to do it. I was going to convince somebody else to do it.
Mike's in again. He's got him going again, shower.
He does get spells when it's
that's
right.
a goldfish as well.
Goldfish, I could see that from here.
That was shiny,
I was
wasn't
looking
it?
down the lake. That was
Shiny.
a proper goldie, wasn't it?
That's fair.
As we said earlier, this is a repeat of last year's regional final between Luke and Mike. Is this going to be revenge or repeat?
At the minute it looks a bit like revenge.
It does at the minute, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Luke's going to have some big fish later on, I feel.
Can't help but think his margins will come alive at some point. and he's got the wind blowing on his bank, as we've said. Mike not so fortunate, the wind's blowing off his back, which is really aiding him with his shallow fishing at the minute. Luke's just
Sat
sitting
in
out.
East Bilney. Did I hear that? East Bilney. Kelly was looking for a manager there, wasn't she? I saw on Facebook. Well, Kelly's Lee's first missus, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot happening on there, and people ask me about it. I think it's best we just not speculate.
Not Becca. Well, no, I actually saw a bit where she was a.
Yeah, there's lots of things that have gone on social media that shouldn't have done. So.
Oh right. Oh, okay, fair enough.
So we try not to get involved.
Oh, it's got like that. That's what you need to be part of, isn't it? What, a divorce? Any sort of drama or divorce, yeah. Unless you're resigned to walking away with nothing, eh?
Oh, he's in again, Mikey.
Ant Flint says it's absolutely brilliant. The competition's getting better and better. A lovely prize for next year, minimum 51k. Definitely be buying a ticket, and that'll be his 4th year on the trot. You and me both. I've been in it 3 years. I've just never got as far as you, mate.
I reckon Ant's dad was more gutted than him that he got knocked out.
Well, he's fishing the semi though, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
So he's not out of it yet.
No, that is true.
Not out of it yet.
I wouldn't begrudge him a place, I really wouldn't. If
No.
it was based on enthusiasm and passion for being in it.
Yeah, it's addictive.
Yeah.
It's
Did you-
infectious actually, just being around him.
Did you say one of these guys can't make the semi?
I don't know about the anglers fishing today. Somebody who got knocked out
Dan.
yesterday
Dan Hart.
can't make the semi, and he got knocked out
And
yesterday.
who was he up against and what region was he in?
Oh,
Because,
don't ask me, I don't know. Steve.
see, that's an awkward one. When the person that the runner-up can't make it, there's the next two in line are two in line, aren't they? Or does it go to who knocked him out, who he knocked out?
No, does it not just?
It should go to the person that, if he can't make it, the person he knocked out.
Yeah, like you say, then it's potentially opened up to two, so it should just go to weight and that's it, shouldn't it?
Well, no, but what I'm saying is, if he can't make it, he would have been in a previous semi-final.
So he would have been the regional runner-up.
Yeah, but
So
if he
would have
can't make it,
but then I think
the person that he knocked out in the previous round should go down to him, shouldn't it? Not the person in the other semi-final. That should then go to him maybe afterwards. That way it becomes linear. Otherwise, if you make it linear, otherwise you're like involving more people each time.
Well, it doesn't need to be a 40-man final either, does it?
No.
It doesn't necessarily need to be a 40-man final.
No, I know you're offering a place to like the next
doesn't need to
biggest
be.
weight on the weight side of things, but like you say, if it comes to a semi-final,
It should be the person that's he knocked out, I think.
Oh,
I say that way it's linear, isn't it? It becomes him, and if it can't be him, it's the person the other side. Then you're not on the decision.
And just
I've
saying,
got to
yeah,
make a decision. Is what I've got to do.
and just saying, yes, he'll be at the semi-final, and his dad was proper gutted.
And his dad.
Yeah.
probably get it.
Yeah.
Well, you're not out of it yet, sir. Still got that opportunity to become the wild
Bring
card
your dad
entry.
on the semi-final. We'll have a drink and a row.
Still got that opportunity to become the 21st wild card entrant into the final by winning the semi-final. So coverage of that on Sunday the 3rd of September, 2 weeks time, Matt Marston Fields, and then 2 weeks after that we'll be at Woodlands Thirsk for the final itself. So there'll be one happy angler winning the semi-final that will make his way into
Be
the
even
final.
happier next year when it's at least 51 grand, eh?
Oh, float cam, Mike.
Yeah.
Go on, bullet.
Let's go and have another little look, shall we? He's done a proper job on us again, mate. Oh no, can I see the float? Yeah, we got float.
Yeah, it ain't going to go under this time.
No,
mate.
it's not, it's behind the cat pot.
There was nothing happening down his other edge, so
No, he's just had a quick look. As we were gassing, Mike's just put another fish in the net. He's just taken the scores to 22 fish to 30.
opening up a bit of a lead now.
we sort out the focus on our Michael, please? Trees look well in the background, but nice if people could tell who they were watching. Where's the focus on Mike? Not all that great.
I noticed that when you can't see it very well on your small screen, Mike, but when you've got when we had the split screen on the telly, the focus weren't as good.
Oh, Luke's just had a margin fish.
Did you see it unfloat, Cam?
No, because I switched off of it because he couldn't see the float.
Oh right.
And we got a comment about the focus. I'm not sure we can get down to the camera actually. It's about 100 yards from us.
It looks alright on the phone. It's maybe slightly darker, but that's more a contrast thing, isn't it, than a focus.
Hello, darling.
Might need a fish as well.
Oh right, he's just tried to ring me, like, you know what I mean.
That's a bigger fish for
I'll
Luke.
tell you what,
down
you
his
know what I
edge.
mean. First, that don't make me feel happy, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can't change. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
quite
we're all
sad, isn't
sorry,
it?
Elizabeth. We're a bit squinty here on little
That's
screens and phones.
Oh, well.
But if you're
That's
watching
more
on the big
reflection
screen at
on me
home,
than him.
I don't know if you can. Do you want to see if you can get down there and, or do you want me to have a little look?
Yeah, go on,
If you
yeah.
want to
I'll
keep an eye on this.
do the clicker, I'll do the counter.
Oh, Elizabeth, I'll
Well,
try and
yeah,
get
well,
down there and refocus
It's funny
on
actually
Michael
because
for
I
you.
just had a phone call from Australia. I've been slagging off Australia. We're live, obviously, at the moment. As I've been slagging
personal
off Australia.
conversation there with Steve.
Because he's
Tactful as ever.
Yeah.
And I thought,
let's
might
have
be
a
somebody
private
phoning
phone
through
call live on
Australia,
YouTube.
like, to complain.
I'll try and creep down and
But
adjust
I assumed
that
it was handy, like. And it's like, yeah, no, I don't. I know I'm live, Sean. I don't care. I don't mind slagging off Australia. But anyway, yeah, okay, darling. Thank you. Speak to you later. Bye.
So Mike's just going to have a wander, see if you can adjust the focus on Mike's camera. I'll keep my eye on the scores while he's gone. If you haven't done so already, if you're a first time viewer or whatever, hit that subscribe button for us. Numbers going up at every time we do a live. It's nice to see. Mike's still fishing long, shallow. And Luke's trying his edge, had pretty decent fish out of there last put in. A quick bit of float cam if we can see his float. If it stays like that, we'll be alright.
Oh, good save.
That's better, Mike.
Nearly 2-0 then.
Mike's in again. Fish landed. Mike. Oh, lovely shot. If I was as good as Mike, I could have given a slow-mo on that, but I don't know.
If he's as good as Mike, you wouldn't have even been on it.
I'm changing the screens.
Is that your tea there, mate?
Yeah.
I'm not sticking the mic right through.
No. Please, if you could.
Out of order, isn't it? Really, like with the mic on. Luke's in.
Yeah, I just got
It's
a
hanging on,
lovely
isn't it?
float shot.
Did you?
But I don't know how to do the slow-mo.
Oh, right.
Well, you are a slow-mo.
Well, Elizabeth, you'll have to let me know. I've tried to redo that. See if it's any better. Luke's picture a lot clearer than mine.
Certainly ain't scared of fish away like you usually do.
Let me
You
know.
fish repellent, you.
What?
You know.
Scared of fish away.
Hopefully with the camera for Luke is
3.5 pounds.
with the sun behind it, and the camera for Mike has got the sun in front of it, so
And it's in the shade, isn't it? Here.
that'll change as the day goes on, no doubt. That's a bigger fish for Luke, wouldn't it?
Yeah, about the same as the last one. Them edge fish,
Yeah.
about 3.5, 4 pound, didn't they?
He did just ask me as I went past who's winning, and I did say to him, you're going to need some bigger fish because you're behind on the numbers anyway. So I did just refocus that on. This is the problem when we set the cameras up. We focus on the seat boxes, and
Yeah,
I think
and
it
then when the
focuses on
angels
the
sit
plant.
on it.
And then when they go and sit on their boxes, we're already trying to set something else up. And we've had it before. We're a bit Latin again.
Mike's in again.
We do try, but hopefully that coverage is going
It's
to be
not very
better.
often I hear that as well. Mike's in again and all that. It's like, whenever you say it, it's like, oh, do you know what I mean? No. It's like a nightmare sort of scenario.
That is better focused, isn't it? I don't even need to ask, I can see it. Luke's picture a lot clearer than I've read that one. Let us know.
It's your worst nightmare. You fish it when Mike's in again, like next peg.
Yeah, there's getting a bit of glare on like I say, the camera's in front of the sun for Mike, looking to the right hand side of the fishery as we are, and then the camera on Luke is on the right hand side of the fishery looking at Luke on the left. But anyway, if you see a float shot, you just have to hit replay.
Where's the replay?
You're watching the football.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that'll give you 10 seconds, I think. So you have to. So if you see a float go under, you have to almost give it 4 seconds,
Right.
because then you go back to 5 seconds before it
For all
happened. Yeah. So one of them.
Well, yeah. Can you get polarised binoculars?
Oh, you're interested in your own viewing?
Yes.
I thought you were going to say lens.
No.
Like an optician.
No.
Polarised binoculars.
Binoculars.
It's peculiar.
Skeletons.
Yeah, come on the float, Cam. It was hard enough to try and get the float in focus, because it was trying to focus on the reed in front of it. Keep an eye on Mike as well, make sure we don't miss nothing. But 2 big fish out of Luke's right hand margin. He's going to be feeling a bit more confident if they rock up. Yes, there's no rush to hit that replay button if it does go under. You've almost got to give it a few seconds. Curse of the camera, now I'm here, it's not going to happen. Keep an eye on Mike. He's fishing
Starting
shallow
our
to the
project
reeds again.
on Monday, Mike. Our solar panel project.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Your mate's still happy with what he's done?
Yeah. Yeah, he's put a 11 kilowatt inverter on now, so we can increase the size of his system, and the picture becomes so much better. Just getting distracted when the sun's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's now drawing power. He's charging his batteries. I think he's not paid for electricity for months, other than the standing charge. So if you're going to do solar power, people, get batteries.
Thinking about a heat pump as well. having a total revamp on all the electrics in the house and everything. Got top Sparky, Nathan Gilbert on board, haven't we now, Sean?
I
Don't know if you can't pull a face like that.
Top Sparky. Is there such a thing?
Eh?
Is there such a thing?
No, sorry, I forgot you ain't got a lot of time for it. They just think they're better than they are, don't they?
I think a better term would have been expensive Sparky.
Well, there's no other such thing, is there? What I find is funny is it don't matter what you do with electricity, you're a Sparky. At whatever level, you're a Sparky, isn't it? Whether you're Rutherford or Faraday or Mr. Ohm.
Elizabeth's just saying the picture's not really improved. I think a lot of it's to do. I think a lot of it's to do with the light, because normally the lens that's on the camera that's on Mike gives us the better picture, whereas today the lens that's on the camera that's on Luke is giving us the better picture.
And like we say, Luke's camera is in the gazebo of us, so it's in the shade.
It's in the shade, looking out from the sun behind it.
Mike's is in full sunlight.
Yeah, with the sun in front of him.
We could do with an absolute geek youngster that's well into photography, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
It's real. The sun is our enemy, really, isn't it?
I've had enough of it over the last 3 days.
Be a lot of cop about it, mate.
Unless you've got, going back to the solar panels, unless you've got
There you
solar
go,
panels, then you want loads of sun, don't you?
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy though? They're quick to tell you about buying solar panels and selling your energy back to the grid, where they'll buy it off you for nothing,
Yeah.
and sell it back to you for 8 times the cost. But they'd failed to mention that you can actually install your own batteries, store your own energy, and have electricity for free.
There was a programme on it the other night.
I watched that.
And it still followed the same narrative, didn't it?
And I said that, although they did touch on batteries, is solar power worth it or something, wasn't it? That was on TV. It did touch on batteries, but not enough, I don't feel.
It didn't blow any it didn't chat. The narrative was exactly the same, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, but it will cost you a lot of money, and you won't, for 10 or 20 years, you won't notice a difference. Me and Sean were discussing it on the way, and it's like, what does it mean? After 10 years, it's paid for itself? In what way? It's paid for the equipment, or you've had free electricity as well?
Well, I think it also depends on your usage, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because if you're a person living in a flat, you don't need you don't need a 10 grand install, do you?
No.
It's like a 10 grand install. My mate spent 10 grand on his install. He's done it all himself. Right. The reality was, not sure that was the best thing for him to do, because the installs at the minute from local companies are VAT free and guaranteed. Right, so there's no VAT on solar install at the minute until 2025, I think. So for somebody to do it, it's almost as cheap as what my friend's paid to install it himself.
Back.
I think, anyway. But it's specifications.
I'm pretty sure we'll be able to get the equipment trade. And,
it's specification as well, isn't it? But essentially, he's got five adults living in his house. He was paying nearly £300 a month. Now he's paying $14.99 as a standing charge.
It works then, doesn't it?
So let's say he's saving £300 a month for 8 months of the year.
Yeah.
That's £2.5 grand a year.
Yeah.
So that in 10 years
is 24 grand.
That in
so it's
10
rubbish,
years to repay, is it?
Rubbish, isn't it?
And you get the guarantee on the batteries. Look, I sound like I'm selling
in my
solar
mind,
power here.
In my mind, it'll be all squared up after 3 years, and you'll be in profit after 3 years.
And that's if energy prices stay the same.
Yeah, if they go
which they won't, because everyone's being told they've got to buy electric bloody vehicles, and there isn't going to be enough energy for electric vehicles. So what's going to happen to the price of electricity?
Nothing comes down in a hurry, does it?
Just a tax.
There was a thing.
Occasional pair of knickers.
There was a thing the other day. One of these institutes, their findings have said he reckons the electric prices aren't going to go down this decade.
No, they won't, because the demand for electricity is growing.
Or it might have been gas in actual fact.
It's simple economics,
gas.
though, that isn't it?
Yeah.
If something's in demand, it goes up in price. They're telling everybody to convert to electric vehicles.
The price is up here now, and it's still paying for itself in 10 years.
Yeah.
Yet 10 years ago, the same narrative, when the price was like about a third or they're filling us up with rubbish again, aren't they, really? Or a story that they...
Somebody worked out that it costs as much to charge an electric vehicle at home and run it per mile as it does now to run it on diesel. So If you then
I bet it's cheaper
if you
than
then
running
have to
my
stop
van.
at a garage and charge of an electric vehicle, you pay a premium for that. So it's actually costing you more to run an electric vehicle than it is to run a diesel. Who's going to spend 50,
I'm not
60?
sure that's true though.
Doesn't take a lot of maths to work it out. Somebody I know bought a Tesla, drove it 60 miles and emptied the tank. 60 miles?
Yeah.
Emptied the tank.
Yeah, battery. Emptied the battery.
Yeah, well, if you thrash it around everywhere.
All I'll tell you is I see an awful lot of them on the road, them little white Teslas and black Teslas.
When I had my unit, when I had the business, the building opposite, they got rid of all their BMWs. They all bought Teslas, installed electric charge points,
Yeah.
right? Within 6 months, they got rid of them all again and all bought BMWs again because they weren't capable of doing the miles. And you can't fill the bloody things up. There's queues at
Well,
garages.
this is definitely pertinent because with this electric install, there'll be an electric charge point going in as well, and we got to decide whether that's the road we want.
No. So that's something different. If you do that at home, and with a solar panel
it's free
installation, you're getting free fuel.
Yeah.
That's different.
Yes, that's right. Of course it is. What you're doing is turning over petrol to consumption. Yeah, of course it is. God, I can be stupid, can't I?
Is Mike fishing his edge? I haven't seen his pole out for a good 5 minutes.
I don't know. We got gassing on the electric power there, didn't we?
Good.
Nothing to do with fishing. Always topical. These.
Well, any money I can save myself will be handy, like, because it usually goes into one pot, don't it?
But they've got no range. That's still the thing to consider. And the other thing to consider is, I don't think they're saving the planet. I really don't.
Was that another edge fish for
The batteries cost
Luke?
a ridiculous carbon footprint to create.
I don't think there is any saving the planet. There's too many people on it.
No, we're all doomed.
This one's
We're
holding
all
on for Luke.
selfish.
Was it an edge fish, Mike?
Yeah, he had it on his right hand edge.
Yeah. It is hanging on, isn't it?
It's in the net, mate.
Oh, that's a
it's only
bigger
just in the
fish.
net. Look.
That's a bigger fish.
He's going to be happy if they rock up, isn't he?
Yeah.
Especially if he's catching up with fish that size.
It's got to be £5 that one, isn't it?
See, one of them negates 4 or 5 shallow fish,
Yeah.
doesn't it? And so it's like, this is where guessing the weights will get confusing. The old audience has dropped down as the second half started.
Yeah.
Oh, it has, yeah.
Looks a bit ghosty, that one. I don't know whether it is or not. No, maybe
God,
not.
that's filling his net though, isn't it?
It's going to be out of his net in a
Oh, yeah,
minute.
if he's not careful. £65 net limit here. If you go over, it's just knocked back to 65. So there's no advantage in filling your nets.
They're straightforward, and I quite like them, don't you?
That's a good net limit, I think.
Well, I think so.
£65. It's a struggle to lift £65 out.
Yes, I can still do it.
Yeah.
I had to do it last week.
Well, yeah, you fed him £60 of maggots, Steve.
Then I snake a win with a star-studded field.
You didn't even know you'd won. I messaged him saying, "Well done, winner chicken dinner," and he was like, "What are you going on about?" And I was like, "You won," and he went, "Did I?" I went, "Did you let?" He says, "Yeah, I left before the weigh-in had finished."
Just another day in the life of, like, you know what I mean?
Spain could have a penalty here as well.
Just another one of my dozens of wins.
Sean there, just saying, best fish he's seen so far. I reckon. I think you're right. I think that's probably the biggest fish of the match.
Oh,
So
I don't know,
far.
them couple Mike had earlier were at least that big.
Sean.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, let's see if we can get a replay.
Did you get that one, mate?
Oh no, how long's the replay? There it goes. There it goes. Dunk, flump, out. That was another good bite down the right hand edge there. He'd be happy if they've rocked up down there now, won't he? So where are we? 2.5 hours in, 3.5 hours to go. That could change things, couldn't it? If he starts catching some edge monsters.
They're proper fish, they are down that edge, aren't they, as well?
Just see Mike on his phone.
What,
don't know whether
£3.5?
Just see Mike on his phone. Don't know whether he was taking a message or checking the England score or checking the score between them.
Lady next to Luke.
How long does it take to decide whether? How long does it take to decide whether it's a penalty or not? Oh, she's got to come over and have a look now.
Who's potentially
Spain has got a potential penalty.
Oh dear, it's all gone wrong.
No, because it's always a penalty once they've looked.
Is it?
Oh yeah, guaranteed.
Oh right. Okay.
Mike's in down his edge.
Told you I didn't fancy it. We're favourites, you know what I mean? We're not good favourites, I don't think.
Ah, he's lost it. Looks onto another big lump though, because that's holding on.
We're better with the backs up against the wall, aren't we, fighting the world?
Well, the back's up against the wall now, if that's 2-0.
Well, it's still got to score it, obviously.
Is it going to penalty?
It's got to be. And moved out like that, really.
Is it handball?
But it looks like I'm saying that. No.
Well, the ref was right on the spot. Look, how did she not spot it first time round?
Oh, it's
It's
another big
handball, isn't it?
hippo, look. Look
Yeah,
at
That's
that,
a
look.
better one, isn't it?
That is a
That's
proper
£10
fish.
in 2 fish, that is.
Yeah, easily.
Careful, listeners.
That changes
Careful,
things.
Lynn.
I literally just said as I walked past him, well, you're a few fish behind and you need some bigger ones, and he's gone down his edge and caught some
He's
bigger
going to
ones.
lay claim to the victory now again, Mike is. After listening to me, Luke upped his game. She moves her arm, doesn't she? It's going to be hard not to.
He's moving towards it.
I don't know.
It doesn't help when the VAR freezes it in that
Not
position.
sure she even hits it though with her arm. She looks.
Oh,
like
so, well, is that what's in question? Whether it even touched
Oh, it
her?
did, because it bounced down off her arm.
Here we go.
Missing fish here, probably. I was trying to watch
She
the
looks serious, don't
Might's
she? Like, you know what I mean? It's definitely a penalty.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no, he's not. I thought he was into the fish.
You know the.
Is she
signal.
pointed to the spot?
Penalty.
Yes, penalty.
Yeah.
There you go. Now, wouldn't that be great? Because didn't Nike, was it, who was the sponsor, the kit sponsor? They said they wouldn't give the England goalkeeper, they wouldn't produce
Yeah.
her shirt.
Yeah.
If she saves this, that'll be one of the, and they go through that and win the whole thing. That'll be one of the.
I'm not sure what you just said, but it sounds exciting.
Right, so the kit
Never age
sponsor,
pig.
they wouldn't produce the goalkeeper's shirt because
Yeah.
they said they wouldn't sell enough. So I don't know whether that's changed since.
Oh right, but if she saves
But
it,
if she then becomes the hero of the match, everyone,
in again,
everyone
ain't
will
he?
want that shirt. Yeah, oh yeah, there's fishing going on over here, Steve.
who's the smart lad who set up an edge cam down there at the start? Eh? Old Nobby. He's looking,
Yeah, I
walking
wonder if I
around
could
with his
just
chest. But
change the,
if you could see him here, like he's walking around, like he's stick with me. I know what I'm on about. I spotted that edge a mile off. It's only when I draw them I can't catch 'em.
Yeah,
I know a good
you
peg
can't
when
catch
I.
fish.
I know a good peg when I see one, but I can't catch fish. Still, I don't know all about that.
I talk a good match. Can't fish one.
It's not a big fish, is it? But it's a carp, isn't it? It's it's
£4,
another bite.
£4, only slightly smaller than the last two.
Alright, come on, Gal. Save this, otherwise that's it. We're buried.
Bamford's on a run now. Yes, Sean's sticking with us for the whole match. Well, we've got one person at least.
Well, you'll have a flood. in
You'll have a
minute
flood
once
when it goes to 2-0. won't
Yeah.
you? Yeah.
Dear.
Everybody will go, our women's football rubbish.
Somebody said 3-2 though.
Oh,
She's going to be the hero.
Yeah.
Told you. What did I say? She's going to be the hero. Everyone wants that number one. Good on her. Fair play.
You heard it here first. We didn't actually, it was on BBC One. No, we should have
If
broadcast
that
it.
now wins them the World Cup, everyone will want that number one, won't they? That number one shirt.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be a load of birds want to be goalkeepers, won't there? And
I want it
kids.
just because I've been told
Full
I can't
stop.
have it. It's true though, isn't it?
Well, if
You can't
the-
have that. You
If
want
the
it,
keeper
don't you?
becomes a hero, that's it, and everybody wants to become a goalkeeper, don't
Yeah.
they? From what I've heard of the stories,
That was
most
a
of the time,
great save,
it's the
wasn't it?
younger sister of a load of old boys, and they make her go in goals.
Yeah.
So that's it. The women are actually decent goalkeepers.
Fair
They're really
play. What a
safe
save.
hands, aren't they?
What a save, look. Wow.
Poor penalty, but good save.
Got it well covered, hasn't she? She's all over it like a cheap suit, which I know all about.
Yeah.
Have you got the trousers
Did
to
you hear
match
that
that?
last
Have you got
week?
the trousers to match that
Did you
jacket,
see?
Steve?
Did you hear
They're
that
on
last
order,
week
mate.
when they said he turned up to always go to a wedding?
Yeah. And a waistcoat as well.
He's got the waistcoat, he's got the whole kit.
I only have to go and see Harish, my tailor.
I thought you got it from a charity shop.
Exactly, you bastards. Hey,
It's another one, Dan.
It's
It's
a
another-
charity
Yeah,
shop.
our age has really come alive now, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you get that one on float cam as well?
No, I was too busy gassing my YouTube.
Oh right.
And eating chocolate biscuits.
And eating chocolate biscuits. I'm wondering when you're going to KFC.
At least I'm going for £250 loot. They're not big fish, but it's come alive fairly early.
No, those first two were £5 or £6 each. So even the second one, £4. You're still done £16, £18 in free fish.
That's another £4.
Is he behind still, or are we about?
He's 5 fish behind on the count.
Probably even on weight.
I reckon that's even Stevens on weight now. If not, maybe slightly in front.
Well, I'm not going to say too much because I'm not going to say.
Now wishing I had a cup of tea with you two as well.
I'll make a cup of tea, won't you, sure?
I'm not having Simon Speaks to it.
Well, I've drunk so much tea, I'm going to have to go to the toilet in a minute.
It's got enough in it, I think, Steve.
Hey.
It's got a couple of cups worth, unless you want them.
I'll put some more water in it because it's probably, that sounds a bit dry, doesn't it? It sounds a bit hot, I suppose.
Yeah, Mike's having his turn as a bit of a quiet spell now, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's like what Dan said about having a good start.
Luke's had his quiet spell, he's sat there waiting, isn't he?
Mike's obviously down his edge, isn't he?
He's now looking down his left-hand edge,
Yeah. It's not come alive like Mike says though, has it? Luke says so.
I'll tell you what I do know, if Luke draws on a food fish in that final, he's certainly more than capable of being
well, they're both on Mike's now. I've just winched one on for. I know he's got winched one on for him. No,
there's some good anglers in the final, aren't there?
Listen, just being a regional final twice, the pair of them. They're both competent, aren't they?
Yeah.
What is this region? Leicester?
I'm going to say, what you're thinking, considering the area they come from, they're quite competent, right? Yeah. But they're Midlanders, aren't they, really, like us, I suppose. So we shouldn't be that shocked.
Well, it's a local venue for us, it's really, isn't it, when you think about it?
Yeah. It's as close to it here as Floatfish Farm is and Rookery. It's, yeah, definitely. I might come and have a go in that, what is it, Thursday blind match?
Yeah. Blind and handicap match.
Well, as soon as he said budget, and I thought, that won't attract any superstars, eh?
You're always lit up though.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. There'll be pensioners and has-beens, like. Yeah, they did like that, mate. A win's a win. I'm dead against these over 55s and these age limits, but it is nice to have a winner now and then, isn't it?
I thought you liked taking money off pensioners.
I do, I love it. It's just better, isn't it? When you come home, you've actually won a fishing match, you feel good about yourself, and you know there's probably going to be a pensioner die of hypothermia over the weekend as a direct result of the fact that,
Yeah.
And they even think you're a mate as well, that's the other one, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean?
Another group we've offended today, or Steve.
Well, I'm part of that group, aren't I? That's the whole point.
Australians, women,
I'm
pensioners. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm part of that group. Oh dear. Fish and chip money, as Ted Rowe used to say. Win your section.
You would struggle to buy fish and chips winning your section nowadays.
I think it's my sort of fishing here, don't you? I think the fact that it looks like you can catch it. It reminds me a bit of Six Islands, honestly, at Decoy, with all the reed beds around and stuff, little areas that are, you know what I mean? Every peg, that's what I was trying to say, Dan, every peg looks like it's got its spot where you could expect the fish to come to if they so. The fish go into all of those pegs, don't they?
You need to do a bit of shallow fishing, didn't you?
You've got decent,
no, not really.
You've got decent margins, but you can't fish to your next platform, can you? Because reeds jutting out on every peg, in between every peg.
Yeah.
So you couldn't fish to the next platform, which is.
But everybody's in the same boat in regards to that, aren't they? Which means that having a peg in between each, you're not fighting against each other too much. I like it. I like the way it's laid out. I really do. I think the depth and everything. I think it's a very straightforward lake.
Try by James.
You know what I mean? It's plenty of fish mooching around still in the middle a bit, isn't there? Like down here, there's fish.
That's good so far.
You've done it.
Thank you, mate.
The lady to our left, she's in again. I remember he used to be, he used to catch meat on the meat. 8mm meat, 6mm meat was it, in the autumny time and all that. In the middle of the lake you could catch. Last time I fished it, I remember like you put a big pot of maggots in it, coming to life if you chucked them down the middle.
You had some nice islands down the middle back in them days.
Yeah. Well, so I draw this right. It must have been about where Luke was, or next in between, and the charity match just rocked up, and I had one of them days where it just what I did worked. Fish line on the pole, actually, like blimey.
Luke's trying his other edge. You have three. What do you have? 3 fish out of that edge, Mike, and then
4, yeah, 2 big ones, 2
That's
small
right,
ones,
yeah.
didn't it? So, so the theme is continuing. Little runs of fish and then a gap. Same with the shallow fishing, wasn't it? 3 or 4 fish and then a quiet spell again.
That's how it is, isn't it? Until they just totally commit and settle down, don't they? And then bang.
Well,
no instant bite in his other edge though, which is unusual. Isn't it? One edge works and the other one.
yesterday I caught
Don't.
well for 90 minutes and then couldn't get a bite for 4.5 hours.
No, at Kingsland last week
Just
I
turn
started
off
off
sometimes,
catching
doesn't it?
alright, and I was thinking like, well, this is just going to get better and better
Yeah.
and turn into a sacking fest, and it
It
didn't.
died.
Yeah, and you had to then
Strange
you
how
had to
it
go
happens.
down there and try. So yeah. I thought I was going to absolutely slaughter it. Well, as much as is humanly possible for an old man.
So, another 25 minutes and we'll be at the halfway stage. We've got an injury.
Mm.
Oh dear, who's injured?
Greenwood, one of our best players.
Oh dear.
Any relation to Ron?
15 minutes, not even that. Is that the girl that stamped on someone?
Yes, she's back.
Wouldn't it be great if she then scored? Did I say that out loud?
We did actually, yeah.
The one that stamped on
Yeah,
somebody
wouldn't it be great if she then came back and...
and scored?
Well,
wouldn't it?
she very nearly did a minute ago. Great save by the Spain.
We're
goal.
forgiving her already then, are we?
No, but the country will if she goes and levels it, won't she?
Oh, you're such a
Takes it
nice
for a
fella
look.
you are, ain't
I
you?
think it's
Lives
one
in
of-
Cloud Cuckoo
That
Land.
looked worse than it actually was.
Yeah, I suppose. It weren't going to cause anybody any lifelong.
No. Well, a 2-footed challenge or anything like
It
that,
weren't.
was it?
Quite what Bex did, but it was a bit petulant as much as anything else, weren't it?
Luke back on his margin. Not giving up on them other lines.
Probably just a playful peck, to be fair, eh?
Well, sometimes when your player goes down in front of you, you ain't got nowhere to put your feet, have you?
Yeah, so you just kick him in the face like
Yes.
what you're saying, and it's okay, acceptable. We used to be the team I used to play for, Ringsted Rangers, yeah. The boys could mix it with the Corby lot.
Oh, you don't want to play a Corby team, Jesus.
They managed, mate, I tell you. The Ringsted boys.
Hard as nails, they were.
Yeah, the Ringsted boys were and all, mate. It was just me that wasn't, but they let me go up front and keep out the way and stick it in the net. Our lads could mix with them. They were rough though, Corby lot. They were.
Might turn for a fish.
They all jocks with chips on the shoulder, weren't they? Like Bill Boyne.
The spectators were just as
Warning
bad.
Bill. Hey.
You go and watch a local game in Corby, you generally end up in a fight with spectators.
Yeah. There was. Yeah.
This might be a bigger fish for Mike. Take his time with it.
To be fair, all the teams I ever went with were equally as obliging anyway.
Got some elastic out. It's either a big fish or it's foul hooked.
He's not playing it.
No, actually, I think he's hooked up to something, is he?
No, that's playing this as a fish.
Oh no, it's a duck swimming in front.
He's not hooked up to a duck. That's the first I've
No,
fished that one.
yeah,
That's a good
there was
one
a
for,
there was a
Mike.
duck swimming along, just sort of like in front of his pole line through my binoculars. Binoculars.
Luke just knocking that right hand on the edge again.
It's Sven.
On the head again.
She does look like, now you've said that, it's like,
Don't know what nationality she is.
I think you might be right, Swedish.
Either way, she should be coaching. She should be coaching the men's team with that record.
Mm.
I'm quite happy with our coach, thank you very much.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be amazing though? Is there any men's teams that are actually coached by a woman?
No, I think Forest Green Rovers attempted it last season,
Yes,
but she
yes.
didn't last very long. Why? Or whether it was just results thing, or whether the
I just think like the team ought to know what they got to do, don't they? I don't know. I've got like I say, I played football, but I've got no tactical knowledge of football whatsoever.
Greenwood's up. She's got a bandage on her head.
She'll be going off with concussion now.
My job was to totally avoid the other team, get into space, get the ball, stick it in the net, so I didn't have to rely on any sort. That's all it was. The others had to know 4-2, 4-3, 5, and all that. I didn't need to know that.
Still not at the halfway stage. It feels like a bit of a longer match than that. 6-hour match today, fishing till 4 o'clock. Giving away our anglers in
winning the
last.
Premiership, I expect you do.
It's only 2 games in, isn't it?
Is it? Oh right, so yeah, of course it is.
Man, you lost yesterday though, so
So happy
Happy
days.
days.
Right, yeah. That's how it is when Australia lose cricket in my mind. If they lose, that's damn near as good as an England win somewhere. Obviously an England win against Australia is double bubble. Certainly good to send them home.
1-0.
yeah.
Yeah, they saved a penalty, that's why we cheered.
Might get a bit of an audience back once this finishes. Well, how long you've got now?
8 minutes.
8 minutes.
Plus injury time. Or extra time if England score. At the minute.
Penalties is what we want, isn't it?
Come on the Lionesses.
We were good at penalties the other night, mate.
And then
I
come
tell
on
you.
the Fishes. Mike's into another one.
Come on the fishes.
Like I say, that German fella seemed to like, we said we got it all the psychology to a T, we stood in the right place, made them walk in the right place.
What does he know then?
Well, he's German, mate. What do you mean, what does he know?
Well, we lost.
I nearly,
Or we're losing.
Another good edge fish.
yeah, no, when the penalties, but whenever, you know, Germans, when it comes to organising stuff, they didn't really lose the sort of war because they took on the whole world, didn't they? They got pretty close considering, didn't they, for a country that was on its knees just prior to that.
You're going down that road now as well.
It's going to offend some Germans now.
Well, no, I'm not. No,
don't
I'm not.
mention the war, Steve.
No, I'm not offending them at all, mate. You know what I mean?
That was another decent fish, mate, Mike.
Yeah, he's
About £4.
maintaining that gap between the two of them. Just when you thought those edges were going to come alive for Luke, and it's gone quiet again for him. These little runs, that's all it's come down to. Who's going to put the most of them together? Couldn't tell you who's winning. Oh, it's got to be. Oh, no, I can't comment. Could be quite close still, couldn't it? I know Mike's 7 fish in front. As we got it, messed around with the fish count at the start.
I don't feel like there's a lot in it. Luke's hoping he's giving his right hand edge a rest and
He's
he's
had a
going to go back and it's going to be solid straight away.
2
again,
proper
isn't
hippos down that right hand side. If he gets more of them, it's going to be tough to call, isn't it? Don't forget to get your weights in.
Spain are time wasting now.
Of course it will.
It's going to be a lot of extra time.
Just break it all down, don't you? Don't forget to guess the weights in. MIDI 5G pellet waggler available.
Liquid carbon pellet wag, no less.
it? Liquid carbon.
Yeah,
I like it.
Is that what it says?
yeah.
I like it. I love the carbon effect on things. There's cross weave. I think that's
Got a nice matte finish, that rod.
yeah.
Lovely.
It's
Better get your guesses in because these
It's
two
like
want
when you
it.
have them matte grey cars.
yeah.
Nice, isn't they?
Yeah. Well, you know, I had me transported on
Yeah.
Matt Gray, didn't I?
Yeah.
Before it became popular.
Yeah, lovely looking bit of kit there. All you've got to do is subscribe to the channel and get closest to the winning weight and select the winning angler. Put it on our live feed. You could have that rod by the end of the week. Elizabeth is saying, me and Michael's dad won't be moving all day. No, stick with us, Elizabeth. Marvin Moss saying he's got Mike 10 or 11 pound in front. It's probably about right. Would like to call it. Luke's had a couple of proper hippos, but then some of Mike's early fish were big fish as well. So.
Bit of jargon busting there. Proper hippos. Big buggers. Eh? Hippos. Edge pigs, eh?
I think, was it Fox International, what's his name, that does the specimen angling? He's coined the phrase that the big carp are hippos, didn't he? What's his name? I can't think of his name. Does a lot of Fox videos, specimen carp fishing.
I'm not sure on the specie side of it who the gods are.
Well,
One or two.
The brands cross over, don't they, between the match and the... Like Matrix is Fox, isn't it? Is it Matrix that's Fox?
Yeah,
it
is.
is. In the same way that Nitro and
Sonic.
Yeah, Corderone, another
Good
one, don't
intro,
they?
Corder and Guru are the same.
Corder and Gouda.
Corder and
Professional
Guru.
you are, aren't you?
Yeah, see?
Yeah, he knows how to wedge
Up
an
there
ad
for thinking, down there for dancing. Right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it'll be as exciting playing a part of increasing that brand, and I'm pretty sure Ian will be thinking the same from our point of view. You know what I mean? If there's a group of sort of 3-4 of us, and 5 even, with a decent bait company on board, do you know what I mean? All celebrating in each other's success makes life a lot easier, wouldn't you say?
What we've got to try and do is show that overlap between carp fishing and match fishing.
Yes, as much as I hate to say it, we have to
try and draw
embrace it all, don't we?
We have to try and draw people in both directions,
Yeah.
don't you?
Yes.
You've got to introduce them to this, because I was as naive as they come. Why would I ever want to go match fishing? Rah 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 rah. I want to catch big carp. Now look at me. Don't do any carp fishing, just match fishing.
And never catch any
And
big
I was
carp.
too slow. I was too slow to realise it as well.
What would be your ideal scenario for a match window like? I mean, it's one of those questions, road, breed, whatever. But for me, like a carp match, would you rather have £200 of 20 £10 carp?
No.
That's a nice day's fishing to me.
Well, it is, but
you wouldn't want to do it every day though, would you? That's the whole point.
Well, it'd be a slow old day, and then big fish come in a lot easier anyway, don't they? So
It wouldn't be that slow, would it? If it was a 5-hour match,
hard
that'd be a
old fishing
£10
though,
carp
isn't it?
every 15 minutes, wouldn't it?
it feels like it's hard old fishing when you go for big carp like that. When you go to somewhere like Decoy and they're all £10 edge fish, and you sat there waiting on them, and you can see other people around you catching using different methods. I can't get it in my head that I'm,
you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, you think, oh, I'm falling behind because everyone's catching lots of fish, but then some of them edge fish, they're not that easy to catch, are they? And then
£200 to £300 isn't too much, is it?
no,
For weight, you know what I mean? Maybe
no, but as a combination of £2 F1s and £4 carp, to have 150 to £200 is a fun day, isn't it?
yes, that's right.
It's a bit like sitting on the method feeder on a match all day. It doesn't feel like you're doing anything.
Yeah, catching
No.
£2 F1s shallow and then £4 carp shallow, then going down your edge and having a few 5-6 pounders. It's ideal, isn't it?
Yeah,
It just makes for an awesome day, doesn't it?
yeah.
Wally War boys, hey up chaps.
Oh, well,
Bit
Yeah,
steady
well.
today, but close, he says. He's been watching the football.
Are you coming Marston Fields in 2 weeks' time, Wal, for a play?
How much extra time? See,
Let
they'll all
us know,
start
mate.
coming across, won't they?
don't. 13 minutes.
Of extra time?
Yeah.
Well, we thought we were going to get an audience back, but apparently we're not.
13 minutes, that's a lot, isn't it? That's like, is it over now then?
No.
Yeah, but apart from that third, wow. I've never seen
Scored
that.
2 or 3 goals in that time.
I've never seen that much on extra time before.
They are increasing extra time,
Alex Ferguson used to get that every match, didn't
Yeah.
he?
The bloke in the last round was disgusted, weren't it, that it was only 6 minutes. Maybe it's...
Was that another big edge dweller for Luke there?
you up, sorry?
Yeah.
I'll
Oh,
show
you're
you
watching the
fishing
football.
match. Well, he's got one on at the minute. It's wobbling all over the shop.
It's come up a bit
Smaller
easier.
fish,
It's a
yeah.
smaller one. I think that was an edge fish again. It's potting.
Plenty of bites though, eh?
Yeah. Got distracted again. Hopefully we haven't missed nothing. Nice that the family of these two guys have had the opportunity to watch this at home. Hope you're enjoying it, although I'm sure you're nail biting on the edge of your seats. Still a long way to go. Steve's asking if you're going to join us at Woodlands, Wally. Let us know. Come on, float cam. There it goes. That's awesome. And let's give it a quick replay, shall we? Dunk. Actually picked one up there. Did you get the replay? Dunk. Bunk. What do you see there when it comes up replay, doesn't it?
That's the initial. Yeah, replay.
A bit jerky afterwards though, here, isn't it? Yeah. Another good one in the net for Luke though, that's a proper one. Look, that's filled his
fish,
landing net.
Yeah.
That's handy and all, isn't it? And
So,
held up the south.
Yeah.
If,
Just as you netter.
oh yeah, Wally's coming.
Yeah, you're coming to Marston, good old
He's
boy.
coming. Oh, Marston, I thought you said Woodlands. Is he coming
Well,
to
yeah,
Marston?
he's both
Both.
to them
Are you coming to
anyway.
both, Wally?
I'm
Are you
pretty
coming to
sure.
Marston or are you coming to Woodlands?
Well, Marston for the semi, Woodlands for the final, and Jansen's for the on the third. I'm pretty sure he's. If he can be there, he'll be there, won't he?
So Luke's now catching up with some really big fish.
Oh,
He's got it down to 5. So
Don't.
this is what I said earlier on with the wind pushing onto Luke's bank. Is Mike going to get them edge fish at the end, isn't it? In the back half of the match. Coming up to 3 hours in with 3 hours to go, so we're only at the halfway stage. Hopefully both, says Walt.
what's that? Sorry.
Well, he says hopefully both.
Yeah, cool.
Maybe just not. Oh, they're sending long balls in now.
England haven't really troubled the goal much.
No, I ain't seen a lot of
give it away now.
exciting sort of.
Give it away, give it away, give it away now.
Trying to concentrate on the fishing, but
What fish? Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're fishing, aren't you?
Did that hit her arm or? I can't see
no, I
very-
don't think it did. It
No.
looked like the chest to me, up by the shoulder.
Yes, looked like an assumption by the referee more than a. Have to look at that screen because it's not good for you squinting, isn't it? Well, I am for me. Quiet again for these.
Middle part
Need
of
to
the
give
match.
it a break and start again. It's one of them, isn't it, until they turn up for good. I think you probably want a line out in front to be on a 2+, what, you know what I mean? So, because they've got to be backed off, haven't they, when they. But then you could end up, you know, you're fishing against yourself, aren't you? Which is half of the course, to be fair.
Come on, girls, get hold of it. Here we go.
Sean's getting a bit aerated now. Another fish down the edge for Luke.
Throwing, that's alright. Yeah, Mikey's edge has gone really quiet. He's been in both edges now the last 5 minutes and had nothing.
Oh, Luke's just lost that one.
Lost that one.
That would, encouraging signs though for his margin.
You took that off a bird, didn't you know, brother?
I thought they got 7. They got 6 minutes left. The old lionesses.
Luke was a pace daddy. And my one trick pony in him off.
No, he was fishing pace down the edge, wasn't he?
A little quiet spell for Mike. Not
Go on,
out
go
of
on,
it.
go on, go on, go on.
Fairly even on the old weight front, I think. I don't know who's had the more smaller fish. Probably Luke's had more smaller fish, but he's also had more bigger fish. There's quite a few that he swung in at one point, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot in it weight-wise at all now.
Wally confirming that he's on pace. Richard Caroline. Mick with £158, 13 ounces. Not many guesses coming in, so you might have nailed that. The old guess the weight competition. Midi rod up for grabs. 5G pellet wag. Having a little look there. I did say to both anglers at the start I want a nice close match. Can we get them fish? Can we get them fish for fish at the end?
Luke's into another edge pig. That pace does some damage when they rock up, doesn't it?
That's what he's on, if you say so.
Ooh, he's just missed that one in the net.
He's having a look up. He's having a look up to Mike.
He keeps having a little look round.
He does.
Ooh.
Third time's a charm.
Another good fish. He's catching up on
Then
the numbers.
Then above £4 though, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's about £4, isn't it? Ish.
Richard Caroline then just saying good luck to Mick, keep it up. I think if Luke draws level on numbers with fish that stamp, he's in front, isn't he?
Has he caught? I haven't, because he's out of sight and I...
You're concentrating on the football, aren't you, Steve?
Yeah, it'll be.
That'll all be over in a few minutes.
It will, yeah.
Yeah.
Famous last words.
Oh, what a tackle that
Yeah, that
was.
was sound,
Hell of a
wasn't it?
tackle
No
that
arguing
was.
that she'd come out with a ball there, was there?
Oh dear, 2.5 minutes and they're all done then.
Bobby Moore.
Long balls now.
Well, she found a man. Or woman. Oh dear, that wasn't good though, was it? Give it away, look.
Give it away, give it away, give it away, give it away.
What have we got to do? Melvin says I'll make it about even. Yeah, I reckon you're right, mate.
Who's that?
Melvin Moss. Not sure how you get Spanner next to your name. How'd you get Spanner next to your name on YouTube?
What does a spanner mean, like?
No idea.
You can fix cars.
Well, my brother-in-law
Really is a
calls
mechanic.
people who are a bit dim spanners. You spanner, you total
Don't
spanner.
upset our regular audience. Sure.
I'm not saying that that's the reason why he's got a spanner next to his name. I'm just saying my brother-in-law calls people a total spanner.
Just being unique. Yeah, I think that he did have a few that he swung in early, did Luke, but them big fish, they make up a lot, don't they? As we keep saying, it's a repeat of last year's region final between these two anglers. So is it going to be repeat or revenge? It's a proper grudge match.
Them two are going to stay down for the next 3 minutes. Mike ain't had a fish for a while now, has he?
No, he's having his quiet spell now, but then Luke went through that period, didn't he? As Mike was catching. It's exactly as Dan called it, it's a fairly fair fishery. Everyone pretty much in the same boat. Maybe these edge fish at the end, I should imagine, that will make all the difference. Just curious with this wind pushing onto Luke's bank and off of Mike's bank, whether that will make a lot, although the wind's died off a bit now, hasn't it? So in the dying seconds on the football, I see.
Go on, girl. Go on, girl.
She can get there, could she? Can I, mate? No. Can I have another throw in? Oh, she's got a headache.
She's going to stay down, stay down.
Yeah, she's just telling us. She's holding her down, isn't
Yeah.
she? Mm. They got to allow them to take the throw, though, haven't they?
Yeah. So, well...
Yeah, where did... Oh, is it here? Clash.
Not on the head, though.
No, they're just the ball met there.
Oh, she's up. Good old girl.
It's going to be the last throw of the game, isn't it?
Corner. Yes.
Over an extra minute over the 13.
Goalkeeper's going up.
Come on, now she'll be a hero, wouldn't she? I called it from the start. Come on, girl, let her score. Let our goalkeeper score in the last minute of the England World Cup. No, nowhere near her.
Yeah.
And they're out. That's it, that's over.
That was poor, wasn't it?
Right, we can concentrate on the fishing, can't we?
Yep. Done. Never mind, ladies. Good good effort.
It was a good effort to get that far, yeah. Further than the men got. Have we missed anything? Don't think so. Been a bit quiet, hasn't it? Middle of the match, 3 hours in, 3 hours to go. 10 till 4 today. Might just go and have a little look on the batteries down there on the other camera. Are you going to keep one eye on this, Sean?
I can do, yeah. I'm just going to get the fishing back on telly.
Get YouTube back up on the telly. Give it 5 minutes and we'll welcome everyone back.
Luke's in again.
He's keeping an eye on him, isn't he?
Looks like Mike's gone long, shallow again.
A nice little gap between two types of rushes there, isn't it? Where he's feeding that long, shallow line. Looks like another good fish for Luke. Unlucky to the lionesses, but now we can concentrate on this. We've got 3 hours of match fishing for you to enjoy for the rest of the afternoon. last head-to-head of the year. Right, I'm just going to go and have a little look at the batteries. You keep an eye on that.
Yep. Yeah, Luke's just putting a little run of fish together now, down his edge. Fishing on the paste, I think. Mike's having a little quiet spell. He's gone back shallow long, so hoping that can produce. It's hanging on well, whatever it is. Oh, he's in. Yeah, about the same sort of stamp as 4 or 5 pound.
Know what I went on the phone for?
A little bit of a float cam shot, shall we, while we're if we can see the float, that is.
Right in the middle of nowhere as far as finding some food is. Well no, there must be it's Sunday as well, it's half a battle, isn't it?
That one come in a lot easier. Again, another 4 pound fish. Bringing that fish tally back.
There's only down the edge on there.
Only 2 behind now.
How many fish? What are the actual fish numbers?
Luke's on 33, Mike's on 35.
I haven't got a clue is the reality because I haven't seen any of it. And even when I think I've seen it, I still haven't got a clue.
I think now Luke will probably be edging in front on weight because all his edge fish he's had have been a decent stamp.
Yeah, because a lot of them fish numbers were quite small, weren't they? They've all been weighers, haven't they, since... he ain't caught a lot less than £2 down the edge, has he?
Nothing.
No.
Nothing less than £4, I wouldn't have thought.
No, there you go. But like I say, I was convinced last week that Ant had won. Convinced. I think he was.
I think it was just too many fish behind, weren't he? Even though he had bigger fish and that.
He lost it in the first half hour, didn't he?
I think he lost it. Changing his nets all the while.
Hold on, miss.
Yeah,
another big edge pig for Luke. Got a nice replay on it, Mike.
Well done.
Suss that out.
There's another one. There's Mike in with a fish.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the first one for a while,
Yeah,
that
he's
is.
going to be breathing a sigh of relief, isn't he?
Yeah.
With,
Yeah. Luke throws the numbers right up, but again, it's only a very small fish, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. If he's catching up with big fish,
Yeah, I would say Luke's ahead on weight now.
I would, yeah. Yeah.
Right, let's go on comfort break.
Luke, 7 to 8 pound in front. He's fishing post over ground bait. Yeah. Never felt comfortable fishing paste. It's something I need to do a lot more of. Do you fish paste, Steve?
No.
No, I don't. I'm not.
Paste is putting in between 2 slices of bread having a sandwich in it. What my dad used to have for work, apparently.
Paste on bread.
Yeah, he was scrimping and saving while my mum was out spending the family fortune.
Luke's in again, look, and this one's torn out some elastic because this foul hooked. Yeah, he's really reaching for it. Is this one gonna? You'd be lucky to get this one in, I think, the way that's going, wouldn't you? Well, it's hit the surface.
It's hit the top, so he stands a chance
Yeah.
now, doesn't he? They sometimes just come in dead easy for you if you can get them first time, don't they? Although he ain't.
Oh look, the audience has jumped up. Now the football's finished.
Has it finished, has it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Did
Nicholas
we lose?
Reed. Yeah, we lost 1-0.
God, 1 minute I was dead into it, next minute it was like it hadn't
got to the
happened.
end and you've missed.
Yeah, I'm a fickle supporter, I am, mate. I'm a fair weather supporter, me.
Nicholas Reed, Luke's not fishing ground bait, he's fishing micros. Well, we'll try and ask these questions after. I always say this, but then we forget to ask. But
Forget to ask one.
well, normally people say,
forget.
like last year, I forget. Yeah. Last week, people wanted to know what pen was using, and I was like, yeah, we'll ask at the weigh-in, and then forgot all about it. So, we get all excited. That's our defence. I'm not sure that is foul up, you know.
We're not
Just
very
fought like crazy.
We're not very good, are we? Basically, at times we can be.
No,
We can vary between being absolutely bloody brilliant and absolutely pony, can't we?
Like you said, even a blind squirrel finds some nuts.
Yeah, occasionally. Yeah, that's what I say. It's blind squirrel day. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, verge from the sublime to the ridiculous, as my dad would used to say.
So, to everyone that's just joined us, what a fantastic opportunity just to say welcome on board. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. We're live today from Shearsby Valley Fisheries and we're filming the regional final between Luke Bamford and Mike Elliot. So even though Luke's slightly behind on the numbers, we think he's maybe just in front on the weight. Had several large fish now out of his right hand margin. And although Mike had some bigger fish early on, a lot of his fish have been smaller fish caught shallow.
Wind's blowing up this end as well, isn't it?
It's blowing onto Luke's bank, and I personally just got a feeling that's going to make a difference at the end. Maybe not throughout the match, but at the end. Although Mike's having a bit of a drought spell there. What also is another opportunity to say, just next year, Steve, what's happening?
Next year, yeah.
So what's happening?
Well, next year the Super Cup's going to be back up there, and it's going to be the biggest competition, certainly the biggest pay-in, unless somebody comes up with bids, because it's guaranteed at 51k as a minimum prize pot for.
If you've just joined us, it was announced on the Feel Good Radio show last night that the prize pot for next year's competition is going to be minimum guaranteed £51,000. So,
by our reckoning, we'll make it the biggest.
And it's going to continue to grow. So,
hey, we think it's going to be more than that if we're honest, don't we?
Yeah, that's a minimum guarantee.
And that's basically as a result of an agreement that ourselves and Nitro have made over the weekend, on Friday in fact. And there's other stuff to follow on that, other changes and what have you, and a big campaign coming up with tickets that will be available by the time it all comes around. All the information will be there.
Yeah, so no uncertainty for next year. It's certainly going to be way back up there as one of the largest matches in angling, if not the biggest match in match fishing. The biggest competition in match fishing next year. So no doubt that'll turn a few heads again.
We're looking forward to this year though, to be honest with you. Let's be fair, there's no detriment to this year's competition, which is going to be an absolute belter.
But it's nice to be able to tell everybody at the final of this year's competition that it's still growing, it's getting stronger.
This year's is going to be good. We're going to pull off a banging broadcast, don't we, lads?
Well, the
fingers crossed.
Oh look, Mike's into a fish, isn't he? Yep.
Mike's got a fish, yeah. That's welcome for him.
It's been a really good year though, Steve, hasn't it? With the radio show, with the YouTube lives, with the Guess the Weight competition.
The fact that we're standing here now doing what we're doing,
with
mate,
the F30 So yeah, all good stuff.
Like I've said, a lot of the input you've put in and what we're doing sat here today is instrumental in all of those things that are occurring. People have noticed us because of this, yeah?
Yeah.
You know, Lester would probably be the first to that, you know, he sees this, sees what we do.
Yeah, Lester got in touch after the Puddle Dock match, didn't he? Was
Yeah.
that around about then?
Yeah, something like that.
For the Feel Good radio show? And the Feel Good...
We've just caught a few people's attention along the way, haven't we?
Well,
Why wouldn't we?
And Nitro have obviously seen what we've been doing, and they're definitely
Vice versa, yeah. Well,
excited
Mike and Craig getting together at Woodlands is very instrumental in all
not
of
to
this.
forget Mike and Craig, they've been hugely supportive of the Fishing Association, haven't they? So.
Yeah, and we'll be hugely supportive of them because they take over the MIDI brand on September the 1st, and they obviously want to get involved. We've already said that on one of the final next year is guaranteed already to be at Woodlands. So yeah,
Lots of exciting things happening.
yeah, there's lots of stuff coming out in the next few weeks. Busy times, to be fair.
So guess the weight competition today, the prize
Yeah.
courtesy of Dan here at Shearsby Valley Fisheries is the MIDI 5G pellet waggler. How long is it? 10 foot? 12 foot?
I would imagine it's got to be 12 foot,
It's
hasn't
got to be 12 foot as a pellet waggler, isn't it?
it? Yeah.
Over 100 quid's worth of rod there anyway, haven't
Yeah. Anyway, rod up for grabs. All you've got to do is guess the winning angler at today's outcome and closest to their winning weight. Put that on our
That's
live
a better
YouTube
fish
feed.
for Mike.
Put that on our live YouTube feed,
That'll make all the difference, that will.
and that will be winging its way to you by the end of the week.
Can't go wrong, can you? Free rod.
Free competitions. I've got to love a free prize, haven't you? Like I say, that is courtesy of Dan here at Shearsby Valley Fisheries. And if you've not got down here before, 14 minutes, 15 minutes off the A14, and you won't go wrong.
Cracking venue.
I'm going to have a go. I'm definitely having
You're
a go on
coming
this
first,
one.
didn't you? You've come and had a look, and we're already booked in, haven't you?
I reckon I can do Luke. Like, I've been
Nice
watching him and I don't
breakfast.
rate him that much.
Nice breakfast here.
It always
and,
looks easy watching, doesn't it?
Tackle shop as well.
Yeah, your breakfast, it's all there, although we were a bit short-staffed this morning, weren't we?
He only had rolls on offer, but it's normally a full English.
Well, there was a lady who's phoned in sick, hasn't she?
Yeah. Didn't have a cook. He was. I think he got his dad on the stove, hadn't he?
Watching football more like.
Nigel Fitzpatrick says Luke to win with £167. Lee Myers says Luke to win with £186. Daz Kennedy, Mike to win with £187. So all in the fairly similar range there.
Yeah, and varying names as well, eh? Varying.
Yeah, it's a nice close match.
Well, they were the two finalists last year, weren't they? You know?
Yeah, it's a grudge match. Repeat or revenge? Which is it going to be?
Start a row.
Who are you rooting for? Let us know. Family members are obviously watching. Hello. Yeah, Luke's just been fishing his edges, and they're slowly coming in now. Some bigger fish as well. And
If we had the KFC 2 minutes up the road, we'd be in heaven, wouldn't we?
Mike's back on his shallow line. He's hooked one, had one, lost one. It looks like he might be into another one. So his lines are starting up again. He's just had a little quiet spell. Luke had his quiet spell earlier in the match. But Luke's onto another edge monster.
It does look ironic that he's got that going, and it's. To be honest with you, I
He's
expect.
just pulled out.
He's
He's going to get the odd foul up and down.
It's not a
there.
bad day, is it, for fishing? There's a southwesterly wind. I don't think we're anything like a full moon. Oh, it's pleasant. It's not. It's a little bit of cloud.
Bit of cloud
cover.
cover here and there, yeah, bit of sunshine.
Spot on, really, isn't it? If every day through the summer had been like this,
Oh, happy days.
it would have been
Better fish for Mike there as well.
would have been spot on, wouldn't it? Still, maybe it will be. From now on. Although I did look at the forecast earlier and it didn't seem that.
As I went down to check the camera, the next peg along from Luke, he had a right big fish. It was easily double figures.
Really?
Yeah,
did?
it was monstrous. Yeah,
The next bloke down.
yeah. The next peg down, and he's fishing his margins as well. So that's good fish for Mike though.
Well, that's two decent fish for Mike now. So it's,
And he
It's
lost,
not all
he
over.
lost one as
going,
well.
it's going one way, then it's going the other way.
Yeah, he lost one as well. Oh, you thrown me crisp cut away.
Oh no.
Left it there for a reason. I wouldn't make crisp packet noises all over the microphone. Come on.
Rip it open.
So we've got our semi-final, which will be in 2 weekends' time, Sunday the 3rd of September. We'll have live coverage of that for you. And we've got our actual final in 4 weeks' time on the 17th, Sunday the 17th of September.
Yeah, get yourself up to Woodland View if you can.
You are more than welcome
to. Woodland Lakes first. Lovely restaurant there. Lovely bar full of beer.
So you're welcome to come and spectate at either event, or you can
Not
just
there's
tune
anything wrong with Woodlands View, by the way. I used to love going to Woodlands View.
Yeah, well, we haven't been there for donkey's years, have we?
Used to be on
We
my
used
list
to go
of
there
places.
all the while.
Steve,
90 miles away, but it was a good run on the...
Fished food for shows there.
Yeah, we fished that Pears match, didn't we?
Was
that
that,
first
that
big
where
match
it was?
you fished.
But yeah, shit my pants.
Yeah, you did, didn't you?
Excuse the language.
Yeah.
Mike having another fish yet. Got that shallow line working again. Steve Rogers says Mike to win with £204. After the match we're going to weigh everyone in, but we're going to come back to our 2 anglers, so it'll be a little bit of a wait, and then we'll do the weigh-in.
Not so big that one, but still touching.
He needs to start catching it.
2.5,
He's had his
3 now.
quiet spell now, and
Yeah,
he'll feel much confident if he's got fish
That's
coming.
3 fish now, isn't it, on the bounce on that line? But it seems to be you have 3 or 4 fish on the line and then nothing.
Yeah. But
It's like
3 fish add up to 1 edgefish, I should imagine.
No, I don't know. The last 2 he caught were probably 3 or 4 pounds, and that one's 2 or 3. There's not a lot in it. Then paste fish, bigger fish, every while, aren't they?
Luke just looking over his shoulder down to Mike to see whether he's catching. That's Luke's right hand margin there. Managed to sneak a camera in there when we realised where he was fishing. You can see he's getting indication, there's definitely some fish down there.
Yeah. Got that sun on my back through there.
That was a good bite. That was
Really warm through that.
You'll be snoring there in a minute.
Nah, not me, mate. Don't put ideas, not that you need to. Yeah, I didn't sleep very well last night. The missus was driving around the home counties like lost at the early hours of the morning.
Oh no.
She came all the way up the M11, got to Cambridge Services, and then went all the way back down to the M25 to come up the A1 because it was closed off at Cambridge Services.
Oh
dear.
Did Mike lose that one? He had one on.
I think he might have done. Stephen Millward's guessing Mike to win with £167.14.
She was only yards away from your house, basically, wasn't she? And like, yeah. But she's followed everything to the nth degree, hasn't she? And
We just had a little look in his left hand margin, but he lost it. I don't know if it was foul looked. If he gets them going in both margins, that will be interesting. Mike's still fishing that shallow line. He's end peg on this bank, on the right hand side, fishing against the reeds. There's Luke's one out from end peg.
so how far were we in? Halfway?
We're just going to cross halfway, 2.5 hours to go. 6-hour match today.
So
Do you
what,
like a
weight,
6-hour match?
what numbers of fish are we on? 30?
34 to 39 in Mike's favour.
There's another one in the net for Mike.
I reckon Mike's got about £80.
He'll need the numbers if he's catching smaller fish, won't he? So.
He might be.
They're well on the way to 150 to 200, aren't they? If things, you know, as long as things stay and wind up as normal, like they drift along for another. They got about £80 each, do you think?
Probably.
at the moment. Another £30 in the next hour, maybe. Maybe.
Smallish fish for Mike again. Still putting numbers in the net though.
Yeah, when he gets a nice little run catching shallow, it's good, isn't it? And there is the odd bigger fish in amongst them, isn't
It's
there?
all about the units turning up, isn't it? This lady I'm watching here, she's just moved into it.
Phil Steele says Luke, £147.12. Fancies his chances of winning that MIDI 5G pellet waggler rod.
Have a proper look at that. So I looked at the feeder rod.
Stop looking at it, Steve. You must have opened that up 3 times.
Well,
That is a good looking rod, isn't it? It's a 12,
massive.
It's a
to me,
12 footer, isn't it?
Got to look right. Like Sean says, a bit of mat on it. I can remember having a homemade mat 12-foot float rod when I was a kid. Had a splice tip. I loved that rod. It was
It's got a nice little blue flash,
carbon fibre.
blue flash around the whippings.
Yeah, it's the same. I thought as much as I remember. Now this to me is the biggest selling point on this rod that makes it a desirable item, is that Union Jack there. Now people are going to say and as they're going to do, and it isn't, but that's what I love on a fishing rod. That's why I like this rod. I remember one of the very first carp, was it the Bruce and Ward? There was something that come out anyway, but it had that ute, might have been dire, but I remember that on them. The carbon fibre wrap, the lovely blue whip, very reminiscent of the high, is it the high, no, what, the high Q there, I've got one at home, like, what they're called, but they're very pretty rods.
The Shimano's have a little green whip.
Nice, but it's a really good looking rod. I'm more than happy to for the MIDI for MIDI to get in touch with me and offer me a sponsorship deal, a personal sponsorship deal.
Well, they don't tell you how long it is in feet anymore. They tell you it's 3.3 metres.
Yeah. For 50 grand a year and a company Volkswagen Transporter, Craig,
11 foot.
I will represent your company for you more.
11 foot.
11 foot.
No, I shouldn't be saying this. We've just gone on board with Nitro, but no, I just like a lot of the features on this. They're just a little. They're only badges and logos, but it's a nice looking bit of kit, that is.
I like the red and black Nitro image.
Yeah.
It's quite a nice image. Luke's now
It's
in
all
again.
about looking good and doing your thing, isn't it? Basically, I got told that a long time ago. Russ.
And Mike's in again as well. Another big lump though from Luke. Look at that.
Russ King. Liquid carbon pellet waggler.
What is liquid carbon?
Well, it
sounds
just
interesting,
sounds like
doesn't it?
it's Terminator, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like a
Sounds
new technology. Yeah, it's Terminator T100,
Yeah, it sounds like you're going to like.
T1000, whichever one it was.
That is a cracking bit. Of course, the 5G thing is very a la mode, Rodney, isn't it? 5G.
That was a nice fish that last one for
Yeah,
Luke's, weren't it? That's-
Mike's getting some bigger fish shallow now as well.
That's nice. That is. Does anybody want to buy any Drennan acolytes?
You're switching to.
Yeah.
Trev there, come on Mike,
I
fishing
quite
wizard.
like the acolytes, but I like these more. I like.
Mark Deer. Okay, pole fishing is crap, he says.
All opinions welcome.
Yeah.
You might not be on the right channel, Mark.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is pretty much a pole fishing
that was a
channel.
nice fish as
Oh
well.
no, Jimmy Brooks did do a fantastic pellet waggler feature for us when he beat Ben Townsend in his head to head.
I think he probably thinks that's crap as well.
Yeah,
mate,
it was
though.
a pellet waggler masterclass, that was, weren't it?
Or did he make Steve's crap at pole fishing? Has he missed?
No, pole fishing is crap, is basically.
Oh right.
I don't know why you're watching a pole
Sweeping
fishing channel.
statement. Yeah, sweeping statement. Let's go onto a fishing channel and say you're crap.
You think you're on the wrong. I keep saying this. You're on the wrong social media if you're being horrible. Facebook's for horrible people.
That's right. Yeah.
We
Or
don't
over
get-
here.
we don't get horrible
or over
people.
here in front of us. Eh?
Yeah, we don't get horrible
So
people on
Sean can beat
YouTube.
them up. So I can get me mates on you.
I think in the entirety of running YouTube, the YouTube channel, we've had one nasty comment, whereas Facebook is
Yeah, well, that's because you've had more to do with it than me. Probably.
Ant Flint, why would you say that? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It adds up for a fight. Yeah, shut up, mate, otherwise Ant will do you. He'll meet you down in the south of England. Can we film it?
There we go. Mike's finding his legs again. Look, now took that lead, but he was only 2 fish behind.
Yeah, he's
Luke at one
back
point.
up a
Now
bit
he's
now,
back up to 8. So
It must be Sunday
Yeah,
dinner time.
Ryan's
Now,
on.
half one already drunk, like.
this is yeah. So
Drunk as a skunk.
Ryan's on. Well, it started off well. This is what I call fishing. Both lads having to work hard for their fish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not like not like Todd
for them, aren't they?
So, great statement, and then he put not like Todborough at the end.
They had to work hard for the fish.
Well, they had to work hard, but they didn't have to search for their fish, did
They
they?
just didn't have to search for it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Ant Flint laughing. Obviously, if you didn't know, Ant was in his regional final.
That's why he's
against
having a
Penn.
pop at Ant.
Yeah.
He's saying meet you on the south coast for a fight, but you're right. No,
I wonder
I'm
if
joking.
Ryan knows Ant. Ant Flint, obviously, a regional final.
It's never that simple that you drop it in and it goes clump. It
No.
happens occasionally, but not for long. Even when if you
It's
catch
nice when it happens though. But look, yesterday I was looking for me catapult and reaching for me casters and really felt me pole tip drop. I was like, oh, that'll be on then.
I think the bottom line is with fishing, I've had some decent days, occasionally blind squirrel day, all of those things. But one thing I usually think is you walk away, you always think you could have done better. Even if Ant had had £1,000 last week, he'd have thought I could have done better. If I'd have done this, I'd have done that.
Well, that's how they've got to those weights, isn't it? That's exactly how you get into catching those weights. People are always thinking, how can I do
It
better?
helps if you've actually done it, and then you can possibly have a valid opinion on something, isn't it? You know what I mean?
But everyone then adopts those methods, don't they, to catch the bigger fish because they want to win. That's the whole point, winning, isn't it?
Don't knock it till you tried it, as they say, eh? You know?
Mike's in again.
Yeah, like I say, having
fish.
only seen the opinion of that on social media about Todd, but to actually go down there and witness it, it's not what you think at all. It's a fantastic place.
But like the chap said, like John said, it's not ideal that he's got loads and loads of fish in one lake and not so many in another lake.
We say that the lake behind it, I don't know what it was called, but that's done that does stupid weights.
Home
as well.
ground, yeah, that's where me and
Yeah, 'cause
Jim were in the fish show, like when Jim Wilmot took it apart in the fish show.
James,
James,
yeah, James.
took it apart. Grieves
was-
me to say so. Like.
How is James in his bag?
He's on holiday, or he was.
Oh, he's all right.
He's in Portugal, and they're liaising with the Portuguese.
He'll probably be doing some fishing as well. Oh, that's a decent-ish. No, it's not as big as it looks, is it? Still.
as well.
That's 10 fish now, isn't it, Mike? Or you already clicked that one?
Well, he started to catch a few, Mike.
I think you're behind quite a way now. Yeah.
Ooh, he's pulling. She's had
Smell.
5 fish since I asked.
Yeah, put sugar in there.
Mike's got the one with sugar in it, I think.
Which?
Yeah, that's a decent
What
fish
did
that
you
Luke's.
gulp that down?
That's
No,
a
I
decent
only
fish
got
that
the
Luke's
tide
got
had
as
gone
well.
out. That's all I got.
That's what you said
Yeah,
earlier.
I can't drink that much in one gulp. Not without sugar anyway. Oh, he's in again. Mike's in again. He's
Luke's just put another big
just
fish.
put one in the net as well.
Luke's just put another big fish in the net, which you'll see shortly. But Mike's also in again. Mike's catching the numbers, but Luke's definitely catching the sizable fish. Couldn't call it, could you?
Yeah, that's a decent fish, that one, isn't it? Like you say.
Couldn't call it at the
No.
minute.
But like we say, Mike's in again. Fish for fish now.
I like that. It gets exciting.
What did I say? £250.
Did you?
Yeah.
You're sticking by that, are you?
Yeah.
Well, no need not to at the minute, is there? You start adjusting within the last half an hour, don't you?
Strong.
Not
It's
so
a
big-
strong chance I'll be wrong.
Not so big fish or shallow as they are on the old paste.
Yeah, those edge fish, like I say, my gut feeling is the wind pushing onto Luke's bank will make the difference at the end. So Mike's got the wind blowing off his back, hasn't he? The only thing is, he is end pegged.
Crabtree over there.
Mr. Crabtree.
Straight from the mouth of Mr. Crabtree.
Well, you got to make some.
He's coming to beat me up.
I've got to talk for
Don't hurt
6.
me.
Got to talk for 6 hours. I've got to say something.
Yeah, don't hit me. Don't hit me face.
I like this on big screen. It's good enough.
That's another one for Luke.
Yeah, it is.
It's a shame it's not sort of live with like the YOLO box.
Yeah, there's always a bit of. But you wouldn't know the difference watching on. At home.
No, but like you
It's
say,
only next to it that you see the latency. Steve with the technical term. It's latency.
Yeah, I know. Oh, mate.
I didn't answer him because I don't know what the hell he's on about.
I know a little bit about latency, being a qualified air conditioning engineer. And you would say, well, how does that qualify you to know about latency?
How does that qualify you to know about?
I can't remember, mate. But specific latent heat and heat transfer and enthalpy charts and everything
You
are all
can't
to do with.
remember about the qualification you're qualified
If you can
in.
understand latent heat, like, and I can't,
Oh, he's got a tail walker.
it's more rocket science than fishing.
Big
isn't it?
smile on
That
Luke's
nearly,
face.
that nearly tail walked straight into his net.
Into his keep net, not his landing net. Not as big, that one. There's a big smile on Luke's face.
If anybody out there watching does know anything about solar panels and stuff like that and has got information or what, get in touch, please. Because we're only going to have to find out, haven't we, else?
Yeah, a cheeky look over and a grin when he finally netted that last fish, Luke.
Still feel
£4
like
or £5 fish?
I still feel like Luke
No,
needs to
4
maintain the numbers gap. He needs to keep up, doesn't he? Because they're a good stamp what Mike's catching.
One thing
know
I've
they're not as
learned
big,
is we
he's
always
catching more.
manage to make it seem close, don't we? Whenever we go, it's very rarely a foregone conclusion, is it?
No,
Yeah, we've either said it's close and it's maybe not been, or we've assumed it's not and it has been.
Yeah. The only time it's
Although
been
they're
a
the only two
shellacking,
outcomes, aren't they?
well, the only time it's been a shellacking from start to finish is when Ben and Jimmy, weren't it, really?
Yeah,
And obviously nothing Ben could do, you know.
and then there was the one with the
You can live with that sort of defeat, you
with
know.
the young lad. What's his name?
Max.
Max Owen. He was like half the fish count, weren't he? And
No, Max Owen and Ben and which one? Max Owen. We only filmed Max and Tom, didn't we? They had 28 fish each.
who was it who had the fish count was like almost half the other one, and
Oh,
he
that was
still
Zach
won.
and that was East Bilney, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was it? Zach and.
The point being, there's always been enough doubt there through to the end, isn't there?
But that's not true either, though, because Zach had fewer fish, but it was much closer.
The worst one we did was Andy Power, because he got to a stage where that was a dead heat and with half hour.
Yeah,
to
we
go.
thought it was his given,
Yeah.
didn't we?
Yeah, we definitely.
Yeah, Mike's just stretches 10 fish in front now.
We set the narrative from the start and we stuck to it like glue, didn't we?
Yeah,
We made it-
he's one,
we
he's
made
one,
it
he's one.
almost-
And actually, Sam Powell's much closer than we thought. wasn't
One of the better I'd argue the best performance of the lives that we've filmed, wouldn't you?
he? Well,
Why is that?
certainly on the calibre as well.
I mean, I'd be if
Because in all fairness, he didn't even draw the right area of the lake. And he
If
was
I'd have
still
got that
much
close
closer.
to Andy on that, and I'd have stroked myself afterwards. I think,
Mhm.
definitely. What?
Was that the wrong word?
Well, probably
Just
not.
like
Is that the wrongest thing you've ever?
Yeah, but no, seriously, yeah.
Steve's having a bromance with Andy Power there.
Well, no, but you got to, to get that close to him off of those pegs, you got to be.
I tell you what, Mike's motoring now. Puts another one in the net, look. I'll be cheering loudly at home. Messages have gone quiet.
he barely had time to pick up his catapult, and that went under, didn't it?
Did Luke have that down his left edge? Is he caught fish down there.
I think he has caught fish down his left edge now, yeah. But his right edge has been better. At the minute, that wind's now pushing more to Mike's end than Luke's bank.
Didn't somebody say it was sort of a bit here, there and everywhere?
Said it was changeable.
How it was blown into Luke is got to be southwesterly, hasn't it? Standard southwesterly wind, I would have thought. Where we're located, wouldn't you? Don't you think this runs like north to south? This lake? Ish? Maybe actually north east to southwest a bit, maybe. Tough to say.
Ant says he's still here, great fishing. Just the commentary that's rubbish, he says.
Yeah. How very astute of you. Nothing wrong with your hearing or eyesight.
Who's got the sound down?
Yeah, there's always that option.
Watch it with the sound down.
Yeah, splashing. That's a lady next to me in the car park. Tickling one or two out.
That's Mike's trying to have that spell
So
of
Luke's
fish.
down his right edge. Are we expecting a clunk here?
Are we expecting float cam?
Oh, all right.
That's what I was
Pressure
trying
me
to
into
say,
it.
really subtly, like. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's just out of shot.
It's
There.
out of shot. Oh.
He's just pushed further over. I might have to go move the camera. No, it has gone beyond the cab pot now as well. Cool. Struck at a bite, but
I think he's feeding maggot down his left edge, is he?
Mike's into another one. It'll be tough to look past Mike if he
It's
keeps
like
catching at
on
this
long
rate.
pole then.
Yeah,
See,
shallow.
that's how much I'm paying it. Shallow. Oh, right. And not having to trouble his edges as well, so potentially.
Well, I think he's fishing up against the edge. Yeah, like the
Oh,
long
right.
edge.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I say the comments have gone quiet and they all flood in. So Trev says Mike knows his way around a lake. Apparently he's only ever fished this lake the once, Trev. Elizabeth's been back on. Watching Michael fish is like poetry in motion, says his dad John. I'm Auntie Liz, by the way. Yep. Ryan, both top anglers, these two fished against them both. And then Sean, blimey, come back after an hour and Mike's pig kicked off big time. So yeah. Sean, if you've missed it, Luke's had some proper lumps, but no, Mike's got into a right rhythm now. I might have just missed a fish whilst I think I did.
Yeah, for Mike.
Whilst I was chatting.
There's still plenty of
Reading
fishing
the
in this
comments.
contest, though, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to put your house and home on anybody, really, would you?
Well, you,
Not at the minute.
you
I
can
think
see
Mike's-
Luke's edges coming good towards the end, can't you?
Well, I think Mike's in front again now. I think
Yes.
Luke was probably in front when it was 2 or 3 fish behind. I think he was probably in front on weight, but no idea now. But I should think what the weights are. But Mike's definitely, it's like you say, you're catching in a £1, £2 fish 1 minute, and you're catching £6, £7 fish the next. So
Mike's pace must be on the stiff side if you're swinging it in and out.
Who's on the
did
stiff
you
side?
see somebody's? I don't know who did the video, but I won't say his name actually as well, because somebody at Rookery was showing me a paste using some sort of gluten-free flour, or might not have supposed to have said that, and it made the paste really tacky and sticky, and gave it a bit more structure, so it wouldn't fall off the hook.
You just want to put starch in it if you want to do
Yeah,
that.
so it made it starchy. Yeah,
Yeah.
it made it starchy, and
I tell you what, I've always thought might work. A right bit of tripe that Mike could give to frozen tripe. It's very sinewy and like soft and all that, but
it
it's
doesn't half stink as well.
yeah. Well, there you go. They love it, wouldn't they? Don't put my dogs off of it. Never has done. They all didn't mind a bit of tripe. Although Maggie's a bit spoiled when Luke's in. Well, she's a bit spoiled these days. She'll only eat if it's liver steak off my plate, basically.
Fillet.
Yeah, off my plate. Well,
that's
I'll
a
eat.
smaller one for Luke, and
Yeah, not a massive fish, that
he
is it?
needs to be catching bigger than that down that edge to keep up with Mike. Sean says, I think I fished about 45 minutes, come back not long ago, it's 31.35 I think it was, yeah, so but that's the beauty of the schools having underneath the anglers. You can drift in and out without really missing anything, because we can tell you what they've caught when you do return, so long as we've got it right. Mike's just enjoyed a really good spell, shallow. Really good spell. That's the best it's been all day, isn't it? He's been having runs of 3, 4, 5 fish, and then it's been going dry. But
well, so it weren't that many minutes ago. He was on 35 fish.
yeah, he's probably just put a run of 15 fish together on that shallow line, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, 14 anyway. And how long ago was it that I said that?
One's just gone in the net.
Wasn't half an hour ago, was it?
No.
No, just netted.
20 minutes ago, maybe.
Yeah, it's just netted, so he's up to 50 fish now.
Yeah, so like you say, 15 fish in the space of... They're not massive fish, but they're...
No, but numbers count, don't they? He's now 12 fish in front. You know, they're not as big.
Yeah, but, if
but they're a good stamp.
If you say they're £2, that's really 24
Yeah, they're
pounds,
a good stamp, aren't they?
know?
Yeah. Yeah, it would be different if they were like a pound, wouldn't it?
Job for me to see, but they've cut the pound, haven't they?
Yeah.
Puts him on £100, doesn't it? No problem.
Lewis Jennings says, are they catching F1s or carp? Combination of both, sir? Yeah, Sean says, bit of both, I'd say.
Who's that, Lewis?
Yeah.
Well, he's qualified yesterday, by the way.
Oh, did he? Lewis Jennings?
Yeah, he beat Steve Barraclough at Forest Lane, 610 to 550.
Jesus Christ.
Congratulations to him.
He ain't caught for the last 4 hours either.
Is that a dig at me?
No, but if you want it to be, yeah, no worries, mate.
If you're offended by it,
yeah,
all
brilliant.
the better.
Caught well for 90 minutes yesterday. I thought I was on for a flyer.
You're offended by it all the time.
And then I couldn't catch a bloody cold at the end of it.
Well, yeah. Welcome to my narrative about you.
What I'm going to do is what you two do: start fishing club matches again and winning.
Win every week. Yeah, I miss that.
Well, you was advertising your pensioner bashing earlier.
I've been encouraging you to come with us for ages, mate. That's how scared I am of you. We're always looking for. I mean, we're always looking for new members.
Didn't the last time we fished next to each other, you pack up and left and went home early?
Probably.
Yeah. Off next peg.
Yeah.
That'll be it.
In disgust.
Yeah.
No, we've never drawn actually next to each other, have we?
Yeah, we sat on J, didn't we? I think I was on 28 and you was further around the corner on 31.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't even remember that.
That's because you packed up and left.
Well, that's yeah, no, that didn't happen. I can't remember it, so it didn't happen, mate.
And we had a pound. You give me a pound as well, which was the greatest.
No. Have you still got that frame?
He's bloody made this up, mate. I tell you, I can't even remember it. It's just like,
that's how disgusting.
The lengths people go to make the
yeah, you're right. The lengths that you'll go to erase a memory. From your,
yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it took him months of counselling, you know.
It would do, wouldn't it? That's what I mean. Social pariah. Social piranha.
Coming up to 2 o'clock. We've got just over 2 hours to go in this regional final grudge match.
My thoughts are that Michael's catching F1s, but maybe you know better than me.
Some of we might be, but some of Mike's fish have been a little bit bigger, so I'd be surprised if they weren't small carp.
Yeah, but the F1s, they reckon, did he say up to 3 or 4?
Yeah, well, if they're £3 F1s, that's probably what they are.
Which are banging fish to catch.
And in fairness, he did say you could do a weight on the F1s here, didn't he?
Yeah.
So.
And it's whether they keep going, isn't it? You know what I mean? They're the fish that you're catching.
Well, and they're ideal for catching shallow as well, aren't they?
It's a cracking little lake, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you get venues like that have got carp and F1s, and you can do a big weight of F1s, so the carp sometimes are so moody they're not worth going for.
He's in again as well. He's like a machine now.
Lewis Jennings, I was expecting the cameras, so he said he put on his best outfit.
Yeah, we wanted to be there, mate, we really did, but can't get the staff.
Yeah,
I was there the night before with Eddie having a drink. I really wanted to do it, but hey, we weren't meant to be, and that's that. We
can't do them all.
I actually fished. Yeah, me and Sean fished a 3-day festival.
We're definitely going to be filming
Thursday,
on the
Friday
Vale soon, though, aren't we?
Yeah, Me and Sean fished the 3-day festival Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Wish we hadn't, but no, don't think so.
Everybody else that turned, I'm glad you did though.
Yeah.
Nice bit of Paul's fodder.
Yeah, it was a bit Paul's fodder for them, weren't we?
I bet their eyes lighting up as you drove in the car park, weren't they? God, they seem pleased to see us.
Yeah, I'll have their money.
Luke in again.
Luke's in again. It's either
Slightly bigger fish, you see.
it's either
though,
a bigger
it's
fish or he's found
He's
that
found
because
it.
again he's keeping that tip low, look, and his elastic is outstretched. It could be a bigger fish. There's the odd fish showing under the surface now as well. A few black shapes.
It's hanging on, whatever it is, isn't it? If it's foul up, Luke, just rip it in.
He's trying to
It
get
might
it.
well not be though. It's,
Well, we thought this earlier he'd played a fish like that, and when it
could be,
popped up, it
could be
was.
right. It looks like it might be.
Unless it's just under the
Might be
chin
a
or
bit.
something.
Don't you think it looks a bit? No,
Well,
no,
Lewis,
no.
in 4 weeks' time you will be on camera, so make sure you got your bestie on.
Yeah, it's not bad.
That is a good fish for Luke. But he needs that stamp of fish.
It's a bigger
Like
stamp than
camera.
Michael, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, you know
It's
what I
probably
mean?
worth two of Mike's,
He
isn't it?
needs that stamp of fish because he's 13 fish behind.
Yeah.
But you
So,
feel like he's likely to. Listen, I wouldn't like to bet on either of them, would you?
If you just tuned in, the prize for the Guess the Weight competition today is a midi 11-foot 5G pellet waggler. So closest to the winning weight and naming the angler that wins today.
Yeah, looks
Proper
bigger
grudge
in the net,
match, a
that I've
repeat
just
of
seen on
last
the
year's
screen,
final
yeah.
between these two.
It's certainly a £5 plus fish that last one, wasn't it? But I said that with.
Will it be
Got
revenge
the
or
fight,
repeat?
Yeah, that looked fine, didn't it?
Yeah.
Another fish in the net there for Mike. Definitely pulling away on the numbers. That wind's turned again. It's gone flat calm in front of Mike and it's on Luke's back.
Mike's in again here though, isn't he? So he's still steady as you go.
You're watching on the delayed though, Steve.
See how big's that fish? Pound and a half. Job to tell, isn't it?
If you've just tuned in, the announcement was made last night that next year's competition will be guaranteed as a minimum prize of 51,000. It was announced last night, and that will be repeatedly announced up until our for our final. Tell everybody. We're already thinking forward.
I've got a lot of work on me plate,
You have.
to be fair. Still.
Ollie Warboys says he's still got Luke in front, even though he's 14 fish behind. Trev says Mike with the win, £187.6. Both anglers have got fish on. Luke's definitely catching the better stamp in my eyes. But then we've got this same thing again, haven't we? We're much closer to Luke.
Yeah.
This one's hanging on for Mike also.
Oh, funny, isn't it? Maybe.
Another good fish in the net for Luke. Another fish in the net for Mike. 14 fish the gap. Shane Jennings says Mike with £173.3.
That's what I think, yeah.
Let's have a look at what Mike's is. Seems to be hanging on a bit more than his,
If the numbers were level, you'd say Luke's in front right now, wouldn't you?
possibly, yeah. Yeah, probably,
No, undoubtedly.
yeah.
But Mike with 14 fish in front.
That's a decent-ish. It's £3, isn't it?
Call
That one
it.
that Mike's got.
Are we going to see match first and match second again?
Well,
Highly likely.
I can't see anyone catching any
Tends to
quicker.
focus up the competitors, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does, doesn't it? I think
Well,
that's
why
one of the
wouldn't
best.
it?
I think that's one of the best things about the head-to-head. It really does make, because you're not fishing against lots of people. You're only fishing against one person. You're focused on beating them, aren't you?
Which is massive to them. That's the one thing I can't empathise with, how
Yeah.
buzzing they are, you know. That's the problem with the world, there's no empathy.
Another fish on for Mike. Going to draw 15 fish clear.
They're absolutely, do you know what I mean? This is key for them. You know, the winner here, big day out.
Yeah.
I'm already guaranteed it. We're going anyway, aren't we?
Brian's refreshed his guess. Mike with 162.11.
Fine dining in North Yorkshire, aren't we?
People are swaying towards Mike, you know now. Not a one-sided guess.
Don't get any ideas about people swaying over towards Mike.
That'll be 15
Just pointing
fish.
out what's happening on the feed.
Oh, right,
No
15.
more.
It's not
Fish
subliminal,
now,
like
yeah, 15 fish.
Like I said, I think these last 2 hours are going to be key.
We've had 20 fish in half hour, hasn't he? I'd have said, wouldn't you? Maybe.
Yeah, if that shallow line stays the way it's going, you've got to say he's a favourite, haven't you? Because these edge fish, they're not, even though they're coming constantly, they're not coming quick enough for Luke, are they?
No.
Or have I got that wrong? What do you think? Wally still thinks that Luke's in front. But Mike's in again. It's two totally different matches, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Two totally different matches. Difficult to call. Getting interesting. I can see him going 20 fish clear at this rate. Oh, Mike.
Straight in every time.
Auntie Liz and Dad will be at home, jumping up and down on the edge of their seats. Maintain that gap.
He's got some fish in front of him now, hasn't he?
He's definitely built that up. They've definitely turned up, haven't they? Those little runs of 4 or 5 fish have gone. Is it going to last though for the next 2 hours? That's the question. Luke's in again down his edge.
While he's on the phone.
While he's on the phone.
Pound and a half, that one
Multitasking.
maybe. Do you think? Or two?
Well, watching that.
Hard to tell, isn't it? You know, and Luke's a definitely bigger
Well,
fish.
when he
He's-
takes it out of his neck, 'cause he seems to
He
hang
sort of
there.
needs to be catching almost 2 to his 1 really to be beating him, don't you think? I'm doing it again, I'm getting sucked into having an opinion and like
Wally-
based on last
Wally
week.
says you owe him a tomahawk steak.
Who did?
Wally.
Tomahawk steak.
I have a tomahawk steak.
Oh.
Trump burger.
I think we better book them for that Saturday.
Yeah.
What, tomahawk steak?
You
Yeah,
have to
I've not had one
pre-order
yet.
them, don't you?
And you said you have to book them, didn't you?
there's something
I
to
think they're a lot
behold.
of fuss over now, like, you know what I mean? It's just a big bit of meat that's hard to cook, isn't it? And, you know, it always ends up a
I
bit
don't know,
raw
they,
in the
I don't
middle.
know, they cook it well
That's why you had to give them 24 hours notice, isn't it?
to start cooking them.
Yeah.
Sean's wondering whether both have clicked to £50.
But anyway, we're Carvery, aren't we? Because we're on the Sunday this year, eh?
Oh,
Yeah, but we'll be there on the Saturday night, won't we?
yeah.
Yeah, so
And you ain't going to
tomahawk
get
steak
if you
Saturday.
disappear in the middle of the bloody final to have a carvery.
Carvery.
You'll be in trouble.
It's already booked, I'm afraid.
You'll have to bring it to the peg.
Me and Craig booked that ages ago. That's the day I enjoy, mate.
You're obviously welcome to join us. To
I've got it booked
spectate
as
the-
holiday.
If you're watching, you're welcome to join us at the Marston Fields for the semi-final on Sunday the 3rd, or at Woodlands Lakes, Thirsk, on Sunday
He's
the
nipping
17th.
along, isn't it? He's turn your back and he's put 2 in his net, and Luke's they're just a bit bigger though, isn't it?
If Luke needs bigger fish just to make up for
Yeah,
the fact
yeah,
that he's
that's
catching
right.
half as many. And I'd say some of Mike's have been the same size
Yeah,
as
they're not
Luke's.
twice as big all the time, are they?
No, they're not always. So those edges aren't. Don't know. It's a tough one to call. We're going to weigh everyone else in first and come back to our 2 anglers. So there'll be a slight gap after the live feed finishes. Don't forget to get your guesses onto the live feed. They have to be on the live
He's
feed.
going to have like
I want 2 pieces of information from you. I want the winning angler and the winning weight, and the closest to the winning weight will
Mike
win that
carries on
rod.
how he is. He's definitely going to end up with 170, 180, isn't he? But then again,
Wally says you took it for a monster dog. What does that mean?
A what?
A monster dog.
Oh yeah, steak like. Yeah, I did. Ogie, he had the bone,
Oh,
didn't
the
he?
bone, the massive old bone.
The old boy, mate.
Oh, is he been in the vegetation again?
Luke's been tangled up in his margin.
On the day I had Ogie put to sleep, he could have done a T-bone steak in 5 minutes still. The old boy. He couldn't walk much more, but he could still eat.
Come on, you piece of shit.
Mike's in again. I wonder how excited Auntie Liz and Dad are getting.
He's stretching a bit of a lead now, I think.
I think he's probably breaking away slowly.
Mike's had to go down his other edge now. He's disturbed that one. Giving it a bit of rest. Luke, sorry, yeah. And Mike's in again.
One in there.
Did you just pull out that?
No, she's got it. The action's starting to come now, isn't it? Still a bit slow down Luke's edges though.
Yeah.
Some stamp fish need to turn up, don't they? Some edge peaks and units, and it can turn it all around, and it's still well on the cards. You just got to know how big them fish are. You know, your first thought is like you think could be £3, but it could be 2.5, couldn't it? Could be. I don't know.
He just clicked 2 for that.
How do you know that?
See him go like that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, right. That
Sean's
helps,
watching
doesn't
his
it?
thumbs.
That's cheating, isn't it? You're telling me people have been.
If you watch next time he catches, it's in his bait pot there.
Is that how clickers work? Do they? You just click them for every pound?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
How many of them are we giving away and you don't know how a clicker
never
works?
He's never used a clicker in his
I've never
life.
used
Oh,
one.
my word.
I don't need a
Maybe
clicker
you
to
should.
be out of camp
Looks
and
like
add
Mike's
stuff
in
up
again.
here.
Look.
Add
Maybe
stuff
you
up
should
in
watch
here.
these videos with a clicker in your hand. And then you'd know exactly.
Well, no, I say I know how to add them up without using a clicker if I know how big they are. But that was £2. Right, that's giving me a rough idea then. Which is what I think his average is, about £2.
I can't manage in a match without a clicker because I
neither
forget.
can I.
I think,
I forget.
I've got 4 fish, and then you'll
Forget
think,
what?
oh, I've got 6 fish or 5 fish, and then you go, I've got 9 fish or 7 fish or something.
No, if I decide I'm going to do it, I just add them up as I go along.
You see, you're forgetting Steve went to Kim Bolton school, see, so he's educated.
So we've got Sister Andrea watching now as well.
Sort of memory,
She's
I
getting
suppose.
excited. Auntie Liz is getting excited. Dad John's getting excited.
That's about the same. So let's.
Oh, mother's
He's knocking them
username.
out one out the other though, isn't he?
We'll watch his clicker. Oh, wow, it looked like he only clicked one there.
Now, even though that Luke's had the bigger fish, you'd
You see, if you catch it,
struggle
maybe
to
you
think
click
that
1 and a
20
half,
fish in
2 and
front.
a 1. You know, that's what
that's
what I do when
yeah.
I'm adding them up
When
in
you
my
think
head.
you've got a 2.5
Yeah.
pound, you click 2, and then the next
I'll
one's only
ignore
1.5
one.
pound,
Yeah,
and you click 2.
Yeah,
quite
I do all
often,
that in my head
Quite
anyway.
often I do that.
It's only a matter of remembering what your last weight was. And
Yeah,
occasionally I have that moment where I think, hang on a minute, I was on 59 or 57, but only occasionally.
Andrea's really confusing me now. She's put, go on brother, mother's username, sister I'm mum. Got
They're
no
all
idea
re-
what relation she is then.
They're all related.
She's a family member,
often
that's all
rings
we
it,
need
are
to
they?
know. And
Yeah.
she's excited and she's cheering at home.
She's his sister and his mum.
You got 2 hours to go yet, so don't get too excited. Fishing through till 4 o'clock today. Looks like Mike's in again.
I would love to be. This is where you need to be, in the houses of the people watching it, and this is the future, isn't it? Where, and here we are live at
I think that's a prison sentence, Steve, putting a camera in someone's
They do it on telly, like if you give them enough prizes away, they're happy for you to come
like
round.
Ant and Deck thing.
Yes,
wasn't it?
yeah.
We secretly want to see what you're doing in your house.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was really good when Max won, like, you know what I mean?
Right, Andrea is mum. We've
His
solved that one.
Grandparents
Could go
watch
anyway,
it. Oh,
but
that's
Luke
awesome,
just in
I think.
front. Malvin still thinks Luke's his. I'm not so sure now, Malvin. Malvin and Wally Warboys think Luke's still
But
in
he's
front.
nearly 20 fish ahead now.
Yeah, 20 fish is a lot. That's. Yeah. That's got to be £30, doesn't it?
Well, minimum.
Yeah.
If they're averaging £2, like you say.
Yeah.
They're probably not quite average £2, but.
Don't know what Daniel's saying. Daniel says, "Get up, mouse," whatever that means. Starts fishing in edge. So Elizabeth, yeah, Auntie Liz is saying Andrew is Michael's mum. Yeah, we figured that one out. Thank you. Now, just wait until Michael starts fishing in his edge. Yeah, and she's Michael's mum. Yeah. Cool. Crack on. There's some excitement anyway.
Mike ain't been in his edge yet. If he goes in his edge and starts catching some
to his
pigs.
left, doesn't he? But it was early, wasn't it? Luke's in again. Was that off his right hand side? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that last.
all the family are watching at home. No Bamfords have been in touch. Where are the Bamfords? Luke fishing his margins. Mike fishing shallow to the reed. Mike's got an end peg. Wind kind of blown in that direction, but more off of his back. So, fishery manager Dan said that the wind would play a part in the match. But he says whilst it's still, it's fairly even. If Luke's margins improve and he can maintain this gap, like Steve said last week, if he can plug the leak on the numbers. I like that phrase. Yeah, it was what you said last week, wasn't it, Steve? If he can plug the leak on the numbers, he's definitely got the bigger fish, but obviously Michael's now nearly 20 fish in front. How many of Luke's edge fish, though, do Michael's shallow fish make up for? Guess the weight competition today, if you have just tuned in. 11 foot midi 5G pellet waggler up for grabs. That'll be winging its way to you this week if you're the closest to the winning weight, naming the winning angler.
That might be like.
Bloody.
Hagline.
Yeah,
with an engine.
Yeah, they're bloody noisy for the size of them, aren't they?
What's that, like a microlight?
Yeah.
That's a Yin and Jack one, Steve, so you must like it.
Yeah, no, I only like them on fishing rods.
It's getting quite exciting and there's still 2 hours to go. Look, the family at home are really making it. We should have a family viewing area, shouldn't we? Get the excitement, the electricity sort of here at the venue.
Don't see any reason why it can't evolve into that, I really don't.
No.
You get starting to get the Super Cup getting into the potential as the size of competition it could be, all things being equal.
But the head-to-head bit, it just makes sense. People are rooting for people, aren't they?
Well, it's like what John Ellis says with the Canals and River Trust. Back in the day, there was over 4,000 people fished on occasion, the biggest matches in the country. Well, I see no reason why a concerted campaign and getting new blood into the sport, we can't aim for those sort of figures again. And even with the people that are in it at the moment, you know, you get up to 4,000 odd, you're talking silly money finals, and of course everybody want to be involved more and more as the ball rolls along, won't they? Anyway, that's just entry money. Like I said, I've always wanted to get in money from outside of the sport by way of sponsorship and
External entities, as it were.
Well, Mike's shallow line has just dried up. He ain't had one for about 3 minutes.
Does that class as a dry up?
The rate he was catching,
the wind's just got up a yard as well, though, hasn't it?
If that's a dry up, we experienced a drought.
Yeah.
Biblical drought.
So the wind's just got up, you know, if it's catching where it, can just move across a little bit here and there.
And it's just actually turned towards us in this corner as well. Changeable wind.
The whole thing on a lake, the wind, every slight change in speed and direction changes everything, doesn't it? How the
Has Sean just whinged one on for Mike?
The turbulence and
No?
No?
The curse of the camera.
I think he's He's probably thinking about. No, he's going straight back out.
Malvin's saying I make Mike's last 10 fish 14 or 15 pounds. So he will need the numbers if that's the case.
There you go. And yeah, from what we saw, that's it. They were £1.50 a throw, aren't they? Like, you know.
Yeah.
But they're now big. How many of? How big are his Luke's edge fish? They're not 5, are they? Some of them have been,
Yeah,
but not.
No, but they don't need to be,
no.
do they? 18 fish, it's nothing, is it? Like, you know what I mean? 20 fish at £1.50 is £30, isn't it?
Well, if you go on our record, we get it totally wrong. So whatever we say, it'll be the opposite.
If they're £1.50 and Luke's
It's a
for
close
£3
match.
to £4,
It's definitely a close match still. The numbers say different, but it's definitely close. Luke's had a good run of edge fish, but that seems to have dried
if
up
Mike's
as well.
fish are £1.50 a throw, then it's a lot closer than we're giving it credit for.
Definitely. And there are people on the live feed that think it's closer than it is.
It's gone a bit quiet for both of them, to be fair, hasn't it?
Yeah, so I'd say that shallow line from Warren Button, he ain't had one for 5 minutes. Yeah?
Mum's having dinner at Nan's and they're all sat watching this.
Don't tell me having roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. Say, plate me with that.
Missing out on a roast stew.
Yeah, plate me with that.
I hope if Mike makes it, they'll all be turning up to the final.
Yeah.
Treating me to a Sunday dinner at the Carvery. Yeah, cracking Carvery there, mate. And if he does make it final.
It'll be what the match times? 4 till 9.
5 till it's 12 till 5, isn't it?
Is that so you can get a carvery in first?
Yeah, for breakfast.
Steve will be sitting down to his carvery about 11:30.
About 9:30.
I'll
Get
get
it done in that
Rob to bring me one out.
On one of them silver trays with a silver dome on top.
If you go through the back when Craig digs that out, you're not a million miles away from the corner of the actual bit. It's you don't have to walk round. It's fairly close.
Mike's seems to be. Is he feeding a margin? Yeah, he is, isn't he? And a short line.
Now you've jinxed it for him, Sean. That shallow line does seem to have slowed right up.
Died, didn't it? Died of death. Wouldn't believe it was possible, would you?
He's had a good run on it. But, edges is going to become something at some point, isn't it? Where are we? We've got an hour and 3/4 to go.
I might have to go back there. Bloody starving. Missed out on a big breakfast this morning.
Yeah.
After having 3 days
No
of
doubt you'll make up for it, won't you?
after having 3 days of rookery breakfasts.
Sport rotten, weren't they?
Yeah.
But we never. Do you know what? We should have done the big one on that last day.
Yeah, the big.
Should have gone the big one, shouldn't we?
Can't believe you didn't prepare a pig.
But,
In fact, I don't even believe you.
I
think
only
you're just
had
saying that.
smashed avocado on toast.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you did. Yeah, what with chips?
With tomahawk steak.
big shout out to the
Anything wrong
Chesterfield
with
gang.
that
Says Mum.
avocado? Ever so fat in it. It's quite high, isn't it, in the oil and.
Don't think I've ever had one.
It's about 150 calories or something in half an avocado, which is, you know.
I thought only woke people at avocados.
Well, I am woke, ain't I?
That's what I'm saying.
Woke people are people that don't beat up the missus, and I can't beat up the missus, so happy days. Makes me woke.
If you haven't already done so, hit that subscribe button on the bottom right hand corner of your screens. support the channel.
You do check for it when it goes. You only give it to anybody who's subscribed, don't you? Like?
You have to subscribe to comment.
Subscribe to the channel. Guess the winning weight. Guess the winning angler.
You can't comment unless you subscribe. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
Perfect.
don't know if that's true actually. Is it?
No, I don't know.
Anyway, we want the subscriptions. Support us and the prizes get bigger
It's a
and
small
better.
price to pay. It's hardly a price, is it, to click a button?
Prizes get bigger and better, don't they?
I'm all for not subscribing. I ignore loads of not subscribe, but when it's for a free bit, why wouldn't you? You know, you'd come on every Sunday just to like put your weight in and clear off, wouldn't you? And then
Well, we've given away so much this year. It'd be silly not to, wouldn't it? Just subscribe to
there's
the
some
channel.
silly people about that, aren't there?
Gallon of casters
Not amongst
from
our
Catchy Bait.
viewers.
What we had as prizes, we had gallon of casters from Catchy Bait.
Yeah.
We've had a bucket of goodies from Bait Tech.
Mike's just hit his first one on his short line.
We've had
Matty
a
at Census.
we've had a keep net from Census and some ground bait from Census. We've had a rod and reel combo from Craig at Woodlands. Nitro rod and reel combo from them. We've had a holiday from Reef and Fisheries. We've had a 10
900
entry
quid's
into
worth of holiday, am I?
900 quid's worth of holiday, yeah. Holiday for 4 people. We've had entry into a £10,000 final down at Todd the Manor, the Master of the Manor competition that's happening. And that final's going to play out at the end of next year. And,
The end
So-
of next year.
Have
Oh,
you
it's for
got?
next year's competition,
Have you
is
got?
No,
yeah.
they have to fill all the qualifiers first, but apparently everyone's registered. So
So what we need to do is when we go and film that is run a competition for a place in the year after's final as well, don't we? But I'm sure John's already thought of that anyway.
guess the way into the Master of the Manor each year is to guess the way. But no, at the end of the day, we want all these fisheries to say this is a fishing association head-to-head fishery, don't we? Buy your tickets into the fishing association and let them come and film here. That's
Well, I
what we
suppose we could do. There's nothing to stop us doing a subscribe and doing a guess the weight and having a prize straight into the final of the Super Cup, is it?
Well, before long you'll have more people in the final than you got wins.
Yeah, that's right. There's all sorts of potential and opportunities, isn't there?
Well, they could win entry into the competition,
Yeah.
couldn't they?
I don't think it's something we'll have to worry about. Hopefully, yeah.
No. Everywhere we go, we are being met,
could
just like today,
You
with
can
a
certainly
huge.
win a prize for entry into the semi-final, which gives you a chance to get into the final.
Yeah, yeah.
Everywhere we go, we're welcomed with such.
Venom.
Like today, Dan's just gone and grabbed something for us. Midi rod. What do you think? They're over 100 quid.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Over 100 quid. 5G rod. And
It's a good raffle prize for nothing, isn't it?
all you got to do is guess the weight and watch our channel and subscribe.
How many
to it.
people participate as well at the moment? So, you know what I mean?
We normally get a couple of hundred guesses.
So 200 guesses, like for free, to win a
That's
a
good
rod
odds.
in excess of £100.
It's good odds if you think.
If you know of a better competition, please let me know, because I want
100 of
in
them,
on it.
100 of them will be for the wrong angler.
Yeah.
You got less than a 1 in 100
Yeah,
chance
that's
of
right,
winning
yeah,
it. So, ain't you? So,
Yeah.
and if
You've
you do that
so
week
you're
in,
basically
week
up against 100 other idiots. Our audience, that is.
Stop dissing our audience.
Stop dissing our audience. Yeah.
They're all lovely people.
Well, no, they fit in well with us, don't they? They're idiots. That's why they like watching us. It makes them feel better about their own lives. No, we're not as bad as we thought we were. Look at these clowns.
Yeah, now Mike's now catching short.
He's had a change of tack, hasn't he?
Feeding that short line, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been feeding it all the while he's been on his shallow line.
I should think Luke's got some concerns now because he isn't catching many. I know the ones he's catching are a good stamp.
He
He
hasn't
isn't
caught
catching
for a-
He
many.
ain't caught for a while, has he?
No.
No.
Like you say, Mike's
Well,
rotating his
I've
lines
jinxed it
really
for
well.
him. I've jinxed it for him because I've said the wind's blowing into his bank and he's going to catch at the end.
Yeah.
He ain't getting anything.
Like I say, Mike's fish aren't massive, but the tally is now 20 fish, isn't it?
But
Well, he
you
ain't
can
gone-
see how that's £1.50, can't you?
Yeah.
Mike's not gone down his edge yet either.
they're not really big scoring fish, are they? He's ticking along, and but he ain't. He's not pulling away, is he? Not massively.
Well, he has these runs, doesn't he? He's 20 fish in front.
Yeah, that could be £40.
But he's more likely 30.
Still a lot, isn't it?
Like that chap said, his last 10 fish, 14, 15 pound, which I think is probably
Slightly under.
Sounds like he knew what he was talking about. You know.
Don't get sensible people on here. Crikey. Imagine if someone knew what they were talking about.
Well, if you put all Mike's fish at £2, that's 132, isn't it? Sorry, 124. And again, Mike's at £3, that's 126, isn't it? Hey, sorry, Luke's at £3.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at it like that, you'd have thought he's had a lot of £3 and plus fish, wouldn't you?
There we go. There's some logic there from Steve.
Well, it tells me it's really close, is what it tells me.
Mandy Bevan thinks £179.12, but you need to tell us who to. You need the name as well as the weight.
Hedging your bets.
You can have as many guesses as you like, but it's the last guess that counts.
Yeah, weren't there someone who was really close last match, Mike, but they hadn't named the angler, or they named the wrong angler, or...
They were really close, apart from they were totally way out on the weight, I think.
And they got the wrong angle.
And they got the wrong angle, like, and sport even, like they were saying gold
I think
rather.
Zach Warby was the only one that's guessed the weight exactly, but he guessed the wrong angle.
Wrong angle, I think that was what it was.
That was a few matches ago.
Good old Zach. He won the Magpie yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, he won the lake yesterday.
Off peg 36, best peg in Cambridgeshire.
Home Alone?
Yeah, Macaulay. He does look a bit like Macaulay, doesn't he?
Macaulay Warby.
Yeah, nice lad.
Yeah, Alex Bates, I think, started that. Well, he's
Did he?
certainly going to get labelled as the person that says it the most that I see anyway.
Macaulay.
I did ask him when's Home Alone 4 out. I think he said
Did he?
on the group chat.
Yeah.
He said, no, seriously though, when is Home Alone 4 out? Do you like a bit of banter?
We love a bit of banter, don't we? Still, I think all sports do, don't they?
Getting close to the
Or are we a different class?
Getting close to the hour and a half mark now.
We've got such built-in banter, haven't we? Because we've always got the...
Luke's snagged up again.
We've always got the bad draw card to play, haven't we?
He's not having a lot of luck down his edges.
He's quite snagged up down his edges, isn't he, Luke? Doesn't want to lose the rig though.
It just don't help you going like that over your edge, does it, for your fishing?
Well, it might help him if he gets the snag out.
Yeah, I'll be in there.
It's slowed down drastically though for both of them, isn't it?
Get in there and have that out.
That was horrible route he pulled out of his right margin, wasn't it? Might 20 fish in front now. By Steve's count, he thinks it's fairly even Stevens if you say that Luke's a £3 as an average and Mike's a £2.
It's caught a lot of
Randy's
small
come back
fishes,
in,
Mike,
said
and
that
I've got
her
no
guess will
reason to
be to
believe
Mike.
that his others weren't small as well in comparison.
Switch back to the paste and down the other edge, Luke.
What we really want is some professional clickers, don't we? Some observers.
Professional clickers,
Spotters.
professional commentators, professional
We need a bit of
persons all
professionalism.
round, professional cameramen.
Yeah, just a bit of professionalism all round.
Yeah, sadly we're lacking in that.
No, but somebody specifically count it, you know what I mean, to actually, rather than counting fish, adding fish up. Because there's nothing to stop us doing the same on our counter, is there?
Yeah, but when you give people a really accurate idea of their weight, it wouldn't be a guess the weight competition, would it?
It would be tell the weight competition. You get 100 guesses within ounces of each
It
other.
would just come a lot
And
tighter,
then I'd have to go through and search who sent it first.
Yeah, so like spot the ball, where like it comes down to pixels, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's a total guess, isn't
Mike
it?
could be really happy with searching.
So what
for
are you
all
going to
them
weigh
pixels.
ounces? What's the?
We have to go into drams.
Dram.
Yeah,
Dram bar
is it
out.
grams out? Is then dram?
Yeah, get the dram bar out.
Drams out. Oh my word.
You don't know, but back in the day when we used to weigh
Yeah,
on the
you win a
canal,
match for a dram.
it was ounces and drams, mate, and it was pretty accurate.
Yeah, that's why
White basket.
that's probably why I stayed fishing for bigger fish rather than.
Yeah, there is a degree of truth on that. You wouldn't have been enticed over by gudgeon, would you?
No.
Doing any bleak snatching in a hurry, will you, Mike?
Kids catch gudgeons in jam jars. That's how you catch a gudgeon.
Adrian Whittle could catch £100 of bleak in about an hour.
He certainly flies along now. He's tidy, isn't he, again? All fishing's tidy, you've got to be smooth.
Sounds
what
like
you do.
cricket to me.
Whatever you're doing, the smoother you are, everything has to be well oiled and smooth, doesn't it? You know? Less tangles, less everything, isn't it?
It's just not happening down Mike's edge, is it? It's just
It's not happening for any of them for us. You know, we had a spell
it's
there.
not happening. Get the big pot out, boy.
Well, you
That's
knocked
what you
out
want to
20 fish in less than half an hour.
That's
Then,
what
and
you
then
wanna
suddenly
do.
it's gone bosh, isn't it?
get the big pot out.
We're in trouble now. Like Michael's following the
That's right down by his,
angling advice from Sean.
right down by his keeping it. That
Things
is.
have gone bad for
He's
him.
doubling
Fill it
up.
in with
He's-
everything you've got and watch it and blow it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, get a big pot bag.
What scores on the doors?
Hello, sir. Come and join us. Come and have a seat on the sofa. over
you
there.
can watch
I know
it
Steve's
there.
It looks
taken up.
very seductive. There.
Yeah. Was it the way Steve was laid across it?
You're lucky Steve's got his clothes on.
Or not, as the case may be.
So Mike's got 62 fish and Luke's got 42 fish. However,
we think Luke's
Mike's
slightly
caught
bigger.
shallow and they've been a smaller stamp, whereas
And more at once.
Luke's caught down his edges and there have been a bigger stamp.
Pound
By
and a half, the F1s, we
By
reckon.
Steve's reckoning, if Mike's are averaging £2, he's got £120, and if no, sorry, yes, £124, and if Luke's are averaging £3, he's got £124,
Nice and tight.
or £126.
128 to 126, like that.
However, our track record on Guess the Weight recently has not been good. So
Recently?
Mike's probably got
Start.
400, and Luke's probably got 50.
He's got that big £5 carp if you don't realise.
But it's gone dead for it. Honestly, just had a spell there where Mike rattled off 20 fish in as many, less than half an hour. Bang, 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 bang,
Yeah.
bang, and now
And
he
then
can't
just
buy a
died.
bite.
Yeah, he's had to rest it again now. Although he's giving it another little go.
Yeah, he's just gone back on it.
Yeah, catching up to the rushes on his right hand. He's just had a couple. He's just had a couple short as well.
It's tight enough anyway.
He's not
it's a
been
good
using the
man.
jigger, so whether he has just
No.
gone in to see whether he's just gone in to see any depths or something. Malvin Moss says, trying to tally as they catch, but with the number of fish, you could still be 3/4 of a pound out, being 2/3 of an ounce out per fish. Very, very tight. Yeah, we've got it tight, I think, even though the number says something different. Come on, Dad, you can do it. Love, Tommy and Lexi. Oh, look at that. Look. That's
Is that
for,
Elliot?
That's for Michael. Nothing from the Bamfords. I haven't seen anything from the Bamford family. So they're obviously out busy. Sunday lunch somewhere maybe.
Or not on social media.
Or not on social media. But yeah.
Well, we're 2 or 3 minutes away from the last hour and a half, haven't we?
Yeah, down to the last 90 minutes.
It's all been about whether some big fish rock up at the end, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it can make a difference. What we got?
Whatever you want. Help yourself.
Oh,
Ciders in there.
5
Yeah,
o'clock
I think it
somewhere,
might be
isn't it? I think I
Copperberg.
might be tempted.
You
Oh,
find that
no.
Copperberg, have you? Like, yeah, that's a.
no, I've never had one. Huh?
It's a nice
Quite
fruity
bitter.
cider. Very
Yeah,
nice. Take a sip.
Steve will be taking advantage of me in a bit.
Don't tempt you.
It's not the cider that does that, it's the Hypno.
Well, I was at Tudor last week. Guy said
I'm immune to that.
we had a young lad helping us. The guy said, whatever, if he tells you to take your clothes off, don't listen to him. Report him to the police.
Oh, what was Fergal Sharkey?
Yeah.
What was this? What they call him, Fergus? Was his name Fergus? I can't remember.
It's like
Yeah.
Fishermania, isn't it?
Huh?
Yeah,
It's like
no.
Fishermania, isn't it?
Hopefully not. Sorry, I
It's
didn't mean
better.
to say. I forgot I was live.
It's better.
That's me being me without even thinking. No, listen, like we said on the phone the other week, this time next year, by the time we're filming finals, I aim to have a camera on everybody to participate in. That's how we're going to evolve
This is a
the
better way
sport.
of doing it. Because you're not affecting the fishing.
You can't. There's no. Otherwise, it
Well,
makes
apart
a
from this
mockery
poor
of it,
chap.
don't it?
Yeah.
It ain't affecting it to him either, I can assure you. It really won't.
Yeah.
We're not skylining because you're not breaking. You know what I mean? Any vibration, it just don't. It really. Look at the final we have at Woodlands. We jumped all over where Zach Brown won from. If they want to come in, they'll turn up where they want him. No, it needs to be done better. The filming does.
This
Okay,
looks like a
exciting.
proper lump for
Yeah,
Luke.
it's hanging on, isn't it?
Proper hanging on.
Always
Whether he's
feeling
foul
like
looked
he's going
it,
to have
don't know.
two bigger wins.
He'll be wanting to get this
It's
one
going
in
to
for
be
sure.
It's as simple as that.
Jeez, that's going, isn't it?
Is it up the bomb?
He has foul at one or two.
But then every time we think he's foul at one, it pops up with its head first, doesn't it? So it's whether he's just getting them under the chin or what. But he needs some bigger fish to stay in touch, I
That wind's
think.
got up as well. That changes everything all the time. It's it might back it. Honestly, he went from 55 to 62 fish in the beat of a.
He thinks it's coming in and then it goes again.
Yeah, that's got him stretched.
Oh, he's putting another section on.
Let's just turn towards him now. Ooh, I thought that was his elastic. Just as he put that section on, it rolled and turned towards him. So hopefully, if that's got a big gulp of air in it, that'll rock up in his net.
What's he on about?
Leaving the line.
Do you not find when they take a gulp of air, they pretty much
Yeah,
over?
once you get their heads up and
Yeah.
then they get that first gulp of air, they're done, aren't they, usually?
Once they've had that gulp of air, they're pretty much at it. And he says, "I'll go ping now. I've cursed it."
For more tips on catching fish, like, go to mygovia.com.
Yeah, for more tips on talking rubbish.
Just as a disclaimer here, nobody's ever said that you'll learn anything about fishing from us.
No, I don't. Doesn't improve my fishing.
Might be. It's
That
a unit,
is
isn't it?
that is an
You've got to struggle to get that in the net.
unit. He's only got half of it in there. Is he going to get
Yeah,
it in?
I don't reckon.
Does it?
Oh,
Needs a bigger lamp.
fold it in half, boy. Fold it in half.
And he's
Oh,
unhooked
it'll
himself.
come out as well.
Yeah,
That's
you lucky you. It's the second one today. That
You
he's
don't
done
want
like
that on your lap.
He's
anyway.
too big his fish, have unhooked herself and gone straight.
Now, how
in there.
many of them small fish does that negate?
Lucky Luke Bamford.
Oh, that's like a one.
Yeah.
That's like 8F1s, yeah.
How big do we think that was?
That's got to be double figure, wouldn't it?
9? Maybe?
Are you
I don't
active?
know.
Do you know what? What colour's dog poo? Oh, it's brown, that's white.
No,
You had to argue, didn't
No,
you?
I'm not having
Yeah.
to
Is the
argue.
sky blue? No, it's
That-
black.
just having an
that,
opinion.
that's definitely double figure fish, that was.
Oh, thank you, Sean. I'll weigh it afterwards
You
just to
always
prove
rely on
you
you
wrong.
to stick your tongue up his backside, can't we? Hey? Us Rawn's blokes stick together and all that. What do you reckon, Dan? How big was it?
£3.
£3.
Good lad. No, they just look. It was a proper fish, but £9, anything over
This is
£10.
the gentleman that will be doing the weigh-in.
Let's put it this way.
Did Mike pay you? I'll
Yeah.
give you.
Should've
We
got
won't
half.
weigh your net. We'll just call it.
but at £9, it's 6 of those F1s, isn't it?
Yeah, it's low double work.
Low double, do you reckon? Fair enough.
There's Sean again. Got to be
I'll
happy with that
tell
cup.
those
Go on,
medium
Luke.
F1
He
the shower.
says. Come on, Mike. Says Tom White. Luke says. Sean says. Probably like my family, couldn't care less about fishing, but they do when you're fishing. If you was on the head-to-heads, Sean, they would care less. They'd be tuned in. Just
was
as
he?
I think that was to my comment that no Bamfords had been in touch.
Oh right.
Yeah.
I thought you say he didn't like fishing.
No, he
What's
was.
he watching and
When I
commenting
said,
if you don't like fishing? I don't like fishing, I just watch it for something to do.
Well, someone put on there.
all the sport.
Someone put on there earlier. Don't like pole fishing. I thought you might be on the wrong channel here.
Oh, some people just comment, don't they? Just I don't know.
Mike's having a little look down his edge
Didn't
now.
get enough attention, did they? Kids like, I don't know. Trouble is, you've got to be careful with them because they could be dangerous as well, couldn't they? Like, you know what I mean? Mentally disturbed.
Knife wielding stalkers.
Yeah, just looking for a victim to like. Yeah. But the golden rule is until you've got a stalker, you haven't arrived, doesn't it? Like,
Malvin says it was 8.5.
ain't that good at Melvin, you're my mate.
Yeah.
Not like these other lot dissing me in public.
Yeah.
I remember that
Would you
fish, we'll
do
weigh that
ring
one
Malvin
separate.
later, will you?
He'll weigh that one separate
Yeah.
just to prove a
Me
point.
and Melvin
Cheers,
about for
buddy.
something.
Grabbing my back.
Yeah.
He says your dinner's going to be in the oven and he'll keep it warm.
Is that what he said? Good. And will he wear a pinny? Good stuff.
Look, Malvin knows what it says. He said first fish for 26 minutes. See, he's actually paying attention.
Yeah, he's got a timer on it, hasn't he, and everything. Yes. Good man. So we can rest assured that when he set his green with me, he's bob on like.
Well, we can rest assured that he'll win the rod on the guess the weight competition. He's that.
He can tell us what minutes they caught the fish in,
that
let alone what they
accurate?
weigh. Yeah.
Michael's in again.
Oh,
Or,
Did he
unless
just lose it?
yeah.
unless he's trying to throw you off the scent so
There's
they
a
can win the
massive
rod.
scale on it as well.
That's what it is, isn't it? It's a double bluff.
You see, he's trying to make you guess wrong so he wins the rod.
Yeah. It's vicious bunch in Cambridgeshire, isn't it?
Yeah. He's had 100 fish, they all weigh £2, therefore it weighs £200, but my guess is 89.
A few and far between at the moment. Mike's been on 62 for that long. He's almost been as long as it took him to catch the last.
Well, he caught 20
20.
fish in the time it took him to catch one.
Yeah, basically. It's a funny old mistress, isn't it? Fishing, you flying along and it.
Yeah, changes.
I just think it's funny that both anglers get a fish at the same time and then a drought at the same time. And it's how the lake reacts like that. It's like
Yeah, it does seem to be.
I know they've had their own spells as well, but it's crazy that it's almost like it's atmospheric pressure or something that affects them. And it's like an up or a down in
or
pressure.
when the sun goes behind a cloud.
Yeah, it's like they go, now, feed now, isn't it? It's
And
like,
it takes one little thing to upset them as well.
I've sat fishing down at Ringsted back in the day. You bite a bung on the hemp, fish a chub, and then suddenly, boom, it feels funny and like nothing, and not a bite for half an hour, and it just feels fun. And then suddenly, bang, it switches back on again, and it's got to be air pressure or either storm almost.
there's definitely a trigger there, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's got to be.
Well, it's always funny as well how you're fishing down the edge or whatever and you're catching one a bung. You're hooking everyone, but as soon as you foul hook one, or
Try and
spook
pretend
one,
you've ever caught one and bung me, old dude. How he wedges it in there when we were lads?
for
like,
really short periods of time,
Time,
like
okay.
5 minutes.
Was that
Like
when you?
two
Was that
bungs.
back in your gudgeon days? Was it?
2 bungs, one a bung,
That's
two
what I'm saying, the
bungs.
mate,
winter
alright.
when you catch your first one a bung now,
Come
mate.
sit down. Do you want a drink?
I'm alright then. Nice and cosy up here, isn't it?
Yeah. There's cold beer and everything in there, mate.
Lovely.
Whatever
Trying
you
to
like.
take advantage of me, Dad. Who's winning it?
Wow. We don't know.
Luke's
It's a
in
matter
for
of
another big
debate.
fish.
I think Luke's looking favourite. If he gets this in
Mike's
the net.
20 fish ahead, but
Yeah.
Luke's caught carp
Luke's
and
caught
Mike's
bigger
caught
fish.
F1s, we
Yeah.
think. Difficult to say.
Well, the last fish Luke had, we reckon, was round about the £9
Well, it didn't even
plus
go in his
mark.
net, did it?
I think
It
we
was-
said £10.
half of it was
No, we
folded
didn't.
over the
No,
top of the
no,
net.
we totally agreed with me in reality. Well, Melvin did.
I mean, that's a
anyway.
small one by Luke's standards.
Yeah,
isn't
it
that
is.
one?
But Mike's
That's
caught nothing.
about his average sort of size, I would say, whatever that is.
Mike just had 20 fish in half an hour, and now he's just gone half an hour without a fish virtually.
Definitely little
Unbelievable.
runs, isn't there? But then prior to that, Luke had gone quite a while without a fish, hadn't he? So But then he goes and catches a hippo, so it's
I think
don't
I'd
know where
want to
we
be
are.
in Luke's position anyway at the moment. That's the deep. It looks better for me here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Mike's just
3
gone
or
down
4
his
pound,
edge.
you reckon this much is for yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
5 or 6 that one.
Is
3 or
it?
4 pound. No wonder you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you I ain't got a clue.
Still a long way to go, hour and 20 minutes.
I ain't got a clue, but I reckon Luke could. You know, they're only 18 fish behind.
Yeah, there's not a lot in it in weight, is there?
No, I think Luke's winning. I do, but I was absolutely certain.
Last
Andrew
week.
won last week.
He's convincing himself. He was saying that the numbers were in Michael's favour a little while ago.
Yeah.
It's a tough one to call, like you said. It's the
It is.
venue, isn't it? It's
I think with the wind, Luke will have an advantage now.
Well, you said at the start Michael will catch better to start on really down the edge, and it'll only get better really being down the middle of
Mike's
the line.
had nothing out of his edges, really.
no. That's the only thing that.
Whether they come on or not.
You usually catch long on your right hand side. On
Yeah.
the peg.
He's been
Where he's
catching
been
long
shallow
shallow,
fishing.
but
Yeah. Would you fish
Catch
on the deck there? Would you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
he hasn't done that
Can't
yet.
swim up the middle of the lake and then hit that bank and then come
Along
down
it.
it and then back out about 5 metres.
Well, that's the advantage that Luke's obviously got today. He's the home angler,
See you in a bit.
and Mike's only fished this lake once. He said, at the start of the match. So, I'm sure what peg he was on. But, that is the advantage in the Super Cup, isn't it? Home and
A
away.
home draw, like yeah.
Yeah, home draw is an advantage at the end
This
of
is
the day.
where Luke's took most. He tends to go wherever, doesn't he? He's had 1 or 2 home draws, I
Does
think.
suit him here as well. On
Yeah.
the pace here.
He's good
Yeah,
angler.
Michael's been coming quite a bit anyway, so on the opens.
He has been
is he?
fishing,
Yeah,
right?
he's
So
been-
he hasn't.
yeah,
It's
he's been
not
on-
the first time he's.
Well, Michael and Mark have been coming a bit.
Are they
Well,
brothers?
No.
Yeah, they're well practiced.
Quite a margin, isn't it?
I say he flew to 62, and it's and the clock's just ticking over, and he hasn't had a fish for ages. That wind changed. I tell you, it seemed to gust up, and then they were gone. And if you get like a shoal of F1s or whatever, and they just disappear, it can be gone, can't it?
Malvin's been back on, and he said Mike's biggest fish was around £5. With the odd ounces, but could be £5 or so. Luke is ahead now, he seems to think. So.
Yeah, me and Melvin are like brothers.
How's that?
It's funny, there's certain people that phone in or listen in. If John Harvey tells you what's what, he's usually got it right.
He was cock on, wasn't he?
It's just some people that are just on it and they just know.
Some of us are just idiots.
That's the fun of it, guessing and watching it.
That's the fun of the castaway.
Yeah. Where did he have that big fish? Down that left-hand edge, or? Yeah, because that was slow to start with.
It looked like he was feeding maggot down the left-hand edge and Paddy's down the right. I don't know whether he is or not.
Someone said he was fishing post-over micros on his right edge.
Ah, could be then. Yeah, I'm talking about the left edge.
He's got
It
white
looked like
he
he
had
was
white,
chucking maggot.
yeah, he had white maggot on his side tray. He was throwing white maggots, but then you'd think he was flicking white maggots shallow, wouldn't he? So.
Did Luke catch one shallow?
No, not really,
No,
did he?
not really, no.
He's
He was
barely.
straight into fish sort of fairly quickly down the
He
edge,
was
weren't they?
short
They
on
had
the bottom to begin with, didn't he?
They do like to come in short quite early on it.
Yeah, that's. I wondered if fishing a 2+1 wouldn't have been,
Good work.
you know, maggot.
A lot of times
What
it's
depth
depth.
do you get? What depth do you got at 3.5 foot?
Yeah, it gradually slopes out, so it's like 18 to 24 inch down your edge. And it just slopes out, and in
Yeah.
the middle it'll be about 7 foot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But you could pick a
You
spot
could
of
pick what
3.5 foot.
You can literally
yeah.
find what depth you want.
It's just them fish seem they're more reluctant to come in the edge over period. You know, you almost. I know at Rookery that last year Tom and them were catching in 3.5 foot of water with a maggot, which the year before you'd just be foul looking fish.
Yeah.
but they stay on that line, and at least, whereas they come in the edge and you can be bumped up and then they're gone. And
this time of year you want as shallow water as possible. But
yeah.
Ant Flint says £171 to Mike.
Like last year, the water was
Splitting
really
the
down.
audience. Lee Myers says £186 to
Just
Lou.
the clay edges were coming out and you were fishing in that depth and you never found a fish.
No,
This
that's
is
what
right.
you want, isn't it?
We've had a lot of rain this year. We're down 2 foot last year. This time last year.
Yeah, well, it's what we said earlier. It's been a different summer, isn't it? It's for sure.
Have you got, are you spring fed here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Well, he comes off all the land.
Because all your lakes are different levels, aren't they? So
Yeah. They run
it's
into it
weird
through
because
the others.
this one's obviously the highest, then that one,
Yeah.
and then drops right down to the one behind it.
Just how the previous guy who had it dug it out. And we had what we had restructured.
There's only one bloke going to catch 170, 180 pound the way things are at the moment, isn't he? Mike's just come to a grinding halt, and he can't buy a bite, can he?
This is what happened earlier, and Luke caught up with the numbers, and then Mike ripped off again. But
That's small fish.
Yeah, it is actually.
yeah,
Do you think that's about £1.50, the same as what
Well,
Mike has been
yeah.
catching?
yeah. See, that's
Pound, like you say.
fish for fish that size, isn't
Yeah.
it? So he needs them bigger ones to make up the numbers. But he's had a few.
Yeah, still open. Anything can happen, can't it? 20 minutes and you can put them with 60, 70 pound in the net if they rock up, yeah. Although what I've seen this year, they don't seem to have been rocking up the same as they tend to come in and out over the day. Seen a lot of times where the last hour where things have petered off even
Yeah,
up.
on the wrong one.
Yeah. I think every year it changes. You can come up with an idea, a method, you catch your few fish, and then suddenly the next year you can't buy a bite on exactly
Changes
the
every day on here at the moment.
Mad, isn't it? Absolutely mad. How
One
fickle
day
they are.
someone's winning the match of caster shallow, next day it's pace,
Yeah.
next day it's meat. Can't predict it.
No. It's just fishing for you.
Well, that's good also, though, isn't it? It's
A lot,
it's
lot of
not-
different people winning, because most of the time you sort of stick to your
Yeah, but-
favourite methods and baits and,
Yeah.
and all that, don't you? So
Yeah, but sometimes people get put off if they think, oh, I can't win unless I'm fishing like that style.
Yeah.
don't they? Whereas if you come to a venue knowing that you've got a chance, just like you said, fishing what you feel confident doing.
yeah,
Well, you just said cast a shallow. That was all up. This time of the year last year, every man and his dog were catching on 12-pointer caster, weren't they? And it was banned and
Casters
expensive
everywhere
and-
ain't
That's the
working.
problem,
No.
isn't it? The
Casters
expense of it.
everywhere isn't
Yeah.
working as well this year, though, is it?
But there's always going to be an
It's the
advantage
weather,
in
isn't it?
fishing to the person that's prepared to spend a little bit more on something. That's just how it's sort
Look,
of
I ain't
is.
bait, it's on a pole.
what would
It's
Ross
rods
have
or
been
reels,
using as hook
different
bait,
things.
mugging them
Everyone's
fish?
spending
Yeah,
money.
do
How am I
won't-
supposed to know that?
You're the
I'd
venue
rather catch
expert.
Yeah.
Well,
Please,
it's better
So
than
if he
me.
needs 10 times casters and have a good day, I'll do it.
I politely say hello to
Talking to a
people.
bloke that was happy to
I'm
spend
not
three
neither
3
friend.
gallon bag at a
I'm an acquaintance
mug a load
to
of
most
old
of them
age
at best.
pensioners and win less
It's just-
money
I
than
was
you.
him.
What I need to win, I do.
I was him.
And like you say, we like to catch fish, don't we? The thought of not doing something that you could put a bit more bait in and catch more fish, don't. There'll always be the person that's prepared to spend a bit more, go the extra mile. Will always. All sports elitist, ultimately, isn't it? Whether they're riding motorbikes, speedway bikes, whatever.
Yeah.
The dad that's prepared to put a bit more in, or the bloke that's prepared to work a bit harder and make it his life. But 12-pointer caster is a lot of bait. But then again, these guys, I mean, if they got a bait sponsor and that, it's not, is it? You can't legislate for people that are the elite. You can't. The cream's always going to rise to the top and do well. And then, of course, then you've got that built-in excuse of, oh, they would because they've got this, because they've got that, which is an advantage. But
Yeah, but it started from somewhere, didn't it?
yes,
They didn't have it all at the start.
no.
Get what you put in. don't
Yeah,
you?
and that's
it.
what when Jim come to me
Time
years
on the
ago.
bank,
With
innit?
fishing, you 100% get out what you put in, literally.
Yeah.
No stone unturned for a match like this, is it? You know what I mean? A knockout match, for them two. Luke's got to have been out like his rigs It's not just money he spent. How many hours has he spent in preparation? Same as mine.
Yeah, just being on the bank.
Yeah.
Being on the bank's massive. Being in touch.
Yeah,
with it.
being in touch with it all, and yeah, 100%.
You can't go once a week now.
I know you can't.
You need to be going 2-3 times a week now.
That's
You're out of it just like that.
this week.
Yeah.
Not enough time on the bank, Mike.
Yeah,
Too much time
100%.
filming, shooting. Yeah.
And that costs money.
It's a bit different on bigger venues, somewhere like Lark, where you're catching big fish and it's a bit more.
Yeah.
On these sort of venues where you're catching a lot of fish,
You need to be clued on it.
Yeah,
don't
you need to know.
Like you say,
when to
those
do
bigger
certain
venues, you can rock up, be a bit more traditional, can't you? And yeah, I would have thought. Yeah, you need to be in tune with their moods. Like we just said, 1 minute a method works, next minute you can't buy a bite. Take a look down there. Keep an eye on Michael.
Just keep
an eye on his other
up
edge.
the lake.
Can be deceiving on here what weight people have had. I've had it before, sat here and fishing away. Jesus, he's battering.
Yeah.
At the end of the match, you go, weigh in.
You can beat
And it's
yourself
totally
sometimes.
totally
can't you?
the other way
It was
round,
a lot
yeah.
closer than I thought.
I've not had it with like match wins, but even when you just think like next peg they've beat you up and you've
We're
kind
good
of
at
you've almost
convincing
given
us,
up, haven't you?
yeah.
And then you get to the weigh in and you think, oh, I was only £5 behind, and
Yeah.
it's just that mentality that's destroyed you. It's
Yeah, we're our own worst enemies with negativity, that
Yeah.
is for sure.
It'd be really interesting if it does sort of like the score tally does stay like it's like 20 fish in front. How close it will be.
How long's it been since he's been on 62 fish?
Wow.
That's the longest anybody, yeah, that's just incredible.
But then Luke's only caught 3 because he was on 42.
Yeah, but he's, you know,
Chipping away at big fish.
he was steaming away on, you know, he's gone from 20 in half an hour to nothing. But like you say, Luke hasn't, in fairness, caught a lot. Well, he's put 14 or 15 pound in his net. Well, you think about it, he virtually eliminated what he caught in that half hour in 2 fish, actually, if you look at it like that. Luke's winning, isn't he?
Lee Myers says £186 to
Who,
Luke.
Luke?
Yeah.
They're mostly carp, I would have
And
said,
Flint
Luke.
says £171 to Mike. Miles Holland says go on Mike. Richard Kemp says £164 to Mike.
Yeah.
Malvin Moss says, does Steve agree? Luke, 3 good fish ahead.
Probably, yeah. I see. I haven't seen all of Michael's fish, but if that run of fish that he caught, if he's hard pushed to have a £2 average, Mike is hard pushed. Well, let's say he's got that.
Got a £2 average, yeah.
But has Luke got a £3 average?
Probably he might even have more.
Yeah, exactly.
John Alexander, £199, but you ain't said who to.
You know nothing, John, other than you'd had 12-pointer caster if you were fishing today. That is for sure.
John, I've knocked my best mate out of the competition and now I'm going to forfeit. Alexander says.
I'm only any good because my relative owns a bait farm, Alexander. He'll love that, but he does. Morning, mate. Afternoon, mate. Yeah. Lady in the margin. What's this lady's name?
I'll put him on the spot.
Julie.
Julie. Well,
Here
she's
every
just had a nice one down the edge.
It's on Luke's trip, I'm looking at.
Is it unhooking itself,
yeah.
like? Yeah. Lucky Luke Bamford.
Proper grudge match. This is a repeat of last year's
I don't think it's a
region
grudge match,
final.
mate.
It is a grudge match because it's a repeat of last year's region final.
We're having a fight in the
Did they
car.
Versus
both have each of
Luke.
last year, did they?
Yeah,
these were the
last round,
regional finalists last year. So is it revenge or repeat?
Who was the home angler last year and where did they finish? Do you know?
No.
Oh, John Alexander's come back quickly with the whip that said, Steve, I want to be famous dorks.
Yeah. But at least I won't be famous because my relatives have got a bait farm. Be because my relatives are in maggots.
You did sell lots of maggots though, Steve, didn't you? At one point?
Back in the day,
Yeah,
I
it was
love
a bait
maggots.
dealer,
I
yeah.
do love maggots. I love the smell of them and everything about them.
Really?
Oh dear.
Yeah, I love them.
It's not right, yeah.
I used to wholesale. I just appreciate a good maggot, like a caster.
I'll tell you what,
Dad
better
and all
not
that.
this.
You just do. Oh, a tackle shop and everything.
Yep, Malvin keeping a check on the time, saying that Mike's last fish was over 30
Bit sad
minutes
though
ago.
when you go around sniffing your hands.
But you say that.
It's hard to say. It's a horrible smell, but it's just not.
I think you've got issues.
Yeah, I've got issues. You're quite frightened, isn't you now? You're like,
Yeah, but he's like, how do I get out?
100%. Yeah, you're 100% right. I've definitely got issues.
You take these handcuffs off now.
My legs are not
Go
going.
now.
No, I'd do like a bit of life, mate.
John Alexander says jealousy.
Yeah, I am. Mate.
You are
I am.
jealous. You're jealous of his situation.
I
Aren't
am.
Oh, the bait's going in now.
you? He's
Luke.
heavy-handed
Oh,
now.
look at that.
Yeah.
4,
Cool lad.
Still
Luke.
5,
Heavy hand Luke.
5, 6,
Wants to draw him in.
Girls
6,
love it.
7.
Good man. Oh, yeah, good man.
Just
Yeah,
throw
that's
the
what
whole
we like to
pot
see.
in.
He's not a relative of mine, is he?
John
Probably.
Alexander's just sent a hand emoji doing rubbing together.
Okay. He's the only bait farm in Lincolnshire now, isn't he? Apparently.
Is that maggot or caster he's throwing in? 'Cause it's wet.
Put it with macros on. It
It's
seemed
like
everything.
covered in,
Was it maggot or micro?
it's covered in water, like.
Would you say, was it maggot or caster? And he went, it's micro.
Well, they're very wet micros if they are.
I've seen his macros, he does like.
They're like swimming. It'd be like about 6 mil by now.
I'm
go
jealous.
quiet.
I'm jealous of John Alexander anyway because he gets to go fishing every day.
Yeah.
It seems like it anyway.
He's
When
got a
you
new
follow him on
baby and all
Facebook.
And he
that.
draws
That's jealous.
flyers as well.
Yeah.
I ain't that jealous. He's got a newborn baby. Although that sounds a bit harsh, doesn't it? Actually, like somebody who's never had that.
He's now sent 2 emojis. One is money and the other one is an aeroplane.
Is he off on holiday somewhere?
Yeah.
Well, after watching him throw maggots in, I bet that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's like a windmill. And you got a
Cha-ching.
windmill emoji.
Hey. We'll have to have a catchy bait fish off next year again with him and Art. A big money betting event, I reckon, don't you? He's still got Art Hilby Red Devil Angling, hasn't he, on his Facebook page? How long was that bet for?
I don't know.
I think
How
it was
long?
for a
Answer
year,
us, John.
wasn't it?
Was it
How
for a
long
whole year?
Was it for a year that he'd got to change his because he lost?
Yeah.
Oh.
Something like that. Unbelievable. And seriously, Mike ain't caught. It's been... Blimey.
I think Julie's going to be a dark
Well, they were-
horse. She's smashing Luke up now.
Is she?
Yeah, Malvin's put that Mike hasn't had a fish for 30 minutes, but Luke's only had 3 fish because he was 20 fish behind and now he's 17 fish behind, so he's only had 3. He's not exactly catching up on the numbers front, is he? So obviously trying to make
girls
some.
are performing in the fishing match if they didn't in the football. Hey?
What we got? We're nearly 3
No bank
o'clock.
holiday after all.
60 minutes to go. Last hour of the match coming in. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Get your guest weights in. Here we go. Mike's in. Winch one for him eventually. John Alexander says, to be fair, I've just put 24-hour offer up for dead maggots, which means 168 a pint. So if you want catchy bait,
Obviously put too
Bit
much
of free
bait.
advertising.
They
for
put
you
too
there.
much too much meat down this week, that's what it is. Well, he won't be giving out away, would he? He's from, you know what I mean? He's from up north, isn't he, like? Oh, right. Don't give out away, do they?
I just had loads of John's casters for the 3-day
Yeah.
festival.
They've had a few extra dead bodies that
Did you use them all,
delivered.
Mike?
Sorry?
Did you use them all?
I didn't actually need them all in the end because I had too much, but they were good quality. Did the business yesterday for the first 90 minutes anyway.
Did you have any maggot yesterday?
Off of Alex.
Yeah.
Was it nice again?
No, they're really small.
Oh right, got
No,
some
mine were
life
alright.
for the ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for the people he doesn't like, he's got a top shelf.
Oh, that's what it was.
And he
then.
gets them out of there.
Yeah.
For the people that he does like, he goes to the
He's
fresh
giving him
ones.
pinkies, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what I look
Proper
like,
mug
some
you
of
off. Yeah. Squat. They're a bit small, mate. And they come in sand. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, it's dead maggots for you, Steve. A 380.
Out the freezer. Chance to use them. Ought to think about going on Wednesday somewhere and all Thursday.
I thought you were coming here Thursday.
Hey?
I thought you were coming
booked
here
on here
Thursday.
first.
I ain't ruling it out.
Failed, didn't it?
Ruling it out.
Seen the
already.
competition.
Yeah.
And he's thought,
He was hoping to come on and it'd be a pensioners match. That's what he was hoping.
Yeah. Hedges his bets.
Do you do a pensioners match?
What lake were you being on Thursday?
Sunset, that one there, and then Hurricane and Tornado. But you get to choose whether you're on Sunset or Hurricane and Tornado. Hurricane and Tornado go in the same
Had a
day.
bit of food turn up then.
Yeah, usually about 20 odd.
And is Tornado ever so similar to this?
Yeah, it's just the next lake on, but pretty much identical stocking, depths, everything. Really spread everyone out a little bit more on Thursday.
There you go, Steve.
Well, unless anything crops up, I ain't got nothing else on the list of things.
This one behind us is beautiful. A little picturesque from this one, isn't it? Is that
I
Somerset?
say that, I'm
That's
really busy, you know.
That's just full of everything. It's got
That looks like an
fruit,
old. That looks like a proper old tench pit. That one. That's looks. It's like a lovely a tench pit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah, you want to rock up there early one morning when the mist's rolling off of. And
Bit of night fishing.
got all the lily pads in the middle. Luke just playing. Looks like he's into a bigger fish again.
Could have done with some more of them cockbirds.
There's a few
Have you
comments
drank
keep
your last one?
few comments keep coming up about
Yeah,
your
there were.
beard.
My beard?
Yeah.
Oh, what's wrong with it?
Dave Smith, is Steve eating nibbles out of Dan's beard?
I'm not getting into this for
You
Dave.
don't need that.
There was another one earlier, wasn't there?
We're
I
not
read it
gonna
out
do it,
before I read it live without reading it first, and I was like, what does that mean?
I think that your beard needs a trim.
Should have seen it a couple of years ago.
That's another good fish there.
It's only because Dave fancies me, he's trying to flirt with me.
Do you know? I take
4
it
or
you know
5,
Dave
that,
Smith then.
Yeah.
4 or 5?
Yeah, I'll give you that, Steve. Yeah. You're getting the hang of it now, boy.
He's more than holding his own, and every time Luke catches a fish where he hasn't,
I wouldn't like to say who's winning. I think it's close.
So that's worth 3 fish.
I think it's close. If you wait, honestly, if you said that was the all out now, and we had to weigh in, I couldn't tell you who was winning.
No, I believe you, mate.
Anyway, Dave, yes, that's the answer.
I'm looking at it on the screen now, like,
Yeah, it looks more like 6 to me.
yeah, well, 4 or 5, I think I'll get carried away. But again, that's 3 fish that Mike had caught earlier.
That's a £6 fish all day long. That's.
It's just, you're only saying that because you know it can't be proved wrong. You idiot. It's at least 3
Doesn't matter what
villages
you
missing
say,
an
he'll
idiot
argue the
today.
difference anyway. If you say it's 6, Steve will say it's 5.
He's just doing it to antagonise me, that's all it is. He's trolling in real life.
Yeah.
That's all it is, isn't it, really,
Real life
actually, when
trolling.
people troll. It's actually people think they're in the real and they just chat shit.
You know your true friends when they start being really nasty to you.
yeah, that's true enough, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Nothing wrong with a bit of banter. I love the cricket and the Australians. I thought I'd upset somebody earlier. I was slagging off Australians left, right and centre. Next minute I've had a call coming in from Australia. I'm like, bloody hell.
You got far-reaching.
It was my brother, yeah.
Far-reaching,
I thought,
famous
blimey,
Steve Dorks. Yeah.
I'm really upset him now. I've got somebody ringing in from Australia.
Did he ring Karen out to you?
Yeah.
Did it ring and you go, hi, I'm famous?
Yeah.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah. I thought, even when it was my brother, I thought he's warning me. Somebody's phoned him up and said, "Tell your brother to shut up."
What do you want? Anything interesting?
Yeah.
We'll get a look at
Tell when your stepfather had died.
an edge fish for Mike now.
Who?
Derek.
Really? Oh dear. Is that a sad day or not so sad for you?
It's just a day, isn't it?
Well, there's no love loss, was there really? But
It's a day to stop hating, isn't it?
Not a nice thing to hear.
Terry Wall guesses £193 to
isn't it?
Luke. Mandy Bevan re-guesses at £53 to Luke. Get them guesses coming in. You could win the MIDI 5G pellet waggler, courtesy of Dan here at Shearsby Valley Fisheries.
Can I win it back?
Yeah, but it looked really bad. It looked really bad, like, you know what I mean? For you and us. We just looked really bad, wouldn't it? Like, I'm walking away with the rod.
Yeah.
This one's given Mike the proper run around.
I won it a little while ago and I had to
Is this a bigger
donate it back.
fish?
Oh, did you get a load of grief?
Well, I knew I would if I didn't, so...
Yeah. He had a day off Saturday and won the guess the weight competitions.
They don't look fixed at all then, do they?
No, well that was the biggest thing, wasn't it? When last year Craig Kemp won the wild card and Mike won the pole. But these people, the reality is they
That's a
both
better
spent
stamp
an awful
fishing
lot
thing.
of money anyway. They've probably got a 1 in 10 chance of winning just on the numbers alone, like.
We ain't seen
There weren't
it,
many
we ain't seen
tickets
it on
sold,
it yet,
were there?
Mike. Is it proper edge pick, was
I
it?
know I lost out on it.
That was a better stamp for Mike down the edge, wasn't it?
Yeah, we ain't seen it yet.
Are you watching on the delay?
Yeah.
Luke could be in trouble then if Mike starts catching down his
Oh yeah,
edge.
That's a better one, isn't
yeah,
it?
that's more like it.
It needs to be, though. He needs to start catching some fish, doesn't he?
55 minutes to go. Want to see a fish for fish race to the end. Wonder how long Luke leaves it before he goes down that left margin.
Yeah,
having
where he's
fed
just
it heavy.
lumped all that bait in.
Yeah.
He's,
Quite nice this. I might have to set this up permanent.
It's a great view as well. It's bloody handsome.
listen, it's so I can tolerate. It means I can be sat here watching, doing this. It's like being at home. It's got to be comfortable, mate.
It won't be long before he's got 2 twin burners over here, sausages, burgers,
Yeah, we could
everything
have
on the
bought a
go.
barbecue, then we wouldn't need to go. You could be stoking up
Yeah,
barbie.
barbecue,
Who could, me?
gas barbecue. Yeah.
Yeah, because I look like
Not very good at cooking, no.
I'm sound at cooking, like,
Yeah,
but
he's a good chef.
I'd rather have somebody running around harder than me.
A lot of good quality food, don't you, Steve? Don't
Yeah,
you
I-
eat like a king, you, don't you?
Tell.
Lobster most nights for him.
Hey, I do alright. I do alright. But we need the missus here, don't we? We need the help. I hope she's not listening. I know somebody no doubt point that out to her.
I'll tell her.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
tell
yeah.
her tomorrow night, don't I?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's you've got to be comfortable with these things. Like I say, we're going to get it openly so people come along, you have a few guests, and it'll just evolve.
People enjoy the comfort of the Fishing Association gazebos, don't they?
Bit of free drink. Yeah, you've got to be comfortable, haven't you? Just get the mic away. We'd been up KFC if it.
Dave Smith just randomly pointing out that he loves us. And Flint, who orders 2 meals for themselves?
What's that?
And Flint, who orders 2 meals for themselves?
2 meals. Oh, right,
2
yeah,
meals.
cool, yeah. What do you know? He was
Last
there, wasn't he?
weekend he had a curry and a burger.
Yeah.
Literally at the same time. It hit the
They
table
weren't
at the
massive.
same time.
I had to go and go on a diet, didn't I, after the weekend? I have to back off. I like a bit of good living, but then you have to be a bit careful, don't you?
Start fasting 2 days later.
Yeah, do a bit. It's all, you know what I mean?
I'll have a burger and a curry, and the girl looked at him like, huh?
It's a bit of a weird
Combination.
Yeah, I wanna try both.
Yeah. But can you put the burger in a naan bread, please?
My first wife used to get the right up when I used to go into this buy one get one free meals and that, and I said, oh, yeah, I want both of them. She was like, well, no, one each. It's like, no, it don't work like that.
No, when it says serves 2, it serves 1.
Yeah, so you need,
It's like ready meals, isn't it?
Like,
Yeah.
Should have kicked her.
A bog off. A bar one, I get one free.
Like you say, they weren't that big enough. It was geared around it, weren't it?
Stuart Evans guessing Mike £208.
Who was it who said they loved us, Mike?
Oh, that was your
Dave
mate
Smith.
Dave Smith. I'm guessing he said love you. Oh.
He does love that.
Yeah, he does love. He's jealous because Steve's picking bits out your beard.
Oh, don't.
With his teeth.
Getting all the air stuck in between his teeth. All that. Stuck in a pube in there, isn't it?
And he's just had a guess of Luke £172 as well.
There's a lot of people right between 170 and 180 pounds,
Yeah, it's
and
a good shout.
having a job to disagree with that.
At the minute,
I think they're a bit high, personally.
well, at the minute, yeah, probably.
If
Well,
they
ain't
have a
finished
last
yet, have
good
they?
out, if they have a good last good out, maybe, but it's not on for that at the minute.
It's been slow.
You don't reckon? So if Luke's fished
Last
at
hour was
£3
a
a
slow
flow,
hour.
£138 at the moment, and only got to get another 30 odd
Yeah, maybe.
in the last hour, I would have thought they're on track for it.
They'll have to speed up a bit, won't it? Mind you, Luke's peg, that's only 3 fish, isn't it?
Yeah, we're always guessing what might happen, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's always a speculative call, isn't it? It could go wallop just like that, couldn't it? He's getting heavy-handed now, isn't he?
Definitely was.
Trying to force his margins. He's probably got a little bit of concern, and he's been on the phone. Somebody said to him, "You might not be home and dry just yet."
There's definitely micros
See why
down
he
that
gets
edge.
3 bags now.
Yeah.
And he's just chucking in wetted micros
Looks
and
like
fishing
it.
paste over the top.
We'll have to try and remember to really pick his brains as to what he's done, because everyone says, "Oh, how did they catch? What were they using? Where were they fishing?" And we always forget and go, "How much did you weigh?" So they talk us through your match, and then we speed through it a bit too quickly sometimes.
Let's see
don't
if
we?
there's anything on that heavily fed edge.
Yeah, he really royally threw it.
Probably
in that
is more
side, didn't he?
interested in getting home and having something to eat, to be fair. Not that fussed about it. Cool.
Oh yeah, straight in there.
Cool. Was it?
God, he threw all that bait in, he's gone straight in, and what sort of
Boom.
stamp are they?
Oh,
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 that's giving them the proper pull.
oh dear, that could
Oh,
be
that's
he
got
got
a
a mini
long
pole,
way
Luke?
into the lake.
Oh dear.
Proper
Is he
one,
gonna
like
get-
one of the top. I might go and have a look at that.
That just surfaced in front of the next peg.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice and strong poles there.
What's he using?
Reactor light, is it?
Reactor
It's
Reactor
got
core.
the reactor core. I think it's 55, Luke.
Ah.
Is that the better one of the?
No, it's the one. It's more of a carp pole.
Right.
This fish didn't half
65
take off, but
really
he's managed
strong.
to get it back under control,
It's
hasn't
a
he?
bit lighter, a bit stiffer. But 55 is tell boss with it.
Are they interchangeable?
Yeah. Yeah, the old Wranglers.
Did you sort any low vis line? Yeah.
No, he's not got my size.
Nobody has, have they?
No.
Like,
Out of stock.
I'll just show you what's in Luke's right
Allowed
hand
to,
margin.
Tried the tournament rig line.
I didn't like it. I did.
not?
Wonder if he'll
No,
catch
I
that in a
got
minute.
I weren't
Well,
overly
that weren't
impressed.
that big considering how it went off, was it?
Big enough though, weren't
That
it?
shot
I've
off,
been
didn't
getting
it?
on really well with that recently.
In Kent swears by loads of people.
Yeah.
You know, I had a go with it once at Kington, but you don't know, do you? You have one go at something. If something busts you on something a few
That's
times,
it, you go back to your old habit.
yeah, you know, because you only need to get bust up when you don't expect it, and you're like, this is rubbish, isn't it?
Well, everyone. That's a nice shot.
Duck cam.
Power line on the way, shoot.
Yeah, and I couldn't get on with that. I didn't even use it. I tied I tied a couple of rigs with it, and I thought that's a load of old shit.
Yeah, I struggle with that line.
So anyway, that sponsorship with Preston Innovations is
Yeah, I won't be getting that.
that's not going to materialise.
I know
is it?
someone in MIDI now, anyway. So
Yeah, that's right.
I can get
yeah.
free line every week.
You can't. He's got a truckload of that line. He just won't sell it to you.
It's not to.
Kept it for himself.
Tell you what, you could double the price easy and sell it.
Who's Who's your midi rep? Is it James Davis?
Yeah.
Or whether he still is or not, because like
Yeah,
I say,
he is at the moment.
he's up until recently, yeah, you've seen it
Yeah,
recently.
last week.
Right, fair enough. I'll give him a call.
Keep them guesses coming in, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
Well, they're not rocking up in Mike's edge, are they? Because he's
He's gone back short again, hasn't he?
gone back short again, yeah.
He's had one out of his edge, I think.
Well, he's had 2 fish in an hour, hasn't he?
Has he done enough? 17 fish in front still.
When it gets like this, sometimes that long line can work in the deeper water.
When I used to fish this day, when it dot and all that, big pot of maggots in him, right out, and it seemed to.
Pinging works really well.
Yeah.
4 mils.
Nobody's really gone that long, but when they back
No.
off, it's.
No one's really had the long pole out, have they?
Stephen
Wouldn't be
Millward
that
says
one
Mike,
yourself, don't you?
168 pounds.
Yeah.
When things go in,
Everybody
you
comes
go on
in.
it and you've got a lot of fish to yourself.
Yeah,
and by the time
sometimes.
people twig onto it,
Give away your head.
yeah, you've really stolen fish.
Flint says midi line is awesome. Thanks for Andrew
Said what?
Cornby for getting me on it. That midi line. Am I missing something?
Yeah,
there?
low visit.
Love
Is
it.
it good? Is it?
Love it.
Got loads of stretch in it as well, so it don't snap too easy.
Brilliant knot strength as well.
Some of them, you can break them so easy, you can make it strong.
It's all
Snap,
about.
that-
Yeah, we're
that-
stretched.
And that power line, every time I tried to tie a knot, it seemed to, like, you know,
Get a little
kinks
kink at
up
the
and it
knot.
just. Oh.
So what we're saying here, if I was actually using proper line, I'd be
Yeah,
dangerous.
well, you'd
I'd
be
be
a
a
lot
superstar,
better.
wouldn't I?
Yeah. Which ain't very good, but you'd be a lot better than what you
Well,
were.
I always felt that if I use stuff that's pony-like, it's just like a handicapping system.
You use
Well, it gives you
real
an,
line.
it gives you an
Yeah,
excuse.
Pound
doesn't it?
Maxima.
It gives you an excuse, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, he's caught up again on that left edge.
I still use Maxima on
I've still got it on my reels
Right.
as well, yeah. The, is it Chameleon?
Same stuff I used 30 years
Chameleon,
ago, and I
isn't
mean
it?
the same stuff.
Chameleon, is it called?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. That red stuff.
You're loving the ducks,
A
aren't you?
duck cambler.
Is that in
That's a good
Luke's
picture of the
edge?
duck.
is
That's
it?
in his right hand edge, yeah.
They're loving them pellets.
That's why he's having to feed 8 handfuls.
Yeah.
4 for the ducks.
But that won't do any harm to the carp, that duck bit.
No.
It never scares them
No.
off. They're-
On the ducks in your bag.
Yeah, target fish. They used to follow me around, decoy around beach. He was like, how come you're here this week? We see your van turn up, we knew you'd be good for a load of feed.
Yeah, I think if I was Mike, I'd have gone long down the edge, down that end edge.
A little, about 11 metres with a little cut in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just when we
A
went
nice
down
depth.
there. Yeah, it looks like it's about right. It looked like a banker type area, but
He's not been down there apart from shallow fishing, has he?
how did you get the island out? Did you like drain it and like go into the middle
Yeah,
of it and pull it
so
through?
we did
Like,
a lot.
yeah.
Luckily, the farmer next door let us get rid of the silver.
Took all
Yeah,
the silver
nice,
there.
yeah,
We had to get a
why not?
licence for it. But
Well,
that hadn't happened, we wouldn't be able to sort the fishery out.
well, it wouldn't have done his soil any harm, would it? It'd have been
No,
pretty,
let's cross the
yeah, long while now, yeah, I would have thought.
That's
yeah.
twice in 2 puttings he's hooked up to that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's having a mare on that left line, isn't he?
Christ.
And the ducks are feeding his line, right hand line. Reese says Mike, £176.
A lot of guesses between 170 and
Mike
80.
Atherton says Mike, £657. Okay.
He's having
Mike.
a dig about big weights.
So, yeah.
He ain't been right since he lost the England captaincy.
No.
Tell him. I just
He
do.
can hear you.
I know, yeah. Unless he's knocking out very little on a canal or a river, he's not happy. He's way out on the weights. He's alright unless it's proper fishing.
Just over half an hour to go. 43 minutes. Is this the last result we need, Steve?
Got a couple, there's Ethan Bradley and Andy Nelson in County Durham.
Take this. Oh, seeing a little bit.
Yeah, seeing
Cool.
a bit, mate. Who else is there?
Hello.
All being done today, I take it.
Yes, yeah. We got most of them in.
Reese says his weeder through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's that, Reese? Who?
I don't know, it says Reese Pest Control.
Reese Pest Control.
Maybe that's his surname.
Or
Yeah,
maybe he
Reese.
just catches all the smaller fish.
Reese Pest.
He goes after the perch at Rookery, does he?
Yeah. Oh, there's some good ones in there. The Pem, John Harvey,
Andy Powell.
Andy Powell. Listen, there's some good anglers in there. There always will be, won't there? You know, it lends itself to being able to get through, but there'll always be. Well, fishing lends itself to having a result, doesn't it?
That'll be harder next year.
Yeah, it will. Yeah. Some of the boys will be back, won't they? It'll be on their list of things to enter and do, and of course with qualifiers as well, eh? Busy, busy, busy.
Well, the edges really haven't come alive how you'd have anticipated them to, would they, for the last 40 minutes now?
No, you'd have banked on them coming alive, wouldn't
Yeah.
you?
It's a good job we nailed the gazebo down again, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit breezy, isn't it?
It wants to lift. It don't take much to get under it, does it? The old gaze bow.
At least it's dried out as well. Pack it away properly tonight, shall we?
What, mate?
I said at least it's dried out. We'll pack it away properly tonight.
It'll be packed away, it's just where it's left.
Yeah.
Reese says, I might have to give this a go next year, looks good. Well, prize pot for next year is guaranteed at 51,000,
And it is
as
good.
was announced yesterday. And that alongside, and that's a minimum guarantee, as Steve said earlier. If we sell more tickets than that, obviously it goes above that. With the audience that we've built up on YouTube and the audience from the radio show, linking the Fishing Association with Nitro and having a bit of a media campaign, it is expected to exceed those ticket sales next year.
Could go mental, isn't it?
I think that with everything else that's gone on, the F30, the Guess the Weight competitions, the YouTube channel.
Our schools programme
Yeah.
is going to be big, essential.
Everything's going from
You're not getting
strength
ticket
to
sales like
strength.
that for about 10 years, I've been in trouble.
No, but if you don't do it, your ticket sales will gradually go down regardless, won't they? Without looking after new blood. You're on a hide into nothing. Just be less and less people going fishing. You don't realise when you're wrapped up in it, do you? You know, you think it's your world and you think it, but to the rest of the world, it's just getting smaller and smaller, and it's
Well,
looked upon as.
You find it hard to believe when you come to a venue like this and it's packed out, even on a Thursday.
Yeah, but packed out in the grand scheme of things is very. 50,000 people is nothing in the grand scheme of things, is it?
Another little fish there in the net for Mike.
A little fish, it's taking him long enough to play.
Wow. Little next to some of the edge dwellers that Luke's pulled in, shall we say. But
I haven't seen it yet, Mike, so I'm not going to comment. Oh, it's not bad.
No, 50,000.
What's going on down here? Oh, it's the ducks.
ducks are on the aerator in front of us. So I still can't call it.
No, because Luke isn't making any inroads on the fish tally, is he?
No?
50,000 people playing a sport like match fishing. It's about one in 1 in 320 people, isn't it? Something like that. 1 in 340 people. When you think of 340 people that you know, person, you know what I mean? It's not a very big percentage, is it? Like 0.3%, isn't it? But how many people play football and have interested, you know, it's just very small. I'm trying to think what the word is.
Luke's found a fish on his right edge.
Niche. It's become sort of very niche, isn't it? And because we grew up with it.
So,
Well, it's never going to be for everyone, is it? It's not going to be for the masses like football is.
Well, why not? Just because it hasn't been. Surely that's all down to marketing.
It's quite an expensive sport, isn't it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It
Football,
doesn't
you
have
don't
to.
need nothing. You just turn up at the park
Well,
every
again-
Saturday morning after a skinful the night before.
Well, again, that's the whole point, isn't it? With the F30, with the fact that we're going to get it set up with nitro, so that you can buy a starter kit that will take you absolutely anywhere. You know, a landing net, somewhere to sit on, a top kit, a starter kit, a bag of pellets, and it's not that if you think about taking the kids bowling and stuff like that, like Katie said, you know, anything costs you. Nothing's cheap these days as such, is it? You know, if your old boy plays football, he needs his Man United shirt and his football boots.
Starter kits and like you say, taking the kids fishing isn't that expensive, is it? But when you get to this level,
Yeah, but when you get to any level of any sport,
not football, you get paid loads of money when you get to a level in football.
Well, I
Which
suppose-
size of
don't
that
cost
one?
you any money.
well, yeah, but they all manage
geez,
to
that
spend.
is a monster. Look at the size of that on screen.
Still
Has he
couldn't
just
call it.
caught that?
He's nearly 20 fish behind, but he's not 20 fish behind in weight.
About £8 that one.
He's 16 fish behind, and if it's his
Maybe not that big. 6 or 7 maybe.
Sean's exaggerating again. That
Oh,
was
got a
chest
good
up.
look at it.
But he's definitely closed the gap. But anything that he snuck up, he's caught 3 fish in.
The
Hour
gap's
and a quarter around.
still 17, isn't it? So the gap was 20. So
I feel like I'm saying again, like with Antler, there's only one winner here. It's Luke. Definitely.
That's what I mean.
But I said it last week.
that's exactly the position we were in last week.
Yeah.
We knew
Exactly the position. So my money's on.
Yeah, decided that yet.
Couldn't call it.
No, I suppose what you're saying about football is it's very accessible, isn't it?
And cheap.
Yeah, you can have some rags to bound together and have a kick about, can't you? And do so.
Jumpers
you
for goalposts.
know? Yeah, jumpers for goal post. What was it somebody said the other day? It's not my ball, mate. It might have been Matt Arnold. We were talking before the match, and it was like, "Can I play, mate? It's not my ball. You'll need to ask him."
Yeah.
I forgot all about that. It was bad,
Well,
wasn't
if it
it?
was your ball, you could have whoever you wanted to
Yeah.
play in. Yeah.
We even used to let
or
them
you
lot
just,
from,
or you just have a strop and take your ball home.
we sometimes used to let them lot from East Langham Road play, but not very
Ooh.
often. No, but it was like that, wasn't it? Up the rec.
Well,
No,
we
no,
used to, like you say,
not my ball, mate.
the windmill lot. The windmill school lot would play at the rec or whatever, but the church school kids, the park kids, we used to go down and play
proper
with them.
lads, like.
Yeah, they used to play down Manor Hill on that bit of field there.
It was well known, weren't it, in Rawns, that the Church of England boys were a lot harder than the Windmill boys and everybody else, weren't it? Like better
There
looking
were
as well.
exceptions to the rule, obviously, me being one.
Oh dear.
So what time are we going to have our official guess, lads? 10 minutes to go?
I honestly don't know.
I thought I already had mine and just got it wrong. I went 250. I went early, didn't I?
I'm gonna.
We'll wait with 10 minutes to go, we'll have our official guesses. Give you a bit of thinking time.
It's gone right. Tits up, isn't it, for Michael?
Well,
I think the thing is, previously with fishing, we have an end result and it's how it goes. But what we're showing, the twists and the turns with matches, isn't it? That's the thing that's missing, isn't it? I think. No, this shows how it meanders along and how one person's in the ascendancy 1 minute,
Yeah.
and you know,
I'm surprised he hasn't given that shallow line another go after resting it.
Well, or deep on that shallow line, you know.
Well, he put a jigger on to see if he was getting it deeper. Yeah, he did, yeah. So he did give that a go.
Just gone, haven't they?
But yeah, just to see whether they did sit a little bit deeper. A very technical match in the end, not the exciting fish for fish at the end that we thought it might be. Still got just over
it feels
half an
like
hour
you're
to
clinging
go.
on for dear. I'm guessing Michael feels almost like clinging on for dear life and hoping
Well,
for the whistle
I
almost.
kind of feel like one of them needs to catch to decide who wins. Do you know what I mean? I think it's really, really close.
Just as Luke books into one.
This is what I feel. I feel like somebody needs to catch a run of fish to decide who wins, because I think they're both really close.
Little, isn't it?
Yeah. That won't make it. That won't make it.
Pound and halfwards if you're lucky.
If you're lucky, it's a pound. That one. That is tiny.
And not the best sign in the world, eh?
No, especially on paste.
Paste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that draws him down to 16 fish, and some of Mike's fish have been that size. But Luke's obviously got bigger fish, so the closer he gets that gap, the better, isn't it? But then if Mike then carries on catching, he's maintaining that gap, and I still don't know where we are. So it is exciting.
Tight. Very
Yeah.
tight at the minute.
Ryan saying £162 to Mike, so we think Mike's got it. Chris Slater says Mike £162. Don't know. Tight one. We'll weigh in.
That means they have to be £2.5 a throw, doesn't it?
We'll
Each
weigh
fish.
everyone in, and then like Mike's into one, and then we will then go backwards from Luke Bamford's swim first. So Luke will be the first to weigh in, and then we'll go back down to Mike's swim, and he'll be the last to weigh in. So it'll be a real.
Oh, Mike's had to put another section on that one. This could make a difference if he gets it in.
Shane's having a new guess. Luke £162.7. Anthony's saying Luke's fishing expander pellet with micro. That one's in the net for Mike, and that's a better. Yeah, it's a better fish, isn't it? He's just maintaining that air of doubt. He might just have enough to be in front.
He has had a few bigger fish, Mike. Not as many, but he has had a few.
It's that I'm guessing he has caught mainly F1s and Luke's caught mainly carp.
Yeah.
So it's that air of doubt, which is the better path to go. Stan says Luke with 133. If you guess the weights in, you've got 30 minutes. Today's prize for the competition is a MIDI 5G 11-foot waggler rod. So courtesy from Dan here at Shearsby Valley Fisheries.
That looks like a good guess from Dave Storks. That could be a winner.
Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. And this is the last head-to-head of the year. 2 weeks time, Sunday the 3rd, we will be at Marston Fields. You're welcome to join us there to spectate, or you can watch on their YouTube channel where we'll have live coverage. 2 weeks after that we'll be at Woodlands Thirsk, where you can also join us and spectate, or the full coverage of the match will be on our YouTube channel. Hopefully a little bit better than what we did this time last year.
Yeah, it couldn't be that bad, could it?
No.
It couldn't be that bad. Even if we did it bad, it couldn't be that bad, could it?
Anthony Flint, what are the net limits? Net limits are £65, so anything over £65 just gets counts as £65. So that's the only rule. John McCain says Mike 167.9.
See, you've got to factor in, neither of them have got £180. They've
No.
only got 3 nets in.
Yeah, because, well, yeah, 600, that'd be 195, wouldn't it? 65.
Yeah.
So
But
no, so we know
no, neither of them will push it that close on fear of getting knocked back. So, like I'm saying, neither of them got £180.
No.
So anyone, all these guesses 176. Yeah, too much.
No, but they're obviously still accounting for the last half an hour. There might be a flurry of fish at the end. The way it's going, it's been a tough last sort of hour and a half, really, isn't it?
See, if you average Luke's fish at £4, that's all right.
Is he giving you a little cuddle then?
Yeah.
Put his arm around
said it was
him.
all right.
Was you getting sleepy?
Yeah, he ain't got £200, has he?
No, do you know what? I think at the minute there might be one good fish between them. That's how close I think it is. But then what
Could
do
be
I
a
know?
£50 carp.
An £88 catfish.
I used to say that, but there's only one fish in it. It's a British record.
No, that's my personal feeling. Gut feeling.
There's only ever one fish in it, really, isn't there?
I'm going to stick my neck out and say I reckon they're probably on 165 now, and maybe I'm going to go with that 165, 166. I'm going.
To who? You've got to name the
Yeah,
angler as
you has
well.
a go at everybody else.
Yeah.
Has a pop at everybody
Yeah, but I'm not going
else.
to win nothing, am I?
You've got to name the angler as well.
Mr. Do as I say, not as I do.
Just because of the sheer size of them, I think Luke might just
There we
pip it.
I'm going to stick my neck on the line gradually. Maybe.
Go on then, I've gone for it. What do you think?
I'm going to commit myself totally. A little bit, maybe. What do I think?
We've still got 15 minutes to go before the guess. I'm holding out.
Yeah, but it gets exciting then.
I'm holding out, I am.
Stick with the original between 170 and 180, I think.
Can you keep an eye on that for us?
Yeah.
To Luke.
170 to Luke.
170. Between 170 and 180, yeah. Are you dissing me or what? Is that like...
Well,
Took your ass clap? Eh?
Mike's on again.
He's Mike got one, has he?
Yeah.
I've got to say, I mean, Luke's out, he's nicked one or two, but even though Mike ain't caught, he ain't...
He ain't making a dent on the numbers. It's
No,
still
but he's
67. It's still 18 fish difference. I mean, it was only maximum of 20. So
He had a real good run of fish, Mike, but Luke, I'm sure he's caught as much as him in bigger fish, in very few fish. I really wouldn't like to say, mate. I really wouldn't like to say. But my money's on Luke.
As in the net.
My money's on Luke on £175 and 8 ounces. Ish. 3 drams. It's a good lake, is what Dan said. There's a mixed bag, you know, the F1s and carp, and it makes for an interesting fishing match as far as I'm concerned. There's always a few bites to be had, isn't there? You string, you know, it flatters to deceive. It looks like you're catching more. Julie's got another one, has she? I have lost me since Dan came in. I ain't overly bothered as long as Julie's beaten both. Yep. On the walkie-talkies. They'll be useful for the final and when we're spread out a bit, won't they?
Anthony Flynn, I said £171 to Mike. I'm stuck between both anglers for £137, but don't know who yet.
Did you have a guess yet?
No, we've still got time yet. Elizabeth Evans, it's going to be close. Come on, Michael.
I've got £175.8 to Luke.
Have you? Tight nets again.
Hey?
Do you reckon there'll be tight nets then?
Yeah.
You've gone bigger for Luke. I think there's a good fish in. Has anything been caught?
Yeah, Mike just had one.
Yeah, the gap's not changing, is it? I mean, what's Mike had in weight since that run of fish? 5 fish for what?
£20?
Yeah, maybe.
No, not quite.
That's not a lot, is it? You know what I mean? In a lot, and we're talking, you know. I'm trying to think exactly what it was on at one stage.
It was 62.42. There was 20 fish.
He had £20 in the last hour and a half, hasn't he? Something like that.
Yeah.
Which ain't a lot. We're at the end of the match. It's what I was saying with Dan, isn't it? It's so often this year things seem to peter off rather than come good. Then maybe come again.
Well, every one of these we do is different.
Yes, that's right.
It's going to be a close one. I think there's not a lot in it. Maybe a fish or two. Just over 20 minutes to go.
Surprising how often it happens as well, isn't it? Like Jack's match, was it £7, was it? £6, something like that? Well, we've already had draws in the Super Cup and we'll continue to do so, won't we, you know? Unless we introduce a dram bar.
You can't get these weigh-ins to settle on ounces. Sometimes even pounds you can't get them to settle. These needles are bouncing all over the show. I don't know if you reckon you get down to a dram. I don't know.
I know. Well, they've got dram bar, haven't they? They do settle better. It's easy.
I was going to say, like you say, little bleak and roach don't jiggle about as much in the net either. You get a £10 carp thrashing around. Like you say, you struggle to judge.
Smash that bar all over the show.
Struggle
You
to
tape them in, don't you? Bind them in. Yeah, well, no, you only work with a fanny full of fish on the canal, mate. You know,
yeah.
Sardines.
£6 to win.
Proper fishing, like.
Here we go. Melvin's been commentating all day. He's going with his guess. Luke, £152.10. Colin 75 says £168 to Mike. Dave Allen says Luke £157.11.
Well, I wouldn't want to argue with the old boy. I feel like I'm going a bit over on the weight, but there's still 20 minutes to go.
That's why I've gone 166. Sean, what are you saying?
I've still got 9 minutes to call.
No, you've got to call it now. Are you going to go 2 minutes?
We said
before,
10 minutes.
Don't know.
One of these could catch £30 in the next 20 minutes.
If I was allowed to, I'd say £166, but I wouldn't name who it was.
Have you named them yet?
I've said Luke, just because of the stamp of the fish.
Right.
This will be my downfall. The F1s will weigh more than the carp, and or if that's what he's caught. And
I'm not expecting to be right. I say I've been stung too many times lately to not even get excited about it. It's just so difficult to tell not being close with them.
Colin says I've only watched 20 to 30 minutes mine, so proper random guess. Yeah, but you've got to be in it to win it.
Yeah.
That's the good thing at the
Most
end of the
of the
day.
people have been watching it all day. It's random,
Yeah.
so even though they've got every bit of information.
You'll probably be closer than us.
Yeah.
And we've been sitting watching every fish.
And still miles out.
Yeah, we still don't get it right. However, we can't win a midi rod, and you can. So
Get your guesses in.
Well, I'm looking for a sponsorship. I thought, though. I'll give
So am I.
Craig a bell in a minute. I
Do you reckon I could be a sponsored angler?
What I reckon is he wouldn't want me to be associated with anything to do with fishing tackle that he's trying to sell. That's what I'm thinking of, probably. I think he'd let me down gently, right? You know.
I'd be a sponsored angler. All I need is a bit of free line.
Sean's just trying to.
Yeah, but the idea is to have somebody on board that makes it look like your tackle's good because they catch a lot of fish. You know, you do understand that, don't you?
It's like,
Melvin's saying he's 3 good fish ahead.
it's like unicorn poo, that line.
Unicorn. It is. There's a lot of people. It must be okay, mustn't it? It used to be like that with Seal Star, though, didn't it? No.
Are they still a thing?
I don't know. That used to be Team Seal Star, was it?
Yeah.
£2.6 and all that, but it was a bit like Bayer.
Bayer, that was the river line for me, that was.
Bayer Pearl.
Pete Pataya, regular contributor. Luke to win, £158. Ant Flint, £147 to Luke. No drams.
If you're guessing drams, you'll be disqualified.
Scarlet Rainbow says Luke, £172.
Bayer Ultima, that was the one, wasn't it? It was Pearl on, and that was 1.7, 2.1, 2.6, 12 ounce, and then there's Ultima came out, you get that in 1.8, couldn't you? That was, I used it. Couldn't tell you if it was any good or not. Not we've established
Mike's got an edge dweller at the end there. 15, just over 15 minutes to go.
That could make. How big is it? It could make.
Luke's caught up again on his edge. That left edge is giving him grief all day.
Hey, he's out. Must be like a Christmas tree down there by now. Amount of hook links in it.
Yeah. Pro Mike run that.
Well, everyone seems to be guessing for Luke to win, don't they?
Yeah, Richard J. Robinson says £169 Luke. It's so close. It really could. I think personally,
This could be one that goes to a draw. It's that close.
Oh, imagine that, a first draw,
Yeah.
and the away angler goes through
Oh,
on away goals.
oh yeah. That'll be my guess then.
You kind of really want Mike to win it because he was knocked out by Luke last year. to twice be knocked
Absolutely.
out.
Yeah,
To
absolutely.
twice be knocked out, that'd be crazy.
But not, Luke's a really nice bloke, so it's difficult, isn't it? You know what I mean? Well, I think it is.
I'll leave you with your football result, Colin. Adrian Nixon, £145 to Mike. Nathan Gilbert, £162 to Luke.
Right, Nath.
Hope you've all had a great day.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow night, Nate. Get ready to talk electrical. Get ready to talk solar.
Steve wants free power for life.
You're
the man to sort it for him.
I just want free line for life.
You just want with your line.
I want to do some work on my house, really. I want to take it into the 19th century.
I reckon someone from MIDI might send me some if I mention him enough.
That's it, yeah. Hashtag
Oh,
Nitro MIDI.
if only you knew who'd just taken on MIDI.
Yeah, I bet they can't get me any.
I think they probably wouldn't give you any just out of your spite.
No, probably wouldn't.
if I'd just taken on MIDI, I'd say no, you can't have none as well.
I've got loads of it. I'm just waiting for the price to hit its.
Yeah, supply and demand.
I've been
Steve,
buying it
isn't
off
it?
for years. Like,
Supply and demand.
Yeah.
yeah, stockpiling it.
Yeah, he's left it in the sunlight next to his radiator. It'll be fine.
Yeah,
I've left his in the sun.
soaking in vinegar.
I reckon it's exactly the same stuff as the power line.
I can assure you at end.
What do you use? What diameter?
At the minute, summer fishing 020.
Oh right. I use the 019 power line, which is about 021, isn't it? I reckon.
Are we going to have a fish just to change the result right at the end? Some big edge dwellers here at Shearsby.
Low V's. No, it's got a cult following. But is it one of those things that if something becomes hard to come by, it can do that, can't it? Or is it just good? So Dan's saying he likes the rig line. I've heard other people say it, but I had a bad do on it one day and I just never bothered since.
I think you just find something you like it and stick with it. Don't you?
Yeah, I did try that.
Like I said, I have tried that
Stroff,
power
is it?
line, but
that was alright. Seemed to.
Colin just asking what fishery this is. If you look at the scoreboard, sir, you'll see it says Shearsby Valley, and we're on Hurricane Lake.
in Leicestershire, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
It's a fantastic fishery. Done a lot of work. And
Good breakfast, tackle shop. There's even a couple of lodges here I've seen. They weren't here last time, were they?
Nice.
Come and
Very scenic and very therapeutic.
Next time, can we have an overnight stay in a lodge stay?
You wouldn't mind living here, would you?
Can't wake up nice to this each day, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't mind living here.
Mike's into another fish.
Mind living anywhere.
Oh, this takes him back up to 20 in the
20
lead.
fish.
Yeah, I've done. Oh, I might have to
20
change. I might have to
fish.
change.
You've still got up
I've got
2
it too
minutes.
early.
You got 2 minutes.
Right, I'm gonna go 166 still, but I'm gonna go with Mike.
You're just being awkward.
Dave Smith says Mike 161. If he gets it in. Like you say, there's no fourth nets in, so if they were close to 180, 190 pounds, there'd have been a fourth net in by now.
Yeah.
But we can see anyway. That was a good fish, wasn't it?
We ain't seen it yet.
And the gaps
Yeah, it's
are
not a bad
closing
fish.
again, isn't it?
He's 20 fish in front. Yeah. Ta-da.
My wife's watching it live. She says, "Don't be looking at them lodges."
Colin says, "I've no glasses. I struggled to read small writing." You are.
My wife's watching. She said, "Don't be looking at them lodges."
So your missus has gone from turn that crap off
Yeah.
to
An avid.
who's won, who's won, to whilst you're not at home watching it without you.
Has she put a entry on Guess the Weight yet?
No.
I told her to because I want that rod.
What's her name? What's her YouTube name? Norn Shelson's just had a guess.
See, that gap's gone back up to 20, you know, so look, it's gone really quiet for him, hasn't it, you know.
Yeah.
You can almost, you make your predictions on the basis of how things are going, and if they suddenly stop, it changes everything, don't it?
Hey, look, this is the influence I've got. Look, Ant Flint, Mike, £164. Final guess.
Right, you've got
They
17
think you're in the
seconds.
know, don't they? They
This-
think you know the answer.
This is
No.
this is it. Then my official guess is Mike, £158.
Ooh,
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
who's got it? Who's got it? Just at the end there, Mike's managed those couple of extra fish.
What was your guess? Steve?
Is 20 going to be enough?
£175.8 to loot. Whatever you do,
Are you
don't
writing them
write on
down?
my clipboard.
Are we having a pound on it?
Pound on it. If you like. Yeah, I've got a pound in my pocket.
Symbolic pound on the closest to the guess the weight competition.
Hydraulic
That'd
pound.
nearly buy me a Magnum ice cream.
What do you got,
Yeah.
Mike?
I'm going 166 to Mike.
Well, why don't we just say, like, the winner, no, you can't have the loser, can you? Because buys the ice creams, because there'll be a winner, won't there?
There's your missus again.
Same message come through.
Craig Wood, Mike £194.
Well, he'll be knocked back if he. Oh no, he won't. No, he'll be a pound under the net limit.
Yeah. Mike £176 from Reese. Steve Roberts, hi Mike 164. Wally Warboys, Mike 159. Alan Smith says Mike 169. Nathan Gilbert.
Is he revising his?
No, but I've watched all day and Sparky's are the king of the trades, Sean.
Oh, I've heard it all now.
I'd say they're the king at invoicing.
Yeah.
King of the trade.
And sheer laziness.
Well, I only work half a day for twice the pay, I know that. If you're lucky. And by the end of it, they convince you that they know everything, and you, without them, your life's in danger, isn't it? You know what I mean? Don't diss them, because they're all mystical, aren't they? And
Right, well,
are you sure you ain't a Sparky?
Just over 7 minutes to go. Oh, now is this going to change things up? Luke's just gone down his edge and had what looks like a lump. Terry Shaw says £156 to Mike.
There's a lot going in Mike's favour, isn't there?
This one's just gone out into the lake for Luke. Is he going to get it in?
But again, we get influenced by that. If people are sharp, they haven't got a clue, they're just coming in with a guess based on what they're hearing, aren't they? Because why not? We're taking each other too seriously,
for God's sake, don't take any notice of us.
Of anybody, actually.
Although I have won the clicker competition before. Have I mentioned that?
Have I ever mentioned it? No, not okay.
There's going to be a fair gap after the match because we're going to weigh in everyone else first, leave our 2 anglers, and we're going to come back to them. So that we've got a short video for the weigh-in, as the fishery have kindly agreed. So bear with us when we're done. You can join us for the weigh-in. One girl says Mike 158, John Jenkinson Mike 171. Great coverage, keep up the good work. Next year needs to cover County Durham area. Christy Polesworth says £158. Who to, Christy? You need to tell us who to.
I might have to share the rod then if someone's guessed 158. Is that what I said?
No, because you haven't got a guess on it.
No, we're going to say.
And it's the first person.
You're not even
so that would be Chris. That would be one girl.
Yeah. Oh, that's my daughter.
Is it? Well, thanks for pointing that out. Your daughter. And Mike's had another fish whilst Luke's been playing this one.
Must be a brute. It could make all the difference.
That is a good fish. Are we sure he hasn't got 4 nets in? Because if they average 3,
that's foul up, I think.
Bolted off.
Yeah. Yeah,
he needs to get it in though.
It's going the wrong way. Foul up.
That's the first one that's popped up now, like that.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Nathan Gilbert, spot on all the Fishing Association, great coverage. Whilst we got that audience, as it was announced, just want to tell you again, it was announced last night, next year's final has a guaranteed prize of 51,000. Check that out, 51,000 guaranteed for next year's prize, and that is the minimum. If they sell more tickets, it'll go up. So just whilst we got that audience, 50 fish to 70 fish, what have you got it? We don't know. Has Mike just done enough? Has he had revenge on last year's regional final where Luke beat him? Or is it going to be repeat? Is Luke Bamford going through to the final again? Cannot tell. It's going to be big fish versus numbers. 4 minutes. I feel there's one good fish could win it. Literally it could turn it either way, I think.
Is anyone going to catch one in the last 4 minutes?
Are we going to have that proper munter that just swings it one way? I think it's close. Closer than the numbers say anyway. Tony Day says Mike £162.8. Dave Smith says Luke £161.6. Honestly don't know. Another fantastic day's fishing. 70 fish to 50 fish. It's not been easy. It's been a very technical day. We've had to move lines, catch little runs, keep moving. Malvin Moss says Luke £154.8. Tyrone Horn says Mike £176.4. Wally Warboys says Luke £161. So we don't know. Lots of guesses coming in for both anglers now. Last head-to-head of the year. Don't forget to join us in 2 weeks' time on Sunday the 3rd of September, where we'll be live from Matt Marston Fields for the semi-final, where the winner of the semi-final will gain the 21st wildcard entrance spot into the final, which we will also be filming on the Sunday the 17th in 4 weeks' time. And you can come and spectate at the venues, or you can join us live on YouTube.
There's a few things going on from what I can gather there. Ian was talking about some entertainment on the day. I know tackle-wise, Craig and Mike have got things planned for the final. Well, onwards and upwards. It's only going to get better and better. Wouldn't like to say what it's going to be like by this time next year.
Well, I guess we ought to say I hope you've enjoyed the head-to-heads this year, being the final one of 2023.
We've certainly enjoyed filming them.
Yeah, we love a bit of live fishing, don't we?
Craig Wood says Mike £171.6.
Be interesting to see how close Melvin is.
Christy just saying it's Mike with £158.8.
Who's going to win the match? And are people more interested in who's going to win the rod? Probably. Well, probably.
Still, you're interested in who's going to win the rod because you're going to want to have it off them.
Yeah, no, mate.
I'll have it.
Does anybody want to? I've got some Drennan acolytes for sale, basically. Got loads of them. You know what I mean?
I thought what you were going to say, and some MIDI match line.
No, I can swap them for that. But then again, I might say Ian, no, listen, I'm not that bothered.
Trev saying all the best to both anglers. Yeah, it's going to be a, like I said, is it going to be revenge or repeat? It's this is basically a rematch from last year's regional final. Both anglers were here, were fishing against each other this time last year. Luke went through on that occasion. Will it be Mike today? Pete Patea says Luke's £164.8.
Can you believe that I haven't even looked it up last year's result and just see what it is? Like,
yeah, I can believe that, Steve. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely no problem believing that.
Well, actually, I find it hard to believe you haven't asked me a question that I don't know.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
He's back.
Nearly there.
Let's see how in your timer is with mine.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and there we have it.
All out!
And that's the end. Final head-to-head of the year. I hope you've enjoyed it. And give us a short while and we'll be back with the weigh-in. We're going to weigh everyone else in first and come back to our two anglers.
That'll be interesting.
So thank you very much for enjoying this year and following us.
What do you reckon?
If you haven't already done so, hit subscribe to that channel. Final few
Luke.
seconds to get your guesses in.
Luke's fish are bigger,
and that'll be
20
that.
fish difference.
Back shortly, guys.
I think Luke.
25
Thank you very much.
If he's 20 F1s, it's not.